Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Kanto, the place where dreams begin. Pallet Town feels like a hidden paradise. The moment you step in, a quiet peace settles deep in your heart. "I caught it first," a brown-haired boy shouted, gripping his fishing rod tightly. "No way, I caught it first," the boy in a hat fired back, refusing to let go. "I did. I did." Their argument went in circles until both of them suddenly turned toward the silent spectator. "Brother Yi, what do you think?" Yi blinked, caught off guard. Seeing no way to escape, he sighed lightly. "You two really get along well." "Who gets along with him? Why are you copying me?" They spoke at the exact same time again, then glared at each other. Yi could only shake his head. It had already been nearly 15 years since he arrived in this world. Time really flies. His arrival here had been sudden. One moment he was asleep, the next he woke up feeling like someone had smacked him, only to realize he had been reborn as a baby. Back then, confusion, panic, and then acceptance. Now, standing here in Pallet Town under the clear blue sky, he could only feel how peaceful this world was. "Only 2 months left until departure day," Yi said calmly. "Take the piquet ball back, let Grandpa prepare it. When the time comes, you'll battle to decide who gets what." The two boys looked at each other, then nodded. "Fine." With that, the argument ended for now. As the sun slowly set, the golden light spread across the town. "Brother Yi, it's time to go home." Back at Professor Oak's lab, Yi headed straight to the kitchen. If he didn't cook, they'd all end up eating instant noodles again, and that wasn't happening. Gary went to help Professor Oak in the backyard with the Pokémon. By the time dinner was ready, they all gathered together. "Yi, your cooking keeps getting better," Professor Oak said with a satisfied smile. "As if you ever cook," Gary muttered. You watched them quietly, a faint smile on his face. This kind of warmth was something he never had in his previous life. An orphan since childhood, he had long stopped expecting anything from the past. But here somehow he found something he didn't even know he was missing. After dinner, Yi and Gary returned to their room to study. Because in this world, becoming a Pokémon trainer wasn't just about talent, it required knowledge, discipline, and strength. And Yi knew one thing clearly. If he wanted to stand at the top, this was only the beginning. As night fell, Yi climbed onto the roof after reading for a while and lay back, staring at the unfamiliar yet beautiful night sky. It had been almost 15 years. "I wonder what that idiot Zhang Wei is doing now. He's probably forgotten all about me by this point," Yi thought with a faint smile. Thinking about his past life felt distant now. What mattered more was the life he had here. Back then, when he was first reborn, he couldn't even understand the language of this world. It wasn't anything from Earth. Luckily, maybe because he had lived 2 lives, he learned quickly. Within a year, he had already mastered the language. Otherwise, he might have been treated like an idiot. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice came from behind. "Zio Yi, I knew you'd be up here again." Yi glanced back. "Finished your research?" Professor Oak chuckled. "Research can wait, but why do you act like an old man at your age? Young people should have more energy." "I'm just enjoying life." Professor Oak smiled, then after a pause asked, "In 2 months you'll be leaving on your journey. Have you thought about your paths?" "I've already learned most of what I need. The rest, I'll figure out while traveling. But one thing's certain, I'm not becoming a researcher." Professor Oak sighed. "What a waste of talent." Yi rolled his eyes. "You still haven't given up on that. Let Gary take over your work. Stop planning my future." For a moment, both of them fell silent, lying side by side under the stars. After a while, Professor Oak stood up. "It's getting late. Time to rest." "Yes, good night, Grandpa." The next morning, sunlight broke through the darkness, spreading across Pallet Town. A loud cry from a Dodrio echoed through the lab rooftop like an alarm clock. He was already awake, helping take care of the Pokémon. "Brother, you're up early again," Gary said sleepily, rubbing his eyes. "Early? The sun's already high," you replied casually. Gary laughed and ran off toward the lab for breakfast. Life continued like this, studying, training, caring for Pokémon during the day, and watching the stars at night. Days passed quietly. Until one day, an unexpected guest arrived. "Zio, you come see who's here," Professor Oak called out. You turned and saw another man standing beside Gary and Professor Oak, someone who looked very similar, just a bit darker. "Second Grandpa. You came back from Alola's." The man laughed. "Just passing by, thought I'd check on you, so getting ready for your journey, nervous." You smiled slightly. "Not really, I've been preparing for a long time." "Good," he said. "Then I've got something for you." He handed over a Pokémon egg incubator. "This is for me." It's a gift. Someone from Alola heard your theory about Eevee's evolution and wanted to thank you. You was slightly surprised but also satisfied. His idea had actually worked. A Pokémon egg? Gary leaned closer, clearly jealous. Don't worry, you said. We'll both get our Pokémon soon. This one hasn't even hatched yet. The two Oak Elders watched them with smiles. After a short while, the visitor prepared to leave. Take care and come visit Alola someday, he said before flying off. Yi and Gary stood there for a moment, watching him disappear into the sky. Back in their room, both of them focused completely on the Pokémon egg. Even though there wasn't much to do yet, they couldn't take their eyes off it. Outside, life in Pallet Town continued peacefully as always. But you know, his real journey was about to begin. When the sun shines on the ground again, Oki slowly wakes up with Dodrio's growl. Seeing that the sun was shining outside the window, Oki immediately looked at his Pokémon egg. Although he knew that it would not hatch now, he still wanted to see his first Pokémon or Pokémon egg. A new day started again. Zioya just went downstairs when he saw Professor Oak at the door, who seemed to be seeing someone off. Grandpa, who is here? Oh, Zioya is up. Just now Ash's father came to see him off. After Professor Oak closed the door, he saw Zioya and said, Oh, is he back? What are you doing here? Oki asked curiously when he heard that it was Ash's father. Because after coming to Pallet Town, Oki discovered that this town is really hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and Ash's father is one of them. Kind of, yeah, just came back and brought back an Earl Dervish pet Pokémon for Ash. You must keep it a secret. Grandpa, don't worry, my mouth is the strictest. What kind of Pokémon are you talking about? This is it. Professor Oak took out a Pokémon ball and released a Pokémon to satisfy his grandson's curiosity. With a flash of white light, a pet Pokémon in the shape of a fat yellow mouse with blush appeared in front of Oki. Pikachu, Oki exclaimed. As soon as Pikachu came out and looked at the environment, he planned to run out. Professor Oak hurriedly took it back into the Piquet ball. Don't underestimate this Pikachu. It's the descendant of Ash's father's trump card Raichu, full of potential. Professor Oak said hastily, thinking that his grandson looked down on this Pikachu. And I know, Zioya replied and went back to the room. He needs to sort out his thoughts now. Professor Oak thought he looked down on this Pikachu, but only Oak knew how shocked he was just now. That's the skin god who can K the beast when he is strong, and can lose to Earl Dervish Pokémon when he is weak. It turns out that Ash's father prepared it for his son, so it's no wonder that this Pikachu with such aptitude will be given to Ash instead of his grandson. This is the real world, so there are many things that are not in the anime. Just like the Pokémon in this world, each Pokémon has the opportunity to reach the peak and become a mythical beast. Each race of Pokémon is also different, and the aptitude of each Pokémon is different, with good aptitude even surpassing the quasi-god Pokémon. So after a long time of hard research, Pokémon professor and researchers divided the qualifications of Pokémon into levels. Red, orange, yellow, green, green, blue, purple, gold, colorful. The higher the aptitude, the greater the chance of reaching the top. It does not mean that Pokémon with poor aptitude cannot reach the top, but it is much more difficult in comparison. I don't know what qualifications that Pikachu has. Pokémon with high qualifications are very rare, but I guess it's purple or higher. After all, Ash's father, who didn't come home all the year round, sent it back in person. But Zioya is not very envious, because he knows that his grandfather and family will prepare high-quality Pokémon for him. This is the benefit of a big family. When they came from the family before, their father had already asked themselves and Gary what Pokémon they liked. The quasi-god Pokémon is really rare, and you have to make great contributions to the family to get it. But Eusangia is fine. What I want is Charmander, and what Gary wants is Squirtle. It should be ready now. I couldn't bear it anymore, so I called and asked. Beep, beep, pass. Oh, it's Zioya. Do you miss your mother? It was my mother who answered the phone. Think about it. Oki, who had never experienced family affection in his previous life, cherished this family affection very much, so Oki, who really enjoyed this family affection in order to make his mother happy, said happily. I said my Zioya must miss me. Your dead father dared to talk back yesterday. Let him sleep on the sofa today. Oak-sen, Oki's father, who just opened the door and was about to come in, suddenly the whole background turned gray. Don't, my wife, I just made a joke last night. Oak-sen's slightly funny face in front of his wife and children is completely different from his serious face in front of others. In his own words, it is in front of his own wife and children. What kind of morals do you want, so tired? It is precisely because of this that the couple will unknowingly throw dog food when there are no outsiders. You are enough. I have business to do. Oki had to interrupt them, otherwise they would completely forget that there was such a son talking to them. Oki actually suspected that Gary brought a group of girlfriends when he first set off in the animation, and he was stimulated by them. Fortunately, he came here, Gary often reads books to learn knowledge because of his own influence. He doesn't have a girlfriend yet anyway. It's not in a hurry to be so handsome. It's you interrupting me and my son. What's the matter with you, son? Okya's mother threw the blame to Ok-sen without hesitation, and Ok-sen took it as usual, nodding in approval, no conscience again in son. A handful of dog food was sprinkled in front of him. Oh, I just want to ask if Gary and I are ready for the Earl Dervish Pokémon. We're leaving in a month. Oki asked, ignoring his parents' behavior of throwing dog food. Don't worry, I won't care about my own son's affairs. I will definitely find the best for you, the mother said, patting Ok-sen's chest next to her. As for Ok-sen, he is grinning for his wife to shoot. Through the screen, Oki watched this scene with a smile. Then when will it be transmitted? Gary suddenly appeared from behind Oki and asked. When did you come? Oki asked. The day after tomorrow. It's your birthday the day after tomorrow. We'll take it there and open the spirits for you by the way. Saying open the spirits, Ok-sen and the others also became serious. Mom and Dad, are you coming over? That's great, Gary said happily. After talking about other things, Ok-sen and the others were about to go to work, so they hung up the phone. There are many benefits to being born into a big family, but at the same time, one has to fulfill one's obligations. The Oak family also owns their own company, so it is still necessary to go to work. Brother, did you hear? Our Earl Dervish Pokémon is coming. Gary hung up the phone, still excited. I heard it, but the latter is the key point. We need to open the spirit, don't run around these 2 days and adjust the contest condition more at home, Oki said seriously. Well, I know bro, saying open spirit. The excited Gary also calmed down because he knew the importance of this matter to him. Spirit opening refers to the act of instilling spiritual power on a trainer who has just obtained Earl Dervish Pokémon. And this usually makes the person instilled with spiritual power weak for several months to half a year. And it is very harmful to the instilled spiritual power people are demanding. Must be a person who has been promoted to the elite level for 2 years. This kind of thing is basically done by the people of the big family to the inheritors of their direct line. After all, it consumes too much, and it will be miserable if they are attacked by someone when they are weak. The mainstay is the foundation of family power. And the benefits to the instilled person are too great. After the opening of the spirit, you can practice Yinlingju, start to warm up your body and speed up the growth of pet Pokémon. And those trainers who have not experienced spiritual enlightenment can only wait for the Pokémon in their hands to break through the advanced elite level and become a quasi-elite level. Practice Yinlingju to open the spirit. And there are very few people who succeed. The safest way is to have an elite level Pokémon. Let your own breeder Pokémon take the initiative to open the spirit for you. And only the Pokémon that you personally breeder will do, so you will be 100% hundreds of successes. But where did the elite level Pokémon come from that good breeder? Don't you see a lot of people who are stuck at the quasi-elite level? As for Yinlingju, it is much the same, except for the fact that there are differences in families with special abilities. They are basically the same. People in the big family will not be afraid of the loss of Yinlingju, because being able to open the spirit itself represents some problems. No matter what reason you open the spirit, success means that you have entered a different class. 2 days passed in a flash. On this day, many people came from the back of Professor Oak's laboratory. Because it was just a simple birthday, and there was a need to prepare for the guiding spirit, most of these people were the guards of the Oak family and a few elders. Be alert to prevent accidents from happening. As for the attack, it is not considered at all. The Oak family is one of the big families after all. No one would do such a stupid thing that would lead to a war. The backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory. Today, Professor Oak has asked his researchers to go back early. On the one hand, there is a birthday party for 2 grandchildren at night. On the other hand, for safety, the spirit opening ceremony must ensure the safety of the surrounding environment. Although I know the researchers well, I'm not afraid of 10,000 just in case. Rest assured that there are only people from the Oak family around. On the lawn, 2 elders of the Oak family sat opposite Oki and Gary Oak. These 2 elders are from the breeder family. The week period does not affect the breeder Pokémon, and they can also get a large family contribution, so the big family normal will have. A dedicated elite-level breeder family will do the spirit opening related matters, and the trainer will be in charge of fighting and protecting the family. Everything is ready, the people brought by the Oak family are vigilant around, and the opening of the spirit ceremony has begun. Ok-sen and his wife are watching nervously. Although they know that the elders are very skilled in opening the spirit, there is basically no danger. After all, it's your own. Children out of parental instincts worry too. While Ok-sen and his wife waited anxiously, the spiritual opening was finally completed. The elders had left a stream of the purest original spiritual power of the elite level in Gary Oak and Gary Oak. The two elders of. After taking them down to rest, Oak Yi and the two sat cross-legged on the spot and began to practice Yinling Ju. This is something that has been prepared for several years. Normally there should be no accidents, but Oak Yi is very irritable at this time. Kai Ling, after the end, practiced guiding spirits. Deciding to use the original spiritual power of the elite level for his own use should have greatly improved the spiritual power in his body. But Oak Yi felt that his spiritual power was passing uncontrollably. But he would not completely use his spiritual power. Absorb light, which gives Oak Yada bold ideas. About 2 hours later, Oak and Yi woke up from the practice. Gary Oak really practiced for 2 hours, while Oak Yi was practicing during these 2 hours while looking for the end of the spiritual power. Is completely headless. Thread, if I follow the old man's routine, I won't be like this for a few years, right? Although he was accepting congratulations like Gary, but Oak Yi said at the moment that MMP didn't know if he should say it. Where's our Pokémon? Gary asked impatiently. Why are you in a hurry? Just after the opening spirit is over, you should consolidate it. Although Oak-sen said so, he still took out 2 PK balls from his body and handed them to his 2 sons. Although he was very anxious with his spiritual power, Oakya's attention was inevitably turned to the PK ball in his hand. After all, it was his first Pokémon. Come out, my baby. Gary couldn't wait to release the Pokémon. The action was the same as in the animation, and he kissed the PK ball first. A white light flashed, and a turtle-like Pokémon with blue skin appeared in front of everyone. Jenny Squirtle was a little unaware of the situation when he first came out, but Gary was already squatting in front of it, with 2 pairs of eyes staring at each other, as if. As fate would have it, one person and one Pokémon hugged each other with a smile. Seeing this scene, Oki couldn't help throwing the PK ball in his hand. A white light flashed, and a dinosaur-like Pokémon appeared in front of Oki. Oki, who made him stand in front of him. Although Ember flew towards him, Oki did not avoid it, and directly used the little bit of spiritual power to form a small shield in front of him. Ember dissipated after hitting the barrier with a little ripple, but Oki instinctively felt this. Only Charmander's is excellent. The one my father picked for himself must be a very good one, and the power of the trick cannot be so small. It seems that I have encountered a thorn in my head. Oki thought so, but a smile leaked from the corner of his mouth unconsciously. The prickly head itself represents war, and this Charmander can be seen to be born not long ago, so it should have been chosen during the selection process. Charizard from the previous generation. He was able to control the strength of his unique skills shortly after he was born. It seems that those 2 Charizards are not simple things. Oak-sen and others watched the scene with a smile on the side. It seems that you all like it very much. These 2 are the best we have selected, and they are all blue level in terms of aptitude, Oak-sen said. Blue level qualifications. Oak-yi and the surrounding Oak family couldn't help exclaiming. What does blue represent? Anyone with a little common sense will know that the horror of blue aptitude is that most of them are red and orange in the wild, and yellow is rare. Only very good people can reach green, and cyan can be used, said Wanli. Pick one, and blue is really scary, which means that as long as you train properly, your strength will definitely improve rapidly, and you can reach the elite level in a short time. Thank you, Dad. Oki and the 2 really knew what this meant, so they cheered and turned to look at the little guy beside them. Haha, we are your parents, that's what we should be, but how far you can go is up to you, Oak-sen said to his 2 sons with a laugh. Don't worry, father, we will definitely surprise you, Oki said solemnly. Gary Oak nodded too. You guys should get acquainted with Pokémon first. We'll go to prepare your evening banquet first. You should go back and prepare soon too, said Ariel, Oki's mother, the white demon. In front of outsiders, she will give herself. My husband has enough face, so I have been listening to Oak-sen next to him. Oak-yi and the others agreed and took their Pokémon to the back mountain. Next to a big rock in the back of Professor Oak's laboratory, Oak-yi brought Charmander to sit down here, just looking at the distant scenery without speaking. Charmander also stared blankly since he was born. He really didn't look at it through this landscape. Hey Charmander, do you want to become stronger? Oki said suddenly. Charmander yelled at Oki, holding his little fist, looking cute, but Oki saw Charmander's firm belief in its eyes. Oki was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't know why this newborn child became so strong, but he still held Charmander's small fist with his own hand and said to Charmander solemnly, Charmander, work hard with me. Believe me, I will let you stand on the top and overlook the scenery below. Maybe Charmander also felt Oki's firm belief. Charmander nodded and put the other hand on Oki's hand. Oki and Charmander were on the mountain quietly watching the scenery below, knowing that the sun was setting to the horizon. Charmander, let's go, it's time to go back, there is a banquet tonight. Oki stood up and said to Charmander. Charmander looked at Oki with a confused face. He didn't know what a banquet was in his short life. Ha 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 ha, Charmander, let me tell you, the banquet is just. Seeing Charmander's cute appearance, Oki couldn't help but picked up Charmander and walked down the mountain. Come their voices. As night fell, the backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory was bustling with people from Zhenjian Town, and the rest were from the Oak family. As soon as Oak Yi and Gary Oak arrived in their evening gowns, led by their parents, they first went to thank the elders who performed the opening ceremony for them. This is the only elite-level breeder in the family, Live Baby. After exchanging pleasantries, the two protagonists expressed their gratitude to the guests who came today, and they were very busy. All of a sudden, the lights went out, and along with the birthday greeting song from this world, the couple Oak Sen and Professor Oak came out pushing a huge cake, and it was time to cut the cake. Although birthdays are celebrated every year, Oki still couldn't help it, a bit sore nose. Only lost to know the value, Oki has no resistance to this scene. Until late at night, after seeing off the guests and cleaning the yard, a group of people were finally able to go back to the room to rest. Fortunately, the Professor Oak's laboratory was big enough to accommodate all the people from the Oak family. Charmander ate a lot at the banquet tonight and fell asleep, and Oki took back the piquet ball. After returning to the room, Oki lay on the bed after taking a shower but couldn't fall asleep. He kept thinking that it might be his golden finger. Things, if you really can't make progress for a few years, this kind of golden finger might as well be cut off. Don't I just need some energy to restart? A sentence came to my mind just when I thought of cutting it off. You still have your own consciousness, what the hell are you? Oki couldn't help but sat up startled and asked. Hey, you don't have to shout, just reply in your mind. As for me, I don't know what it is. My earliest memory is the moment you crossed over. The voice in my mind replied. That is to say, my time travel is because of you, Oki replied. It's because I was right, but don't worry, you died peacefully 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 detailed. These two words kept ringing in Oki's mind, and Oki felt bad all over. Up, I'm so peaceful, you be ****** D. Oki couldn't help raising his middle finger to this unknown thing in his mind. Hey, don't worry, I don't know what's going on, and aren't you living a happy life? You have so many relatives. The voice in my head said, nonsense, I still have friends in that world, don't change the subject. I really don't know, even if you blame me, use it. HMPH, tell me the truth, how long have you been awake? Knowing that it was useless to blame this thing, Oki could only change the subject. I just woke up, really, I'm one with you now and I can help you. Oki frowned, you just woke up and knew that I have many relatives, can you see my memory? It's okay, but if you don't like it, I won't watch it. I don't know why anyway, I'm based on you and I can't disobey your orders. Hearing this, Oki felt much more comfortable after all. No one wants to have something that can pry into the privacy of their memories. After that, without my order, you are not allowed to spy on my memory. After a tiring day, Oki solved the biggest problem in his heart, and he was sleepy like a tide. And he didn't have the heart to explore the function of this thing, so he just lay down and fell asleep. A new day begins, and the biological clock makes Oki wake up on time. When Oki came to the living room, he found that the Oak Mori couple and the Oak family had already woken up and had breakfast together. Zioya still wakes up so early, Mother Ariel said with a smile when she saw her son coming. It's not early, haven't you all woken up? By the way, why is it so early? Oki looked puzzled. After all, he got up early. Remember Zaya Ohai? Ariel said mysteriously when she saw her son sitting down. Zaya Ohai, you mean that kid in dark? Oki said after thinking for a while. Yes, that's him. We received an invitation from the Bayao family to attend his engagement ceremony. Ariel smiled and said that she got the nickname Little Black. Engaged? Is he older than Arnold? So cruel, a political marriage. How do you talk? Your uncle and the others have also been carefully selected. She is a very good girl from the breeder family. Oh, when are Gary and I goings? No, you can prepare your trip at home. You can go there after the actual wedding. Well, okay. The elders are leaving too. The family has their own pet Pokémon help, so recovery can be faster. Gary also came to the living room at this time, and we chatted about some homework together. After eating, there was a sound of soaring in the sky, which was the sound of the Oak family's flying device. When the Oak family set foot on the flying machine and flew away, Oak Yi and the others started their daily work again. But now they have one more job, which is to train their own Pokémon, cultivate a tacit understanding and enhance their strength. Charmander, use Ember after dodging. Squirtle, don't stop, keep using Bubble Attack. It is Oak Yi and the others who are fighting Pokémon. Now that Pokémon has just been acquired, there are not many unique moves, but a small battle is enough. I saw Charmander lower his head to avoid Squirtle's Bubble Attack, and a wave of Ember sprayed towards Squirtle. Squirtle showed no sign of weakness and continued to fight back with Bubbles. Ember and Bubble collided, and the steam produced blocked the two and the Pokémon's line of sight. Don't stand there, Charmander uses Growl. Squirtle Bubbles sweep over both Pokémon immediately executed Trainer's order. But Charmander's Growl preemptively interrupted Squirtle's trick. Squirtle covered his ears uncomfortably, and when the visibility improved a little, Oki immediately gave the order. Claws, Charmander rushed towards Squirtle, his hands glowing. Squirtle shrinks the shell, use Tackle. Jenny slumped head and toe into the shell and rammed into Charmander. The two Pokémon collided with each other, and Charmander was knocked down, and at the same time he clawed back at Squirtle's shell. Both Pokémon were hurt and they looked at each other relentlessly. Okay, let's stop here. This battle is just to find out your shortcomings and train them. I think there will be more opportunities after the battle. Well, that's it, Squirtle, let's go start training. Gary agreed and took Squirtle to find a place for training. Charmander also looked at his trainer expectantly. Charmander, take a break first, I'll think about how you should train. Hearing this, Charmander went to the sun to rest while basking in the sun. After all, it is a fire-type Pokémon. Compared with enjoying the cool in the shade of trees, I still prefer to be in the warm sunshine. Ling, have you recorded it? Do you have any suggestions? Oki asked the Ling in his mind. Spirit is a code name that Oki thinks it needs spiritual power. This morning, Oki got a general understanding of it. After looking at the capabilities of the thing in my mind, I found that it is basically a high-end auxiliary software. I don't know what capabilities it had before. Anyway, there are basically two abilities left now. Analysis. Sharing Oki includes sensory abilities such as eyesight combined with existing knowledge for analysis. The analysis ability is determined according to the development of Oki's brain capacity, and now it is basically equivalent to a mega computer on the Earth. With the future Oak. As his strength improves, it can also be enhanced. Record. For the analysis results, Oki needs to record the things that Oki needs to remember to ensure that the data will not be forgotten over time, and the storage capacity will also increase according to the strength of Oki. According to the battle just now, we can conclude that the strength of Charmander's limbs needs to be strengthened. The accuracy of the ultimate move needs to be increased in training, and the control of the power of the ultimate move can be relaxed. According to the existing information, first of all, that's all. A little bit of power there is no need to control. Secondly, enhancing other aspects can greatly improve the strength. Suggestions. Is there any training plan? Oki nodded in agreement. The best way is to let Charmander run and lift weights under the Pokémon's gravity field trick, but it seems that the owner does not have this condition, so he runs with a heavy load. Secondly, add some spicy tomato fruit to the food, which is helpful for the fire energy. Absorb. Well, yes, but the load needs to be adjusted, and there is no one suitable for Charmander. It is recommended that the master run together. This will increase the tacit understanding and exercise the survivability at the same time. In the future, if you can't fight, you can still escape. You are not rude, I accept your suggestion. Oki was speechless about this suggestion, but at the same time felt that what it said was quite reasonable. After everything was ready, I saw Oki and Charmander running back and forth in the backyard carrying a load. The figure running under the sun is the unruly youth of Oki and Charmander. Time flies, and it's time to leave soon. In this month, apart from attending Ash's birthday, Oki and the others are carrying out various trainings with their respective Pokémon. It was not the same a month ago. It is worth mentioning that the egg sent by the second grandfather has been emitting white light for the past 2 nights, and it is estimated that it is about to hatch, which makes Oki and Charmander very excited. Just one night before departure, the Pokémon egg gave off a burst of intense light. A little guy with 6 tails and a white body appeared in front of Oki. The guy obviously remembered the smell of Oki and rushed directly into his arms. Because he has no experience in taking care of newborn Pokémon, Oki can only hug the little one to find Professor Oak. Fortunately, Professor Oak has been in contact with many Pokémon and is very experienced in taking care of the newborn Pokémon. While taking care of the little one, he taught the experience to Oki and the two until midnight. Okay, remember everything, the little ones will be put in the Pokéball first, you go back to sleep, we will be leaving tomorrow. Professor Oak said to the 2 grandchildren. Oak and Yi agreed and returned to the room, and Alola's Vulpix was first received in the family's Pokéball. After all, the Pokéball issued by Alliance has monitoring devices that will leak Pokémon information, so big families have their own Pokémon. In the ball manufacturing factory, the clansmen only use their own Pokéballs. Before dawn, when it was dark, there was already a smell of food from Oak Research. Oki is busy in the kitchen wearing an apron, and Gary, who always likes to sleep a little longer, has already woken up and is holding Professor Oak excitedly and telling about his imagined travel life. Professor Oak feels very interesting to listen to. From time to time, also express your own opinion. When breakfast was served, the three of them sat around together, intentionally or unintentionally, not mentioning today's parting. But parting is inevitable after tidying up. Oak and Yi took their luggage and went downstairs. I know you guys can't wait any longer. Here, this is Pokédex, let's choose another one. Professor Oak handed them 2 Pokédex and 2 PK balls in his hand. Didn't we get the Pokémon already? Gary Oak asked. This is for your bodyguards, I don't worry about you two now. My left hand is Arcanine and my right hand is Golem. They are my old buddies. They can protect you when there is danger. You choose first. The elder brother must give way to the younger brother, so Oak let Gary choose first. I prefer Arcanine, which suits my temperament more handsomely. Gary chose Arcanine. Well then I'll have Golems. Actually, it's all the same. When you go out to practice, you have to look like you have experienced it. I have already told them that you will only do it when your life is in danger. Professor Oak told the 2 grandsons, although the 2 grandsons are very sensible. He also has his own opinions, but as a grandfather, he can't avoid worrying. After putting the piquet ball on his belt as a bodyguard, Oki said goodbye to Professor Oak and Gary. We were supposed to go for a walk together, but Gary said that he had to wait for Ash, and Ash would be late today, so he had to laugh at him. There was no way. Oki said that he didn't understand the resentment and hatred between these 2 people, and set off alone after saying goodbye. On the small road outside Pallet Town, Oki released the 2 little guys. Charmander and her can go on the road with her to fight monsters to enhance their strength. Vulpix is just released to cultivate their relationship. The little guy who just came out of Shell Smash can only be used as a pet now. If Oki's strength increases, it can speed up its growth, but now he is also a newcomer who just came out of Novice Village, so there is no way. We can only wait for the little guy to mature physically after a month before starting basic training. Charmander, Ember along with the ordered Ember hit a Bobo and then lost its fighting power. Although he didn't want to subdue it, Oki simply checked its injuries and estimated that it would wake up in a while, and the Pokémon's physique estimated that it would take only 1 or 2 hours for this injury to fully heal. Good job, Charmander, let's take a break first. He was about to enter the forest, and he was commanding Charmander to call him along the way. Charmander also needs to recover his physical strength, otherwise there will be nothing he can do about it. Charmander heard the rest. Although he felt that he could still fight, he still obeyed his trainer's order, leaning on a rock while resting while being alert to the surrounding situation. Oki is the same. After all, this is in the wild. You don't know when just a Pokémon comes out to attack, and they've already experienced it once on the road. It was after a battle, a Rattata suddenly came out of the nearby grass and rushed towards Oki. Before they could react, it snatched what was originally given to Charmander and ran into the grass and disappeared. Fortunately, it was not an attack. Come on, since that time, Oki and Charmander did not dare to relax their vigilance completely. After resting for a while and waiting for Charmander to recover, they headed towards the forest. Because he didn't know what would happen, Oki put Vulpix into the Piquet ball and put all his energy on the road. If there is a chance, Oki also wants to take in some new Pokémon. After all, only 1 Charmander is not enough. The previously defeated Pokémon did not find any existence worth conquering. Oki is taking the elite route, and he is not going to conquer a lot like Ash, so he must carefully select each one, and that is the partner who will accompany him to the top. In the wild, there is no instrument that can directly test Pokémon's qualifications, so you must choose your partners more carefully. The forest is sunny and full of Pokémon sounds. Oki was walking on the road with Charmander, and suddenly heard a noise in the nearby grass, as if there was a Pokémon fighting, so he decided to go and have a look. Hiding and looking from the side on the trees in the distance, 2 kinds of housebirds in the Kanto region are confronting each other. In soaring in the sky, a Spearow that is obviously bigger than normal Spearow and a Pidgeotto are fighting hard, divided. I advise the master not to die. That Spearow is obviously the leader of the Spearow group. With your current strength, it is absolutely impossible to subdue it. The silent Ling seemed to sense Oki's thoughts and said, Hee, I'm not stupid. Are you spying on my thoughts again? Oki said that he was used to the sudden sound of Ling and he would be startled from the beginning. Insensitivity up to now, habit is really a terrible thing. Master, please rest assured, Ling just detected that your heartbeat is getting faster and faster, and you are obviously in some kind of excited contest condition. So remind me. Don't talk about this with me. How about the task entrusted to you? Task 1. Realize the purpose of testing Pokémon's qualifications through existing data and continuous observation. 56% completed. Task 2. Try the cultivation problem of the spirit directly controlling the master's spiritual power. 23% completed. Task 3. Through the data, optimize the Yinling art, speed up the practice, and develop special abilities as much as possible. 0.92% completed. Forget it, there is too little information now, so there is no way. Suspend Mission 2 and Mission 3 and complete Mission 1 with all your strength. How long will it take? It is expected to be completed in 20 days. If the owner can get more information, he can speed up the process. Oki did not want to respond to what Ling said about providing more information. The existing information was obtained directly from Professor Oak's laboratory, which was obtained through experiments by countless professors and researchers. The rest is on the shoulders of giants, and the rest only needs to be combined with reality. It took a month to complete 56%, which is unexpected, so we can only wait. Okay, I'll stay in this forest for a few more days. Anyway, I have enough supplies. It's a good time to exercise Charmander and improve my strength. For the next week, Oki found a place to settle in the forest, while watching Pokémon provide information for the spirits, while improving Charmander's strength through battles. During this period, many dangerous situations happened. Several times, Oki was almost seriously injured by the flying trick. After all, the reality is more cruel. Unlike in the animation, the trick will never reach the trainer, and Pokémon will only fight honestly. Here is the reality: the law of the jungle is practiced in the forest. Pokémon are not beasts without wisdom, they will still catch the thief first. Also, several times, Oki escaped by relying on his practice of Yinling Ju, which was stronger than normal's physical fitness. As the battle continued, Xiaolong's combat experience became more and more abundant, and he was able to use more help Oki while fighting. Blocking some unique attacks, although not completely blocked, is already a great improvement. And Oki also learned to command Charmander's battle while dodging the trick, and it was really fighting together. However, I often walk by the river without getting my shoes wet. Once I accidentally provoked a group of monkeys in the forest, and finally escaped with the help of Golem. And that time also allowed Oki and Charmander to really see the elite Pokémon. Terrifying power. A week later, the forest was close to Takiwa City. Oki took Charmander and finally came out of the forest, but Oki's current image is just like a refugee. Entering Vikapan City, Oki rushed to the Pokémon Center non-stop, checked in, handed Charmander and Vulpix's Pokéball to Nurse Joy, and went straight to the room. It's really dirty, it's not so convenient to take a bath in the forest. After taking a shower, I lie on the bed and sleep until the evening. In the evening, Oki struggled to get up from the bed. He slept so comfortably. But it's time to call home. I haven't contacted for more than a week. Grandpa must be worried. Beep beep. Oh, it's Xiaoi, you finally called. If you didn't bring Golem, I really wanted to find you. Professor Oak said happily after seeing that it was his grandson. I'm sorry, Grandpa, for worrying you. I've been training myself and Charmander in the forest, and I just came out today. Okay, if you're fine, call your parents later. Well, call laters. By the way, how is Gary? Gary, he's here. After Oki reported his safety to his parents after playing, he went back to his room to rest after eating. This week's field life was really exhausting for Oki. As soon as the nerves that had been tense all the time were relaxed, exhaustion really flooded in like a tide. Oki was still feeling exhausted and went back to his room without even taking the Pokéball. The next day, the biological clock failed to wake up Oki, and he slept until almost noon before coming out of the room. In the hall, Nurse Joy was still busy at the counter, and Oki was holding his Pokédex to get back his Pokéball. Hi, Nurse Joy, I'm here to get my Pokéball. Oki writes. Here you are, they have returned to the best contest condition. Thanks, Nurse Joy. May I ask, where is the mall in Takiwa? Oh, you go out and turn right and then. Yours here. Okay, thank you. After saying goodbye to Joy, Oki went straight to the shopping mall. After all, the supplies were basically exhausted in the forest. After arriving at the shopping mall to replenish all the things he needed, Oki suddenly found that someone was engaged in a Pokémon duel below. Nidorino used the poison barbs. Sandshrew Dig, rollout rush. Actually, he wanted to use Dig. Originally, Dig could avoid the poison barb attack very well, but here is the square. Using Dig once will make you cry. Oki saw this scene. Laughed very unkindly. The battle ended quickly, and the Sandshrew was unfortunately poisoned, because it was just a simple exchange, so there was no need to work hard. Maybe the wild is different. Not everyone is from a big family, and the consumption of training Pokémon is questionable. The problem is actually the reason why there are not so many trainers. Most trainers are limited by funds, resulting in slow improvement of Pokémon's strength and even permanent regrets due to some financial problems, resulting in the fact that Pokémon's strength cannot be improved for a lifetime. Pokémon training needs to supplement nutrition and energy. Potion needs to be healed after the battle, antidote potion is needed after being poisoned, etc. So, although the number of ordinary trainers is far more than that of family trainers, it is completely reversed after reaching the elite level up. After laughing, Oki planned to go back and had no intention of participating here at all. It's a pity that the laughter just now seemed to stimulate someone's fragile nerves, and Oki was called back just after walking a few meters. Boy, did you just come out, is it funny? It's true that I just came out for a trip. Well, it's not funny, it's as funny as normal. For this idiot who just lost a game and wanted to get back by himself, Oki didn't intend to spoil him. Damn it, you be asterisk 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 D, there's a chance of a duel. I'll give you some pointers, rookie, the passerby said with a taunt look on his face. Okay, come on. Oki thought about testing Charmander's training results and by the way let this passerby wake up. Hearing that there was another duel, an open space was quickly vacated around, and everyone else stood in a circle with amused faces. It seems that the habit of watching the excitement is really not unique to the people of the Celestial Dynasty. Loki thought so, come out Charmander. Oh, you're still a young man, I'll teach you, come out Pinsir. Seeing Oki release the Charmander, Passerby A's face became even more ferocious. Charmander's royal family, but the family is 2 years after the birth of the child. Pay 100,000 yuan to the Alliance every year to get an Earl Dervish Pokémon before you go on a tour. Sometimes the expensive ones are not necessarily the best, but as far as Earl Dervish Pokémon is concerned, the 3 royal Pokémon in each region are really the best Earl Dervish Pokémon. The Usangia issued by Alliance every year are all selected, in terms of qualifications. At least the green level. In the case that the yellow color level qualifications are very rare, the green qualifications can always be the main force. The green aptitude Pokémon in the hands of many elite trainers are the main ones, Cyan and above. More came to Breeder as trump card. And the trainer who can get Usangia will get Pokédex, and those who have Pokédex can enjoy 3 years of free treatment and accommodation in the Pokémon Center. So someone from a wild background like Passerby A, who has always felt that they don't have enough funds. From a practical point of view, trainers like Oki are simply RMB players. It's no wonder that Passerby A is in such an atmosphere. Cut, stop talking nonsense and say hello to Charmander Ember. For Passerby A, who doesn't have good conditions, doesn't want to become stronger and is just cynical, Oki feels that there is no need to talk at all. This kind of person is doomed. Achievement will not be high. Pinsir dodged, snipped from the past. Charmander dodges to the right and claws back. Damn it, Pinsir grabs it. This Pinsir was not bad, it directly grabbed Charmander's hand, making the claw attack immediately nullified. Heh, naive Charmander spins with Orberg tail. Charmander's power is still a little weaker, and the power of assist's rotation can only cause a certain amount of damage to Pinsir, and cannot knock it down completely. Oki concluded that the conductor really didn't dare to stop. Although he didn't like Passerby A, Pinsir still had strength, and he hadn't ignored his strength at this stage. Charmander, keep using Ember. Pinsir, hang in there, get out of the way with a hard bang. Oki was dumbfounded when he heard it. It seems that the toughness doesn't have much effect on Ember. Charmander's Ember hadn't stopped, and after spending a week in the forest, Charmander had learned enough to not let his guard down until the enemy was down. Pinsir fell down. Passer A, who thought he was just bullying a rookie, felt that his whole body was not well. Pokémon could not recover from this level of injury. After Oki called Charmander back, he couldn't help throwing the bottle to burn potion when he saw the unloved expression on his face. Huh, use what's your name, I'll give it back to you. My name is Oki, so you don't have to return the medicine. No, I will pay it back and my name is. What's your name? Let's talk about it after you defeat me. That's it. When Passerby A was about to say his name, Oki directly interrupted him. Oki slipped away before Passerby A could react. Looking at Oki's back, Passerby A's eyes seemed to flash the shadow of flames. As for whether he can find Oki and defeat him in the future, it can only depend on fate. Oki went straight back to the Pokémon Center and handed Charmander to Nurse Joy. After all, she is a professional. Night falls. Ling, how far is it? It's 89% complete, the owner is working hard, it will be ready soon. Let's talk, how about Charmander? After a week of actual combat training, Charmander's combat experience and physical fitness have been greatly improved. According to the data, it can be confirmed that Charmander is almost able to break through to the ordinary advanced level. Oh, has it reached this point yet? It seems that the qualifications of the blue are really good. Judging from Oki's happy expression, the beginning and the end are good. By the way, Master, after an analysis, after this week of living in the wild, the spiritual power in your body has been greatly improved. If you use spiritual power to warm and nourish Vulpix, it can greatly shorten its maturation time. This is good news, but can you roughly analyze my trainer level now? According to the data, the trainer level before Elite depends on the strength of all Pokémon. Unfortunately, there is only one ordinary Charmander whose owner is still. You don't need to say anything, I understand, rest and hurry up tomorrow. Oki had probably guessed the meaning of spirit, so he quickly stopped. Okay, good night, master. Good night. The next day, after a good rest, Oki was woken up again by his own biological clock. After packing up his things, Oki went to the counter, took his piquet ball, went through the formalities, and set off for the Viridian Forest. In the Viridian Forest, the Pokémon density is really much higher than that forest. You can see many Pokémon after a few steps, but they are basically Zerg. On the tree in front of you, Beedrills keep coming in and out, and you can vaguely see many iron-shelled insects clinging to the tree. In the forest, the Beedrill group is definitely one of the worst existences to mess with. Oki carefully bypassed the group of Beedrill, trying to find a place where he could set up camp. There are a lot of Pokémon in the forest. Oki wants to stay here until the Ling completes the task, and then subdue a Pokémon before starting again. After coming out for so long, he has not subdued a single Pokémon. It is really quite unwilling. Gary. After searching for a long time, I found a waterfall in the forest. Oki decided to live not far from the waterfall. After all, there must be a lot of Pokémon coming here, so you can get a lot of information. Find a suitable flat place. Before setting up the tent, Oki released the Vulpix that had been holding back for a long time to get some air. He released it in the Pokémon Center for a while. Because the communication between the Kanto region and the Alola region is quite small, probably not many if you know the little guy. It will be troublesome if you treat it as a flash Pokémon, but it is a Pokémon that is as precious and powerful as a Quasi-God. In case of being targeted, although those powerful people will give the Oak family face. But there will always be ordinary trainers or outlaws who don't know who dare to take risks, and then I will probably have to trouble Golem again. After all, it is not his own Pokémon. Oki instinctively does not want to use this bodyguard. As soon as the little guy came out of the baby ball, he jumped into Oki's arms. There were still tears in his big eyes. After all, he was still a child. Oki had to coax the little guy to calm down. Okay, little guy, let's play with Charmander first, I have something to do. Vulpix nodded sensibly and went to find Charmander. Charmander, who was on guard, also took care of little Vulpix like an older brother. Originally, Oki was worried that they would fight. After all, water and fire are incompatible, and ice and fire are similar. Fortunately, maybe it was because of Charmander's company when Vulpix was born, or maybe because of other reasons, little Vulpix liked to follow Charmander. In the next few days, Oki stayed by the waterfall, observing all kinds of Pokémon, while looking for Pokémon that were alone or living alone with Charmander, improving himself in the battle, and little Vulpix stayed in Oak all the time. Next to Yi, although it is not suitable for fighting at this stage, it is quite good to let it feel the atmosphere of fighting. After a few days like this, on the 6th day in the Viridian Forest, the spirit finally told Oki that the mission was completed. Great, let's complete Task 2 with all our strength now. And let's talk about Task 3 when we have a chance to get the spirit guiding art from other special families. Okay, Master. Charmander data can be projected directly on your retina. Is it projected? Yes, Oki really couldn't wait to know the fruit of the spirit. Charmander. Gender male. Qualification blue. Strength level ordinary advanced. Drix. Ember Claw Howl Orberg Tail Face of Fear. Why is that all? Can't you analyze ability or something? Oki was still a little dissatisfied, feeling that the information was not comprehensive. Ability has insufficient data at this stage to analyze. Okay, I'll talk about that later. Test Vulpix for me. Vulpix. Gender female. Qualification green developing and growing. Strength level ordinary low level. Draco. What's going on with Vulpix? Is the trick now missing or can't be analyzed? Does qualification mean that it will grow? According to the analysis at this stage, Vulpix's strength is not yet stable, and his unique skills are not yet fixed. Qualification this is because it has not yet matured, and there is a great possibility of growth. Well, okay, if that's the case, forget it. During this period of time, I have been using spiritual power to nourish it and promote its growth. Ling, can you detect the time it takes for it to mature? Okay, according to the analysis, it takes 15 days for Vulpix to develop normally and 10 days for accelerated warming. Okay then, it's time to show the real skills. Now let's go and find high-quality Pokémon. Now that the spirit can detect the qualifications, it's time to increase the team members. In the evening, Oak Yi returned to the camp with a depressed face. Facts once again proved the scarcity of high-quality Pokémon. After searching for a day, he found that the highest quality Pokémon was a green quality Butterfree. Oki is also very helpless. Although there is a cheating tool of spirit, there is still nothing that should not be there. In fact, many people want to have green qualifications, but Oki now has a spirit and can cheat. Seeing Pokémon's aptitude, he came up with a bold idea. The team must have at least Cyan aptitude, which can have high aptitude Pokémon. Unless necessary, Oak doesn't plan to spend a lot of time to breeder a low aptitude. On the 7th day in Viridian Forest, Oak continued to go out to find the right Pokémon. From the morning until the afternoon, when Oki was sitting on a rock tiredly and almost gave up, an Ekans suddenly rushed out from behind him, trying to launch a binding attack on Oki. But used by the always vigilant Charmander. Orberg's tail whipped out. Oki reacted and looked at the Ekans that was trying to eat him. I don't know if it's because of the dizziness or too much covets high-quality Pokémon. Oki thinks that the size of this Ekans is larger than that of normal. In the wild, due to the law of the jungle, the stronger Pokémon eat more and grow better. Therefore, most trainers do not have cheating devices such as spirits, and can only judge Pokémon's qualifications based on their body size. Of course, this method, it's not absolute. After all, there are always some places where food resources are more abundant, or they may become fat after drinking water like some human beings. After all, there are all kinds of wonders in the world. Ling, look at this Ekans, I feel like this is what I'm looking for. Ekans, gender male, qualification green, strength level ordinary advanced. Trix Ling, how are you? This Ekans is still growing. No, things like Trix must be the owner's Pokémon to detect, because they have the owner's spiritual power in their bodies. So the unfamiliar Pokémon is not enough. Forget it, the most important thing is to have it. Oki is a bit regretful, but to be honest, this is acceptable. If you can even analyze the unique moves of the unfamiliar Pokémon, then you are really in trouble. After cheating, wouldn't it be much easier to fight with others in the future? Charmander rushed to use Sharp Claws. Ember was originally more suitable, but in the current environment, using Ember is easy to cause fire and there is no water Pokémon. If it is really ignited, something big will happen. Charmander rushed towards Ekans with a cold hand and swung his paw. This Ekans is not a high-quality Pokémon and has good combat experience. Its body stood upright, but it only bent the part that might be hit by Charmander and directly. Make Charmander's attack smack down empty. Take advantage of the trend and launch a bite attack like Charmander. Charmander Orberg Tail. Charmander is not a newcomer who has just left the town, and the power of assist's body rotation directly hits Orberg's tail. Charmander hit Ekans directly on the head with an Orberg-colored tail. Judging from the movement of Ekans' head shaking, it is estimated that the injury was not serious, he must have been knocked out directly. Seeing Ekans shaking his head to relieve his dizziness, Oki gestured for Charmander to wait. After all, I want to tame this Ekans now, and I must beat it to be convinced, so that I will obey my orders in the future and at the same time be able to establish the captain position of Charmander. That's right, Oki wants Charmander to be the captain of his Pokémon team, so that he can help manage the Pokémon team by himself in the future, and he can save himself a little worry. After Ekans came back to his senses and saw that Charmander had no other actions on the sidelines, Ekans made Oki feel even colder, probably because his self-esteem was stimulated. But Oki feels it is a good thing. After all, rage can stimulate its potential, and it can also let Oki better understand the situation of this Ekans. Anyway, Oki is determined to win this Ekans. After looking at the situation roughly, Ekans launched a poison barb attack on Charmander, and the fierce poison barb flew towards Charmander in an instant. Charmander, dodge and charge Ember. After dodging to the right, Charmander charged directly at Ekans, intending to use Ember at close range on Ekans. But Ekans gave Oki a surprise by using Orberg's tail and directly whipping Charmander away. Inherited skills, Ling, add this together to improve the analysis data in the future. It is not an easy task for Pokémon of different attributes to learn the tricks of other departments. Without coaching, Oki does not believe that Ekans can learn this. But Ekans in the wild cannot have coaching from other Pokémon. There is only one possibility, and that is genetic skills. After Charmander was drawn out, although he would not lose his fighting ability, after all, he was hit by Orberg's tail head-on and injuries were unavoidable. This further reminded Oki that he still has many shortcomings. After eating the unique move of Orberg's tail head-on, Oki already felt that Charmander's physical strength had seriously declined, so he could only seize the last chance to defeat Ekans with a fatal move. Charmander rushed forward and attacked with the most powerful claws. After Charmander rushed over, Ekans seemed to be planning to end the fight. and after a simple stockpile, he launched an Iron Head attack directly at Charmander. Claws and Iron Head attacks collided directly, and Charmander was obviously invincible to Charmander. Being blocked by Ekans has been backing away. Charmander used the claw with the other hand. Oki ordered decisively when he saw Charmander's situation. Charmander's other paw swung fiercely at Ekans' mouth. Ekans obviously didn't expect such a blow and was hit hard by the sharp claw. When Ekans wanted struggle to stand up, Charmander made it up again. A blow to Orberg's tail which completely knocked him out. Seeing this, Oki quickly threw out the Piquet ball. The Piquet ball hit Ekans and took it in. It should be the reason for being knocked out. There was no trace of struggle's containment success. Ha 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 ha, yes, yes. After seeing the successful conquest, Oak breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help laughing a few times with joy. After all, it was the first time he had conquered Pokémon. But after laughing, he didn't forget his duty, picked up the Piquet ball and ran to Charmander. Carefully inspected its injury, and after finding nothing serious, he simply bandaged it. Then he picked up Charmander and walked towards the camp, intending to make a good meal tonight and reward his hero. When they arrived at the camp, Oki first put Charmander aside to let him rest, and then released Vulpix as a guard. When I was making dinner by myself, I didn't have the energy to guard the surrounding situation. Fortunately, although Vulpix hadn't fought in this period of time, it was able to stand alone for other tasks such as vigilance. After dinner was ready, Charmander's physical strength was almost recovered. Oki threw a Piquet ball and Ekans appeared in the open space. After waking up, Ekans immediately put on a vigilant posture, saw that it was Oki but did not attack again and directly ignored Vulpix, looking at him and Charmander coldly. Ekans, you have been defeated by me. I think you know what it means. If you agree to be my partner, come and eat your food. If you don't want to, then wait until you recover from your injuries. I will beat you until you accept me as a trainer. After hearing Oki's words, Ekans twisted directly in front of Oki and stared into Oki's eyes. Oki also stared straight into Ekans' eyes, prevent the surprise attack of Ekans. A minute later, probably in recognition of the courage of the man in front of him, Ekans went to the food that Oki had prepared for him and slowly began to eat. Oki also started to laugh when he saw this situation. Ekans was eating the food he had prepared, which already meant that he recognized himself. Oki knelt down and touched Ekans' head and said, Ekans, don't worry, you will not regret today. We will slowly become stronger together and give our voice to the world. Although Ekans was not used to Oki's touch, he didn't directly express the intention of refusing. Seeing this, Oki knew that it was too late, and these things could only be done slowly, so he stood up and said to Charmander and Vulpix, Eat, we will be partners together from now on, we must get along well. Charmander must be good. Captain O, the two Pokémon answered and said to enjoy their dinner. After taking everyone to eat and play and pack up their things, Oki watched Charmander clumsily introducing Ekans and Vulpix, and called Ling. Ekans' information was displayed. Ekans, gender male, qualification green. Strength level ordinary advanced. Tricks Iron Head, Poison Barb, Bite, Bind, Orberg Tail, Fear Face. Looking at Ekans' profile, Oki was really surprised. I didn't expect it to have a trick that didn't work. This proves that the qualification of this Ekans is really good. In the past few days in the Viridian Forest, the harvest is really great. Oki feels that it is time to continue to set off. Now even the lost Masters of Ash have already made it ahead of themselves. After Charmander and the others were basically familiar with them, Oki informed them of their decision to continue setting off tomorrow, assigned them a night watch task, and went back to the tent to rest. On the 8th day in the Viridian Forest, Oki simply packed up and set off for Nibai City with Charmander and the others. Maybe the forest is too big. Oki didn't reach the mountain outside Nibai City until dusk, which is the same as the place where Ash and the others left the forest in the original book, except that Zyoging's father didn't sell stones here. Walk directly to the Pokémon Center according to the map route, and after handing over the Pokémon except Ekans to Joy, Oki walked to the phone and called Professor Oak. And Oki wanted to confirm something. Beepa beepa. Zyoya, where are you now? Have you subdued Pokémon? Gary has sent more than a dozen of them back. Professor Oak couldn't help asking after seeing Oki. Grandpa, I have just arrived in Nibai City. As for Pokémon, I have only subdued one Ekans so far. According to my judgment, the aptitude is quite high. I plan to take the elite route, so it is estimated that no Pokémon will be passed back in a short time. Oh, all right. You decide for yourself, you must pay attention to safety outside anyway. Is that Ekans highly qualified? How about sending it back and I'll check it for you? That's what I think. Although I know it is very talented, I still want to see how talented it is. I have a spirit. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Oki does not intend to tell Professor Oak and them. Okay, then send it back, and you will know the result tomorrow morning. Just let me see how good you have been picking Pokémon for so long. The Pokéball teleports directly to Professor Oak's laboratory as Spark flashes by. Zioyi, I received it here. I will call you tomorrow morning to tell you the result, that's it. In Oak's helpless face, Professor Oak hung up the phone immediately after speaking quickly. Knowing that his grandson was fine, the soul of Professor Oak's researcher broke out completely, and he didn't want to waste extra time chatting at all. Oak dialed the home phone again. Beepa beepa. After the call was connected, there was no sound, and no one could be seen on the screen, but the phone was floating in the air. Jenger, is it you? What about my mother and them? Oki is completely immune to this situation because he knows that his mother has a dog that Jenger has been stalking for contest condition, and this is the case for several calls. After Oki finished speaking, a figure of black appeared on the screen. Seeing that mischievous smile, Oki felt quite kind because before he came to Professor Oak's laboratory, all members of his family were. This Jenger accompanies me and Gary. It can be said that it is the nanny of me and Gary when I was a child. It seems that all ghost-type Pokémon like to be funny. I saw Jenger taking a bath with a funny face, and from time to time he used his own power to create illusions to increase his persuasiveness. Are you taking a shower? Oak asked. On the other side of the screen, Jenger happily nodded his big head which was attached to his body. Okay, how are you lately? How about I go back to see you after my trip? You didn't come last time my mom came to my birthday. In this world, it's hard not to treat Pokémon treated as human beings because they, with intelligence no less than that of human beings. The most exaggerated thing is that Malamar in the original Kalos region can act as a villain in an attempt to rule the world, which is really awesome. After chatting with Jenger for a while, Oak's mother Ariel's voice came on the phone. Jenger, who are you chatting with so happily? Ariel asked as she rubbed her hair. Mom, it's me. I'm in Nibai City and I'm going to challenge Nibai Gym tomorrow. Oh Zioyi, you're finally out of the forest. I thought you'd stay in there for a month or two. Although it was a teasing tone, Oki could still see her worry and concern for herself from her eyes. Joy, well mom, how are you guys doing? There is no need to talk about some things. Oki changed the subject and chatted with Ariel about other things, trying to make his mother as calm as possible. Have fun. After chatting for a long time, Oki hung up the phone and returned to the counter, took the Pokémon Pokédex to retrieve his Pokéball, and then returned to the room. He was going to prepare for tomorrow's battle. The next morning after breakfast, Oki called Professor Oak. Whether the analysis of Ling was accurate or not, the result would be seen immediately. Hey Zioyi, the results are out, your Ekans is indeed very good, the qualification is at the Cyan level, and the contest condition has also recovered very well. You will definitely win today's gymnasium competition. Professor Ogtob. 2 dark circles came out, it seems that last night did not stay up late. Well, thank you Grandpa, but you stayed up late last night, didn't you? Ha, it's okay, after checking your Ekans last night, I discussed some academic issues with Professor Birch. Hey, you should also pay attention to rest. Okay, Grandpa, you pass Ekans over and go to rest. Okay, you can accept it over there. A flash of light flashed, and the Pokéball appeared in front of Oki. Okay, Grandpa, I received it, you go and have a rest. Okay, that's it, Professor Oak called yawn and hung up the phone. After finishing the call and going through various formalities, Oki took Ekans' Pokéball and set off in the direction of Nibai Gym. After walking for a while according to the map, Oak finally arrived at the gate of Nibai Gymnasium. It's one thing to watch it in the animation, but it's another thing to see it directly now. Although the Nibai Gymnasium of the Rock series looks like a big rock in appearance, you can feel the momentum when you stand at the door. An unshakable momentum like a rock. It seems that a lot of thought was spent on the construction. After all, it is one of the 8 great avenues in Kanto. Nibai City in front of Nibai Gymnasium. After Oak, he took a deep breath. He was about to open the door to enter when he was stopped by an uncle wearing a red hat. Nibai stands for gray, the color of stones. This city has been famous for its stones since ancient times. My name is Flint, boy, do you want to buy stones for kimchi? Before Oki opened his mouth, this uncle who looked like Zio Gang at once. He babbled and said a lot. Oki looked at the uncle helplessly. Uncle Flint, right? I'm here to challenge the gym, is it really okay for you to do this? Oh, are you here to challenge the gym? I thought you were here to buy stones, professional habits, sorry. Come with me. Entering the gymnasium, the uncle disappeared in front of Oki. Oki walked forward for a while and stopped immediately when he saw white stripes on the ground and said silently in his heart, Uncle Flint, please start your performance. Before the words in his heart fell, Oki was on the high platform in front of him, and a light shone directly on Flint who was sitting cross-legged on it. Young boy who came to challenge the gym, is this your first time to compete in the gym? The competition in the gym is very different from the small battle on the side of the road. It is an official competition of the Pokémon Alliance and there are rules. Are you sure you want to fight? Challenge. Yes, I'm sure, Oki replied seriously. However, I complained in my heart. Uncle, the pretense routine of your gymnasium is fixed, right? Isn't this the same as Zyoging? Well, there are only 2 Pokémon to use, you know. Let's start if you know. Seeing Oki nodding, Flint snapped his fingers handsomely and the playing field next to him began to close. After the field was ready, Flint landed on the edge of the field with a quick reflex. Next to him was a child who was a shrunken version of Zyoging and came out with 2 flags to act as a referee. Watching all this silently, Oki almost couldn't help clapping his hands and applauding. I'm convinced of this be pretending. Ling, ready. Both parties please prepare and start. Oki and Flint threw out Piquet balls at the same time as the child who didn't know who was Zyoging's younger brother gave an order. A white light flashed and Geodude and Ekans appeared on the field. Actually, you can look at my Pokémon first and then decide to send that Pokémon out, but since that's already the case, you go first, Flint said generously. Then I won't be polite. Ekans uses Poison Barb to attack. After this time, Oki already knew the strength level of the Geodude on the opposite side. It was ordinary and advanced, and it seemed that the next one should be an elite junior. In fact, Flint saw that Oki was challenging the gym for the first time, and the water had already been released. Otherwise, the first one should be the elite level. After all, not everyone is Ash who has such a good popularity. One of the 8 avenues of alliance is not a boast. Geodude, rollout rush over. After receiving the order, Geodude swarmed directly towards Ekans' direction rollout, and the poison barb hit it and was directly ejected. Ekans, get ready, it's the tale of Orberg now. Just before coming to the gym, Oki and Ekans talked about the solution, and Ekans did not disappoint Oki. When Geodude came over, Assist Snake body advantage was flexible. He dodged, and while dodging, he slammed his Orberg tail directly at Geodude. Geodude couldn't control his own speed and flew out, and finally hit Rock, which seemed to have received a lot of damage. Geodude, hold on, encore rollout. Be careful, Ekans. Oki concentrated on his preparations. He didn't believe that Flint would be hit by the same move, and there must be other moves to use rollout. As Geodude approached, Ekans' tail also began to glow Orberg, ready to give Geodude another shot. That's when Geodude rollout approached Ekans. Geodude shock. What? Then use the Orberg tail with all your strength. Now that the distance is so close, it is too late to avoid Geodude's impact. Oki decided to fight with all his strength. After all, Geodude has already eaten an Orberg tail. Ekans still has the upper hand physically. Pong! Orberg's tail and the back of Geodude rollout slammed into each other violently, stirring up a big cloud of dust. When the dust cleared, Geodude was already lying on the ground with his eyes swirling. And Ekans, though not lying down. He was also out of breath and seemed to be exhausted. Young man, not bad. You gave me a surprise, let's see if I can beat this one. Come out, Onyx. Ling, give me information about Onyx. Onyx, elite low class. Speculate possible tricks based on strength. Mud sport, hard bang, bind, shock. Okay, Ekans is afraid of Yan first. The elite and low-level Onyx is not something that Oki Pokémon can solve at this time, so Oki launched an attack first when Onyx had just entered the field. The world of Pokémon is really wonderful. Ekans' fear face directly made Onyx enter the fearful contest condition. As a Pokémon as a gym trainer, although it was used as a gym to test a breeder, Onyx quickly came back to his senses. Rage yelled at Ekans. Onyx had little time to get into the dreaded contest condition, but it was enough time for Ekans to deliver his all-out blow. Ekans, bet all your strength, Iron Head. Oki didn't think that he could defeat Onyx with Ekans, he just wanted it to consume Onyx's physical strength as much as possible and create opportunities for Charmander. But Onyx is worthy of being an elite and low-level existence. He reacted in the shortest time and used an impact trick in the direction of Ekans, hitting Ekans before Ekans' trick hit. Ekans, come back. Although very unwilling, but Ekans' failure is a foregone conclusion, Oki can only take out the Piquet ball to take back Ekans. This is going to be troublesome, Charmander, you have to work hard. Onyx's strength made Oki feel like a drum, but surrendering without a fight is not his style, and it's not like there is no chance at all. Haha, boy, in front of real strength, those little nasty plots won't work, but you are still pretty good, tell me your name. My name is Oki, and I will definitely beat you. Charmander, come on, Oki responded and released Charmander. Onyx impact trick. Flint seemed to be quite happy, although Oki didn't know what to be happy about. Charmander jumps up, gets on its back and uses Orberg tail against its head. Onyx rushed towards Charmander with great momentum, but when the gas was about to hit him, Charmander jumped on its head with agility and hit it hard with the Orberg tail. And then the reaction force jumps away. A vain attempt by Onyx to hit the ground against Charmander. Onyx, use dig, Flint ordered to Onyx. Onyx quickly got into the ground and Charmander was a little flustered for a while, feeling that there seemed to be danger in all directions, but the role of trainer was manifested at this time. Charmander, stand on top of the rock. Oki decided to take advantage of so many rocks on the field. Standing on the rock can give Charmander a little time to react when Onyx attacks. Sure enough, Onyx chose the most direct attack from below Charmander, and the rock on which Charmander was standing shattered instantly. However, Charmander also got a little time to react, and directly jumped on Onyx's head with the help of rock. Charmander used Ember on Onyx's eye. Ember hit Onyx directly in the eye, and the severe pain caused Onyx to shake his head constantly, trying to throw Charmander off. Charmander hold the horns on its head tightly, and then the continuous Orberg tail. Under the huge gap in strength and physical strength, Oki can only use this method to consume Onyx's physical strength. After a couple of Orberg tail hits, Charmander was thrown off, but Onyx still took a fair amount of damage and was starting to breathe a little. Onyx, 11 o'clock, swiping Orberg's tail. Charmander avoided. Onyx's huge body made the attack range of Orberg's tail much wider, and it was very difficult for Charmander to dodge. Charmander, use the rock behind you as a springboard to jump onto it. The Charmander assist rock jumped onto Onyx's tail and kept running towards its head. Now full Orberg tail. Oki ordered decisively when Charmander approached Onyx's head. Charmander's tail whipped directly on Onyx's head and Onyx fell down with a howl but was still struggling as if he could get up again. Wait, I admit defeats. Based on the principle of taking advantage of your illness to kill you, Oki wanted to ask Charmander to step forward to make up another sharp claw attack. Otherwise, with Charmander's physical strength, Onyx might not have the strength to do it again after standing up again. But just as Oki was about to give the order, Flint conceded. Why? Onyx should be able to fight again, right? Oak asked, puzzled. I've said it all, this is a gymnasium competition. It's to select qualified and potential trainers so that they can shine in the Alliance Conference. It's not just for winning. You don't think they are my main Pokémon, do you? What's more, if you add another trick, Onyx will almost lose his fighting power, so there is no need to let it suffer unnecessary damage. Explained Flint. Okay, Oki, this is Stone Badge, you take it and go. I should go home and cook, and I have children at home. Flint took back the Onyx, gave the badge, and started chasing people away. Good father, look. It seems that he wants to make up for the previous debt. Oki, who got the Stone Badge, also happily returned to the Pokémon Center, preparing for the next day's trip. After all, this is the first badge, and he has to continue to work hard for more badges. Oki, who got the badge, set off for the next destination in the morning, Cerulean City. I don't know whether to say that the ecology of the Pokémon world is too good or what. Oki, who left Nibai City, walked into the forest again. On the road, Oki kept observing the Pokémon that appeared in front of him, trying to find a suitable partner. The result is obvious. The probability of meeting a high-quality Pokémon walking on the side of the road is too small unless you are Ash. After walking for a long time, Oak escaped to the entrance of MT, Moon. Although there is another way to go directly, Oki still chooses to enter the cave. What if he can find a suitable Pokémon inside? Entering the cave, it was pitch black, and Oak had to release Charmander so he could see his surroundings. At the same time, Oki also released Ekans, who is more suitable for this environment and wants him to be in charge of vigilance. Come out, Charmander Ekans. Charmander, you are in charge of leading the way. If Ekans wrap around me and take charge of guarding. Charmander nodded and walked to the front. Although Ekans didn't quite understand the reason, he was still wrapped around Oki, ready to deal with any emergencies. After walking for a while, suddenly some voices came from ahead, which sounded like the voice of the Zubat group. Both Charmander and Ekans were on guard, and if they met a suitable one, Oki would not mind taking one in. The voices were getting closer. Charmander will take care of them, and Ekans will take care of the fish that slip through the net. Since the number is not too large, Oki directly asked Charmander to launch an attack. When the battle was over, there were more than a dozen Zubats lying on the ground. Oki took a look and found that the two Pokémon were well measured and the Zubats were fine. It's just that Oki had to consider a problem. The light from Charmander's tail was too conspicuous in this dark cave, and it would easily cause many unnecessary troubles. After thinking for a while, Oki dug out a night vision goggles from his backpack that he bought a few years ago. At that time, he saw that the technology in the Pokémon world was much more advanced than the original Earth. Inside the backpack, I found it, it's quite clear. Oki, who found the night vision glasses, put them on and looked to the side. Then he said to Charmander, Charmander, come back first, I won't need you this time. Ling, what's the result? Oki asked Ling after putting away the Charmander and putting on the night vision glasses. Master, it's a pity none of them meet your standards. No way, let's keep going. Oki wore night vision glasses and wrapped Ekans around his body and continued to set off towards the other end of the cave. Unfortunately, until walking out of the cave, Oak met a series of Pokémon such as Zubat, Sandshrew, Paras, etc., but none of them met the standard. Walking out of the cave for a while, Oki came to a fork in the road. There was a road sign beside the road, and there was a message on it. It seemed to be the same as in the original animation. Gary walked in front and left a message for Ash. It's just that the above content is different. It seems that because of my appearance there has been a little change. Here's what the sign says. Gary passed by. Ash is a big idiot. Brother, you are too slow. I will definitely beat you next time we meet. Ha ha ha, this kid is really. Oki smiled helplessly. However, I will still win the next time we meet. Who made me your brother? The incident on the side of the road did not affect Oki at all, and he set off in the direction of Cerulean City. The journey was long, and Okiat did not reach Cerulean City until evening. The Cerulean City is still bustling at night. Oki did not go to the Pokémon Center but went directly to the Cerulean Gym. The Cerulean Gymnasium can be elected as one of the 8 avenues in the Kanto region, and the previous strength is still very strong. However, the previous gym owner, the father of the 4 Misty Sisters, took his beloved wife on a walk-and-go trip, and the gym was directly handed over to his daughters. It's a pity that people are different and everyone has their own way of life. Not everyone likes to be a trainer. The 3 Cerulean sisters have no interest in Pokémon battles at all, and Misty is just too young to be the owner. As a result, the strength of the Cerulean Gymnasium has shrunk seriously, and now it even has the reputation of the gymnasium that is easiest to get badge. If it weren't for the face of the previous owner, the Cerulean Gymnasium would have been revoked long ago. Looking at the gymnasium in front of him, which looks more like a performance hall than a gymnasium, Oki sighed and walked in directly. Walking into the gymnasium, a lot of people appeared in front of it, and the staff told Oki that the performance was over. Please go early tomorrow. Oki helplessly explained to the man for a long time before he realized that he was here to challenge the gym. Under the leadership of the staff, Oki found the 3 Cerulean sisters. After explaining their intentions, the 3 sisters agreed to hold the gym challenge now, and the original words are as follows. Ah, we have performances tomorrow morning and afternoon. By Violet. No way, who let us be the owner of the museum? By Sakura. Let's do it now, don't delay tomorrow's performance. By Lily. That's it, by Violet. Lily. Just like that, Oki stood on the stage speechless. The blonde-haired Sakura directly assumed the responsibility of the referee. Please prepare for both sides of the battle. The rule is 1v1 battle. Whichever Pokémon falls is the loser. Seeking, come out. The blue-haired Violet was in charge of the fight. Ekans, it's up to you. Oki chose Ekans to play this game. After all, it is a water venue and Charmander is not suitable yet. Ling, tell me the information about this Seeking. Seeking, normal intermediate. Oki was also taken aback knowing that the 3 Cerulean sisters don't like to fight, but they didn't expect it to be so sloppy. The battle begins. With Sakura's order, the battle began. Seeking, use horn attack. The horn on Seeking's head slammed into Ekans with a white light. Ekans, get into the water and use the binding attack. Although Seeking's strength is still average, Oki still intends to fight with all his strength before the battle is over. Seeking's horn attack fell through as Ekans entered the water, and Ekans' lashing attack awaited. Supersonic. Ekans, use Poison Barb to attack. Oki ordered quickly when Violet gave the order. Poison Barb hit Seeking quickly and Supersonic's trick was interrupted. Orberg Tail. With a command, Ekans directly sent Seeking flying with the Orberg Tail. Seeking flew out and floated on the water surface with whirlpools, and Violet on the opposite side had to thin it back. The battle is over, the challenger wins. Sakura announced after seeing the result of the battle. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Oki always felt that there was a strong sense of joy in her voice. Lily among the 3 sisters handed the badge to Oki, but when Oki got the badge, it felt unreal. In comparison, this time the badge is too easy. Looking at this Cerulean gym that was about to be removed from the 8th gym, Oki sighed and left. It's hard for an honest official to decide on housework, and Oki can't take care of other people's affairs, so he can only bring his Pokémon to the Pokémon Center. At this time, there was no one in the Pokémon Center, so Oki checked in directly and then walked into the room after handing Ekans' Piquet Ball to Joy. Entering the room, Oak released Charmander and Vulpix. After such a long time, Vulpix seems to have played a lot more than before, and it is estimated that it is ready for basic training. Ling, give me the information about Vulpix. Vulpix, gender female. Qualification green. Strength ordinary low level. Tricks powered snow tail whip roar. Oki was very happy looking at Vulpix's information, and now he finally has another combat power. Vulpix saw his trainer smiling. Although he didn't know why, he still felt very happy. His eyes were like crescent moons, make Oki cute. Vulpix, starting from tomorrow you can start training too, Oki said, picking up Vulpix. Hearing that I can also train, I can help Oak, and Vulpix seemed very happy, running up and down on the bed. Seeing the happy look of Vulpix, Oki felt very sorry. During this time, Oki has been training Charmander and the others. Care less about Vulpix. Seeing how happy it is now, Oki decided to make amends when he realized his mistakes and spend as much time with him as possible in the future. After all, Vulpix was born less than a month ago. After a day's driving, Oki finished packing and went to rest. He didn't take Charmander and Vulpix back tonight, letting them lie on the bed rest with him. Fortunately, the flame on Charmander's tail is just a symbol of vitality. As long as they don't want to, the flame will not ignite anything, probably like the flame of Ponyta. Oki gradually fell asleep, with Charmander and Vulpix next to him tightly. If the intimacy between Pokémon and trainer can be expressed by data, then tonight, the intimacy between Oki and his two Pokémon spend. The data must be soaring. It was late at night, and the moonlight passed through the window and shone on Oki and the others. Everything seemed so wonderful and harmonious. On the way to Vermilion City, Oki took Charmander and Vulpix to train while driving. I saw that Charmander and Vulpix were attacking each other with unique moves, and at the same time avoiding each other's attacks and moving forward, while Oki ran beside them, and at the same time gave orders or corrected their mistakes inadvertently. Oki doesn't even want to waste the time on the road now. Just for safety, let Ekans stay in the Pokeball in case there is no power when an accident happens, so let them take turns to rest. Charmander uses Ember and Vulpix dodges, you all run for me. Just as Oki issued an order to the two Pokémon, Charmander's unique move changed, and the Ember from Charmander's mouth gradually continued. Together, they finally became a pillar of fire. This is Flamethrower, Oki looked at Charmander in surprise. After training for so long, Oki was really surprised to have this harvest. Ling, give me information about Charmander. A Charmander. Gender. Male. Qualification blue. Strength ordinary advanced. Moves Ember Claw Howl Orberg Tail Fear Face Flamethrower. Sure enough, have you learned Flamethrower yet? It seems that we are one step closer to evolution. Looking at the information given by Ling, Oki thought silently. When Oki came back to his senses, Charmander and Vulpix looked worriedly in front of it. It seemed that Oki stood there blankly, making the two Pokémon very worried. I'm sorry, I was thinking about something just now. Charmander, you have already learned the ultimate move of Flamethrower, and you should practice this ultimate move first. For Vulpix, you must pay attention to avoiding it. The attack surface of Flamethrower is not comparable to that of Ember. Oki knelt down and touched the two Pokémon and said, for the next journey, Oki and the others are still training, but it is enough to change candidates for a few rests in the middle. Fortunately, Oki is a spirited trainer, and his physical fitness has been strengthened for a long time without knowing it. Otherwise, it might be too much, even though he just followed along and gave some instructions at the same time. At noon, Oki saw an abandoned site which seemed to have been deserted not long ago. There were walls made of trees and a battle platform for fighting. It should be the place where although there is an episode of appearances. But taking Sandshrew as Earl Dervish Pokémon, it should be an ordinary trainer without a doubt. To be able to win 100 games in a row, although most of them are contributed by rookies, it is also considered acceptable for ordinary trainers. After borrowing this place for lunch, by the way, Okyat set off again. Although it is quite novel to be able to encounter the scenes in the animation, it can also bring a little flavor to the journey. It is worth mentioning that during the rush and training in the afternoon, Vulpix and Ekans may have been a little stimulated, and they also learned the tricks of Ice Shard and Glare one after another, which is also a surprise. At night, Oki found a suitable place, and after lighting up Courtney, Oki and the Pokémon sat in front of Courtney and had dinner, when suddenly a bell rang. Oki suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a Pokémon school run by the Pokémon Alliance nearby. The qualifications for the competition. So many children from rich families rush to enter after all. Being able to show their faces in the Alliance competition can make their future resumes look much better. Oki expressed his dislike for those rich kids in that school. They were like playing house. Even Ash, who just came out to travel, could beat the best ones in the school. It can be seen that this school's strength. Alliance and those families are willing to fight and suffer, and those families just want to show their faces, and it will not affect those trainers who are really capable. So Alliance attaches great importance to this kind of business. Oki and the others continued to move forward after a good night's rest. They practiced the way of rushing to let the time pass unknowingly. Oki and the others walked directly to a wild Pokémon center according to the map, because there was no reason to get lost. It seems that I missed the hometown of Pokémon in the original book. After a short rest, Oak continued to set off early in time and did not stop until he encountered a sneak attack from a trainer. What do you mean? Oki was very annoyed by this sudden attack. What do you mean? A rookie who just went out, right? Hand over the Pokémon and everything on your body. A masked guy in front of Oki said. Hee, it's the first time I've met someone who blocked the road, and it's interesting. Oak escaped for so long, maybe because he didn't want to die, so he didn't encounter anything. It's quite novel to encounter a robber now. What nonsense are you kidding over there? Pinsir, come out. The robber was also very annoyed. The prey didn't know the so-called nonsense over there, and he planned to teach the prey a lesson. Pinsir appeared in front of Oki, giving Oki a bad feeling, and he also looked murderous. It should be a Pokémon that has seen blood, but he has a guy like it in his hand. Ekans, come out and let this guy know what a real hunter is. Oak let Ekans out. After Ekans came out, he felt a murderous aura attacking his face. Although Ekans's murderous aura was restrained after being subdued, it was only for Oki and the others. The guy in front of him dared to offend himself, which made Ekans's fierceness explode, intending to give it a deep memory with a murderous look. Ekans, this guy on the other side is going to rob us, teach them a lesson. Looking at his Ekans' murderous look, Oki seemed to see the forest hunter who regarded himself as food again. The robber on the opposite side watched the rookie release a murderous Ekans with a confused face and felt that the robbery seemed a little bit off track. You still dare to resist? It seems that I have to show you how powerful you are. Pinsir, cut it up. The robber seemed to want to strike first. Ekans, rush over and tie up Poison Barb. Oki didn't plan to play with her any longer because the spirit just told Oki that this Pinsir is only of ordinary intermediate strength and the evil spirit on his body seems to have killed someone in his hand. Ekans' speed made Pinsir unable to react in time. Ekans trapped Pinsir and launched a Poison Barb attack. Pinsir fell down immediately, and the guy on the opposite side was limp on the ground, looking at Oki in confusion, seemingly unable to figure it out. He has always only robbed the rookie trainer, but today he saw that Oki seemed to be very rich, so he wanted to finish the last order and change places. He waited for the two Pokémon to collapse from exhaustion before making a move, but unexpectedly the car overturned. Okiat isn't ready to get blood on his hands right now, so having Ekans tie this guy up is like going to the next town. On the way, this guy kept telling Oki about his miserable life experience. But Oki, I didn't listen to it at all, just let him talk and kept walking, no matter what this guy said was true or not. The murderous aura on Pinsir is not something that can be possessed by killing Pokémon. The poor man must have something to hate. Oki, not the virgin. A type of person who has no time to influence him and plans to send Miss Juncha directly. There is always a price to pay for doing something wrong. After walking for a long time, Oki and the others who had no training were much faster and went directly to the next town. There is no gymnasium in this town and they planned to skip it directly, but they still came. When they came to the police station, ordinary policemen saw Ekans walking towards the police station with a man tied up, and they all came out and surrounded Oki. Hello, I'm a trainer who was traveling. I met this guy who robbed me on the way, so I brought him here. This is my Pokémon Pokédex. After Oki finished speaking, they still didn't quite believe it. Only. Get your own Pokémon Pokédex out. Sure enough, the Pokémon Pokédex, which represents the identity of the Alliance, is much more useful than Oki's words. Some of the policemen who saw Pokédex went to call Miss Juncha, and some directly wanted to handcuff the robber, but they didn't receive Oki's order. Ekans looked at them coldly and could only look at Oki helplessly. After Oki nodded, Ekans let go of the prisoner directly, crawled to Oki and stopped. Thank you, Ekans. Oak patted Ekans' head and put it away, and after getting along for so long, Ekans was used to Oki's movements, but he didn't look like he was full of murderous looks just now. It's this guy. You were responsible for the robbery and disappearance of rookie trainer some time ago, right? Just as Oki put away Ekans, Miss Juncha came out and said to the guy who was handcuffed. Thank you, this guy specifically picked rookie trainer. We have been looking for him for a long time. Miss Juncha came over and said to Oki, it's okay, it's just a matter of convenience. Oki nodded to show that he understood, and then he planned to leave and go to the Pokémon Center. It was just that Miss Juncha stopped him and said that he would give him a reward for catching the prisoner. I wanted to go to the Pokémon Center myself, so I dropped him off. After thinking about it, Oki accepted the bonus. Although it was not much, it was his own labor. The police car of Miss Juncha arrived at the Pokémon Center. To be honest, this experience is quite novel. When I came to the center, Miss Juncha went directly to Joy to get 4 Poké balls and opened them. 4 Squirtles appeared in front of Oki. They should be the subordinates of Ash's Squirtle. After asking Miss Juncha, I got them too, same answer. Miss Juncha also asked Oki if he wanted to take one of them to have a look, but Oki refused. Just after looking at it, these four are all green qualifications, which do not meet her own standards. Or let them go to the fire brigade to exert their strength and live a happy life. After staying for one night, Oki headed towards the Bill Lighthouse. There was no training along the way, and he came directly to the beach near the lighthouse. Looking at the saffron-colored beach in front of me, the oak Yixin wall is better than ever, so I immediately decided to stay here for a while. First of all, to solve the problem of accommodation, Oki went directly to the gate of the lighthouse and rang the doorbell. "This is Bill Lighthouse, what can I do for you?" A young voice came from the machine in front of the door. "Hi Bill Professor, my name is Oki and I am the grandson of Professor Oak. I would like to stay with you for a period of time. In return, can I solve the food problem during this period?" Oki moved out of Professor Oak and said, "Oh, Professor Oak's grandson, come in. There's no problem with lodging or something, and it would be best if you can help with cooking." The door opened, and it seemed that Professor Oak's face was really useful. In this way, Oak moved into Bill's lighthouse and made a phone call with Professor Oak to explain the situation. But after Bill Professor appeared on the screen, he was instantly ignored by the two professors. Also, Professor Oak told Oki that Gary had already tamed 45 Pokémon, so no matter how elite the route was, he had to tame 6 Pokémon first. Oki can only say that he must let Professor Oak let him go as soon as possible. I asked Bill Professor and found that the lost trio hadn't arrived yet. It seems that I can also see the charm of the ancient Dragonite. Oki knew that he could not defeat this huge Dragonite, but Oki wanted to take this opportunity to let Charmander see how powerful Pokémon can be, and giving them a lofty goal will help them grow. Besides, Charmander and Ekans are about to evolve when the time comes. Let's not talk about Oki's thoughts for the time being. There should be some time before the arrival of the Ash Trio. The real Pokémon world is more complicated. Those 3 people are going to come here and some of them probably have to wait. On the beach, Oki arranged the training for Charmander and Ekans and took the fishing rod to find a place to fish, and Vulpix followed him. Charmander and Ekans have rich fighting experience. To improve their strength, they need more hard training and fighting. Oki arranged Charmander to stand by the sea and use his unique skills to break up the oncoming waves, while Ekans went to the deepest sea as possible. The place to exercise your body, and by the way, train your tricks to make waves, which complements Charmander's training. And because Vulpix has no combat experience, he brings it with him to fight with the Pokémon he has caught. The increase in combat experience will improve his strength faster, and the caught Pokémon cannot be subdued without fighting to defeat them. The days passed day by day, until the 5th day, Ash and his party finally appeared on the beach. During these 5 days, Charmander and their strength have all improved greatly. From being in a hurry at the beginning, Charmander has been able to calmly use various tricks to deal with the oncoming waves. And after these few days of training, Charmander's tricks have become more comfortable and powerful. According to Ekans, the color of the scales on the body surface is getting darker, and both the speed of action and the speed of tricks have been greatly improved. It seems that it is very effective to go to the sea for a few days to exercise under the pressure of sea water, and the physical fitness has been greatly improved. Physical attack, the trick is also stronger, which can be seen from the stronger and stronger waves it creates. As for Vulpix, there are quite a few Pokémon caught by Oki these days. Although they are not satisfied, Vulpix's combat experience has indeed made great progress, and he can respond well in battle. It seems that his strength has exceeded ordinary low class. These days, both Charmander and Ekans have shown signs of evolution, but Oki let them restrain them, and now is not the time for them to evolve. "Hi brother, you're here too." Although it was far away, Ash was already greeting warmly. "Ash, I've been here for 5 days. Oki said to the panting Ash who ran over, "But I told Professor Oak that you were clearly behind me. How did you run in front of me?" Ash was very puzzled by this. "Oh, you said this. Because I didn't get lost and kept walking the shortest path, so I overtook you." Oki's answer instantly embarrassed Ash's 2 companions who rushed over. "Oh, brother Yi, let me introduce you. These 2 are my companions. This is Misty and this is Zyoging, and this is Pikachu, my first Pokémon. It won't be embarrassing, and I don't know if I don't feel it or just don't understand it." "Hi, my name is Misty." "Hi, my name is Zyoging." "Pikachu." "Hello, my name is Oki." After the 3 introduced themselves to each other, Ash started to show off again, finally won Oki, and Ash did not intend to let go of this rare opportunity. "Brother Yi, you only have these 3 Pokémon now, I already have 7. Ash showed off his belt, and Zyoging and Pikachu looked at him with contempt. "What do you mean?" Ash yelled at the 2 of them, a Pokémon dissatisfied. How many of your 7 Pokémon came here by yourself? Don't you have any idea? Oki completely understood Pokémon's expression. Okay, let's go to the lighthouse first. That's Bill Professor's place. You can stay overnight. Oak eased Ash's embarrassment. After all, he was a little brother raised since childhood. Oh, by the way, Brother Yi, there should be a phone there, right? I'm worried about my Krabby. Ash suddenly remembered something and asked Oki eagerly. Knowing what he was worried about, Oki rolled his eyes at him. How could his grandfather eat the Pokémon that trainer sent? Even though this world seems to have the habit of eating Pokémon, Oki did not eat less when he was a child. This is an unavoidable topic. The meat of Pokémon is rich in spiritual power, and there are too many benefits to eating it, so this kind of behavior cannot be prohibited. When they came to the lighthouse, Oki took them to meet Bill, and Bill Professor directly agreed. Anyway, this place is so big, it is not a problem to live with a few more people, and there are no people here for a long time, so Bill Professor does not dislike it if it is lively. Professor Oak, have you received my Krabby? Seeing that Professor Oak was eating, Ash became even more nervous. Oh, you said your severely stunted Krabby, got it. Professor Oak seemed to want to tease Ash, and after answering, he ate and didn't continue talking. Ah, Professor Oak won't be eaten by you, Ash seemed really anxious. Grandpa, just tell him. Oh, Zioyi, well, I'm not going to tease you, and what's there to eat for your stunted Krabby? Professor Oak said and turned the camera around, revealing the one that Gary tamed, then Ash next to him, Krabby several times bigger. Huh, so big? Ash said with a confused face, the gap is really too big. Hee hee, Ash, you have to work harder. Oh, the tofu is almost boiled, Professor Oak said and turned off the phone. After finishing the call, Ash and his group chatted with Bill Professor again, and somehow they talked about the giant Dragonite. Oh, there is such a miraculous thing, I really hope to see it, Ash said with a look of longing. At this time, Oki almost wanted to yell at Ash, you are really the real son of the world. There was still some time before the evening. Oki went to the beach for training again, and the three of Ash went to clean up the room. After all, it was a room that was not occupied for a long time, so it needed to be tidied up. The room Oki lived in cost him a lot of money, a lot of time. But Ash and the others are here with Zyoging as a competent nanny. Oki doesn't need to cook. He really wants to try Zyoging's cooking skills. He has already praised Zyoging's cooking skills in the animation God. Speaking of which, where there is Ash, there is the Rockets trio. Oki expressed his interest in Meowth, who can only talk, and immediately decided to postpone the training and took his own Pokémon to find the funny trio. I remember that in the Pokémon animation, the trio was sent flying from a cliff. Oki put the Ekans into the sea to find a very strange Pokémon, and those 3 teasers are all talents except for catching Pikachu. They are the same kind of people as Bald Kiang and Big Wolf. Who knows if they will build strange machines to travel in the sea. Oki wanted to meet these 3 people before time traveling, and this time seems to be a good opportunity. Oki took his 3 Pokémon and searched for 2 hours near the lighthouse, but he still couldn't find the 3 people. Could it be said that there was no fate? Ash and the others don't want to see them, but they will always meet without knowing it. Na Yuan, after searching for 2 hours, I couldn't find it, and Oki didn't plan to look for it anymore. The animations of the past life of the 3 people and Ash have never ended, and there will be more opportunities to meet them in the future. Look at the time. Zyoging should have dinner ready. It's time to go back. Dinner is over. After returning to the lighthouse, Oki and the others chatted together after dinner, sharing their own experiences, laughing and laughing for a while, knowing that the voice that Bill Professor played to Oki and them today came from outside. Woo, I'm so lonely, woo. This is. Hearing this voice, Bill Professor stood up excitedly. Is this the unique Pokémon that Bill Professor said? Seeing Bill Professor's excited reaction, Oak asked. Bill Professor just nodded, obviously too excited to speak. Oh, a unique pet Pokémon, I'm excited. The nervous Ash said excitedly. Ash's 2 nanny, Misty and Zyoging also nodded excitedly. A group of people ran to the balcony to listen to the sound of this Pokémon, and Bill Professor released the same growl to try to attract it. Facts have proved that he succeeded, the voice is getting closer, and the group of people is getting more and more excited. But at this time, Normal will have many surprises. I don't know when the Rocket Trio climbed to the cliff near the lighthouse in an attempt to subdue the Dragonite and launched an attack with a rocket launcher. Oki was more curious about how they carried the rocket launcher with them. Although this world is advanced in technology, there are even Piquet balls and space backpacks. But the 3 of them who can take out a lot of things without a backpack really aroused Oki's interest. Dragonite's strength is completely immune to this thing, and it may be the reason why Oki, the butterfly, flapped its wings. Dragonite didn't leave like in the animation but launched an attack directly through the pair of wings that are too small for its size. Hurricane was listed, the power was astonishing. The Rockets trio was directly turned into stars by Whirlwind, and at the same time came What a disgusting feeling. In fact, it is really fortunate that Pokémon are basically kind, otherwise the three of them would not have ended up like this. But thanks to the trio, the dense fog was blown away by Lai Hurricane, and the appearance of the mysterious Pokémon appeared directly in front of a group of people. Dragonite, what a big Dragonite. Everyone except Oki was shocked by Dragonite's huge body. Ling, give me his information. Although Oki was surprised at his size, he had other things to do. Dragonite. Gender, male. Qualification, gold. Strength, insufficient information. Drick, why can't the strength of Dragonite be detected? The data should be enough to detect the Quasi-Champion, isn't it? Oki was really frightened. The Quasi-Champion is so huge, the destructive power is really unimaginable. Hey Dragonite, I'm very sorry I don't have your companion here. I know where Dragonite is, but the strength and size are not as good as yours. Although I was shocked, there are still some things to do. Dragonite was very angry when he heard the first part of the sentence, but after listening to it, he calmed down again. Dragonite shook his head and called out to Oki a few times. You mean that's not what you're looking for? Oki guessed. Dragonite nodded in agreement. He has a pretty good temper. He was unhappy with the nickname Handa. As expected, he only picked the wrong name, not the wrong nickname. Then can I ask you to do me a favor? My Pokémon has never seen a Pokémon as powerful as you so far. Can you fight with my Pokémon? The request was unreasonable, and Oki was also quite disturbed. Unexpectedly, Dragonite nodded and agreed directly. Oki guessed that it was because he had the aura of his grandfather's Quasi-Champion Peak Dragonite on him. Duel? Ash and his group were startled by Oki's boldness, and they were stopped by Bill just as they wanted to stop them. Don't worry, Oki has been with me for so many days, and I can see that he is not impulsive anymore. Trust him, he must have his own ideas. Bill Professor said. Charmander, Ekans, Vulpix, come out. Oki nodded to Ash and released his Pokémon. Charmander, as the captain, why don't you come first? Oki asked Charmander. After Charmander came out, they were all shocked by Dragonite's size, but they quickly realized that their eyes were still full of desire to fight, and there was no such thing as fear at all. Charmander, trained as the captain, stood up without hesitation, and the other two Pokémon were also eager to try. To be honest, Oki was very pleased. He was not afraid that his Pokémon was weak, but that they had the courage to fight against a strong enemy company. Fortunately, they are all good. Oki patted the heads of Ekans and Vulpix in relief and then prepared with Charmander. It is impossible to defeat, but try your best. Charmander, use Flamethrower, Okiat ordered. Due to the disparity in height, Flamethrower only hit Dragonite's belly while Dragonite stood motionless. Obviously, even this power could not harm him. Charmander's eyes burst into anger and the flames in his mouth began to grow bigger, and the color also began to change, turning towards blue. Gradually, Charmander's body began to emit white light, which is a characteristic to be evolved. At this time, Dragonite also spit up flames from his mouth, and the flames went straight to Charmander. Oki obviously felt that the flames were full of energy, but did not emit terrifying heat. Oki had a little guess and ordered immediately. Charmander, don't hide, complete your evolution directly in the flames. Because of his trust in Oki, Charmander was directly engulfed in flames. Gradually, a blinding light radiated from the flames. After the white light passed, a Charmeleon with a darker color than ordinary Charmeleons and a larger body than ordinary Charmeleons appeared in front of everyone. Charmeleon had just completed evolution, and just about to roar to prove his existence, he was stunned by a click from Dragonite. Oki stared blankly at Dragonite. This is too exaggerated. But Dragonite hooked Oki, obviously asking him to send the next one. Ekans played next, and his end was similar. Under Oki's order, Ekans swam over and climbed onto Dragonite's body and greeted Dragonite with all kinds of tricks. Dragonite is large in size, but the action is really slow, and it is directly thrown into soaring in the sky. A spark that also contains energy directly submerges Ekans, and Ekans also begins to evolve with white light. After the same evolution, it loses its combat effectiveness with a click. Finally, there is Vulpix. Oak, who didn't want him to play, couldn't resist him. Vulpix played anyway, maybe stimulated by his two companions. The ice shard issued by Vulpix is much more powerful than before, but the result is the same. The freezing light with energy hit directly, but after the ice melted, Vulpix had already passed out. Seeing Oki's Pokémon fall down, Dragonite waved his hand and walked away. Oki only had time to look at its back and shout thank you. Dragonite, thank you. Thousands of words merged into a thank you. Oki really didn't know what to say to thank Dragonite for the help he gave himself today. After Dragonite left, Oki returned to the lighthouse with everyone. Today, everyone received a lot of stimulation, and they all went back to their rooms to digest. Only Ash, a very nervous guy, went to Oki to talk for a while before going back to the room. Brother Yi. What's wrong? I just discovered that your current strength should not be as good as mine. Where did you get your confidence? It's the number of Pokémon. You only have 3 Pokémon and I have 7. No matter what, I can beat you. Well, what you said is very reasonable, so I look forward to your challenge when we wait for the Alliance conference. Now go back to rest. In fact, Oki knew that Ash was actually worried about himself, but he didn't know how to do it, so he changed the subject. Although Oki was comforted, he still drove Ash back to the room. Now he couldn't help but want to see the changes in his Pokémon. Ling, give me their information. Vulpix, gender female. Qualification green. Strength ordinary advanced. Drix, powered snow tail whip roar ice shard icy wind. A Charmeleon, gender male. Qualification blue. Strength elite intermediate. Ultimate moves, Ember Claw Howl Orberg Tail Face of Fear Flamethrower Fire Spin Smoke Fire Punch. Zorbuck, gender male. Qualification blue. Strength level elite intermediate. Trix Iron Head Poison Barb Bite Bind Orberg Tail Fear Face Glare Noise Acid. The strength of the 3 Pokémon has been improved, Charmeleon and a Burr monster directly. After crossing the elite low level, it directly reached the elite middle level, and Vulpix also directly reached the strength of ordinary high level. The improvement of strength also made them comprehend more. A unique move so that there will be more choices in future battles. And I don't know whether it's because the energy given by Dragonite is too much or because it's special. The 3 Pokémon are all bigger than normal. Oki looked at the 3 Pokémon lying on the bed, thinking about all the hard training he had experienced during this period. Seeing them change a little bit, I always feel happy in my heart. Thinking about the past life, and imagining the possibility of the future, the eyelids gradually became heavier and heavier. Oki directly fell asleep on the bed with his Pokémon. Fortunately, the bed was enough, it's so big, they don't feel too crowded lying down with 1 person and 3 pets. In the early morning, the sun shines into the room, and the light reflects on Oki's 3 pets. Oki is startled by the sun, and after stretching himself, looking at the scenery outside the window, he feels unexpectedly good. Looking at the Charmeleons through the sunlight, Okiakai really felt the changes in his own Pokémon. The normal height of Charmeleon is 1.1 meters, and the height of my own Charmeleon is definitely beyond the standard. The muscles seem to be relatively developed, and the strength must be very strong. It just met my own standard for Charizard Mega Evolution in the future. That guy Mega Charizard X is really handsome and powerful. Of course, if there is a chance to subdue another Charizard and evolve into Charizard Y, it will definitely be wonderful after collecting 2 Mega Charizards. Let's look at the Arbo monster again. A normal Arbor monster is 3.5 meters long. My own Arbor monster can circle the bed with the rest of the bed, so I know its length. It must have surpassed the ordinary Arbor, and the scales seem to be due to the evolution in Thunder Shock. The scales of my Arbor are a little yellowed, but they seem to be very healthy. Oki is only worried. As the Pokémon of the poison system, the poison of a Burr monster is affected, so we can only wait to go to the Pokémon Center in the next town to check. Finally, there is Vulpix. The little guy's fur is still white and he looks a lot bigger. It is probably because the energy has not been digested. Oki thinks that Vulpix seems a little fat. Ling, can the height and attribute be added to the future data? No problem at all. Okay, give me their information. This time, mark the ordinary data and I want to see the gap. A Charmeleon, gender male, attribute fire, height 1.6 meters, ordinary 1.1 meters. Qualification blue. Strength level elite intermediate. Ultimate moves, Ember Claw Howl Orberg Tail Face of Fear Flamethrower Fire Spin Smoke Fire Punch. Arbor monster. Gender male. Attribute poison. Body length 4.3 meters, ordinary 3.5 meters. Qualification blue. Strength level elite intermediate. Drix. Iron Head Poison Barb Bite Bind Orberg Tail Fear Face Glare Noise Acid. Vulpix. Gender female. Attribute ice. Height 0.9 meters, normally 0.6 meters, but it is estimated that Vulpix will decrease after the energy in the body is digested. Qualification. Green. Strength level ordinary advanced. Trix powered snow tail whip roar ice shard icy wind. What's going on? Can evolution improve Pokémon's qualifications? Oak asked doubtfully. Yes, master. In fact, this can be proved according to existing research. But because of evolution, there are very few people who have improved their aptitude. So some professors plan to further subdivide the qualification part, but it has not been successful yet. It seems that the energy given by Dragonite last night is extraordinary. I seem to owe a lot of favors. If there is a chance in the future, please give me a good thank you, thought Oak Yat. Just when Oki was still thinking wildly, a burst of fragrance suddenly wafted from outside the door. Zyoging must have already made breakfast. Ash is really happy there is such a nanny, shouldn't he also find a companion to travel with? But how to find a high-quality companion like Zyoging? After Oki sighed, he woke up Charmeleon and they were obviously not used to their new posture. Especially Vulpix, this little guy has always paid attention to his image. Although he is not afraid of hardship, tiredness, and dirt during training, once the battle is over, this little guy can't accept a little bit of mess. Now, seeing that he had obviously gained a lot of weight, he immediately became unhappy and directly rejected Oki's idea of carrying it out. Oki had no choice but to take Charmeleon and the others out for dinner. When they came to the living room, breakfast was set on the dining table. Ash and the others seemed to have not come out yet. Zio, you woke up, you eat first. I'll call them Charmeleon and Uncle Blame, you are ready, eat. After greeting Oki, Charmeleon and the others, Zyoging went to call Ash and the others. Oak sat down, intending to wait for Ash and the others to come out together, but he heard a sound. Pikachu so numb, so numb. It turns out that Pikachu used Thunder Shock to wake Ash up and now he has a habit. Oki thought thoughtfully. Hey Ash, you guys are up, let's eat. Watching Ash come out with an afro on his head, Oki couldn't help laughing. Hey brother you still wake up so early. Ash is obviously used to this, and put on his commemorative hat calmly, making Oki unable to help guessing why Ash has been wearing the hat and never changing his hairstyle. Is it just this? Hey brother you, where's your special Vulpix? Oh, the little guy lost his temper and doesn't want to come out now. I'll take it in later. Well, let's have breakfast. Seeing that Ash's question obviously couldn't help but wanted to ask more, Zyoging couldn't help but interrupted. At the dinner table, Ash and the others proposed to set off after dinner. Although Oki planned to set off today, he still rejected their idea of setting off together. If you go with them, you may be led astray by them. Oki is now in a hurry to go to the Vermilion City Pokémon Center to check Arbok's body, and he really doesn't want to waste time with Ash and the others. This is a great god who can go astray with a map. After eating, Oki took a portion of Pokémon's food and went back to the room. There was a little tantrum inside. Vulpix, it's time to eat. Oki pushed open the door and saw the little guy hiding under the quilt with his head sticking out and looking at Oki. Don't worry, I'm the only one. Hearing that Oki was the only one, Vulpix got out of the quilt, but stopped after eating a few mouthfuls, saying nothing. Because Oki told it that it would lose weight after digesting that energy, it couldn't change Vulpix's determination. So he just slapped the Pokeball and hid in it. After eating, Oki took the Pokémon and set off. It only took Oki 2 days to arrive at the Pokémon Center in Vermilion City, which made him wonder how Ash was like a refugee when he came to Vermilion City. It will take some time for Aberman's physical examination and Charmeleon's recovery, so Oki went to visit the Pokémon Center. The mainstream of this world is Pokémon, so there is a lot of room for development related to it, and gymnasiums are a typical example. As long as there are cities with Pokémon, trainers will flock to them, and the surrounding economy can develop rapidly. The same is true for Vermilion City. Due to the existence of the Vermilion Gymnasium, Vermilion City's economy is developing rapidly, but there are often many filth in the bustling city. Oki is very honored to see such a scene now. Hurry up, it will be a disaster if customers find out and the restaurant will collapse. In the alley of a high-end restaurant, a middle-aged man with a shiny face and wearing contest was directing his subordinates to dump something. Don't worry, boss, how could those guests come to this kind of place? A person who looked like a junior supervisor said flatteringly. Stop talking nonsense, this is my cornucopia, and your life is not enough to accompany you if something happens. If it weren't for the large number this time, I would. The boss seemed quite angry. After they left, Oki went to have a look at the place where they were just now, and there were all kinds of Pokémon wreckage. It should be that this restaurant is using Pokémon meat as ordinary meat. No wonder the business is so good, it's just ordinary meat. The banner is a trick to attract customers. If it had been known by those who are against eating Pokémon, maybe this restaurant would not have closed down so simply. Oki doesn't plan to care about this kind of thing. If the restaurant is like those unscrupulous merchants in the previous life, who use waste oil or something, if Oki finds out, he may expose them, but Pokémon meat contains spiritual power, which is good for people. And Oki has never objected to eating Pokémon meat, it's just that he can't accept those indiscriminate killings. In fact, eating killed Pokémon in the wild is something that most trainers will do, but they will not deliberately kill them. Oak will not eat Pokémon unless necessary, so when defeating Pokémon in the wild, he will also check for fatal injuries. Oki doesn't mind killing, and if necessary, Oki will not be relentless, but if he kills for the sake of killing, he will only become a pervert. It was already night when we returned to the Pokémon Center, and Oki, who was worried about Pokémon, went directly to the front desk to ask about the status of Pokémon. Nurse Joy, how are my Pokémon? Oh, Oki's. Your Pokémon are all healthy. Charmeleon is very strong. For Vulpix, although the scales on the surface of the monster are different in color, they are healthy, and the tricks of the poison system are also normal. Vulpix is just a monster in the body, there is a share. The strong energy is beneficial to it, and it will be absorbed in about 2 days, and it will not appear fat. Well, that's it, Oki said happily. Although Ling analyzed it in this way, but with Nurse Joy's confirmation, he really felt relieved as if the sun had penetrated the dark clouds and illuminated the earth again. After Oki heard that his Pokémon was all right, he felt as if a big stone had fallen to the ground. Coming to the back of the Pokémon Center, Oki released his Pokémon and explained the situation to them. Charmeleon and Arbor responded normally. After all, they felt that their bodies were better than ever after evolution, but Oki was more worried than they were. Vulpix's reaction was very strange. The little guy kept making gestures with Oki after listening to it. Oki guessed for a long time before he realized that it was to let him use his spiritual power to help it in the past 2 days. It wanted to change back sooner. As it turned out, it provoked Oki and Charmeleon to laugh. Seeing that Vulpix was about to erupt, Oak forced himself to stop and said, "Actually, besides my spiritual power to help you, a lot of fighting can also speed up your absorption of energy." After Vulpix heard this, he stood directly across the field. Pretending to want to fight, Oki had no choice but to ask Charmander to fight Vulpix, just in time for Charmeleon to get used to his current contest condition. Tomorrow challenge Vermilion Gymnasium, Oki intends to send Arbor Monster to fight, so take it for special training and rehearse tomorrow's tactics by the way. Until the evening, the special training between Oki and Arbor was finally over, and the battle between Charmeleon and Vulpix also came to an end. Charmeleon has basically understood his current situation, and Vulpix has almost returned to normal. Oki will face it again tonight. Take care of yourself and you'll be fully recovered tomorrow. The happy little guy always ate a little more at night. After all, he felt fat 2 days ago, so he ate a little food every time. He is really hungry now. The next day, Oki came to the Vermilion Gymnasium to get the click badge. As soon as he came to the gym, Oki saw a trainer running out holding his Sandshrew, and the Sandshrew looked like he was electrified. Reality is not a game. Attributes exist, but they are not as absolute as in games, that's all. Ha 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 ha, the baby's Pokémon is indeed a baby, and it can't even survive a thunderbolt. Well, that's it. Hello. Of course, Big Brother's Raichu is invincible. Hearing these arrogant laughter at the door, Oki could imagine how this group of people were dressed. Entering the gymnasium, as expected, a group of people are dressed like street gangsters in the previous life in the United States. A big man in the middle should be the leader. Standing with sunglasses power trip, Oki has a kind of the urge to slap up. Yo, here's another baby. To be honest, Oki's height of 167 at the age of 15 is neither tall nor short, but compared with this leader, he really looks like a dwarf. You are the owner of the museum. Although it is true that he is not as tall as him, Oki can't help but want to slap his mouth for someone who just calls him baby. Yes, I am the owner of the pavilion, Lei Chi. Do you want a challenge? Don't blame me for not reminding you, I am very serious. The owner of the pavilion called Lei Chi is mean-spirited, but the basic quality still seems to be there. A reminder, no problem, my name is Oki. I heard from Nurse Joy that you just took over the gym and I didn't expect you to be able to hold back. Although it was strange that he wasn't March from the original book, Oki still choked him. Interesting, let's come. Do you understand the basic rules? Then get ready. Seeing Oki nod, Leich directly called a referee out. Okay, now the battle between the challenger Oki and the Vermilion Gym Lei Chi will start with the badge as the bet. The number of Pokémon is only 1, please prepare. Come out Raichu. As the host, Raichu sent out his own Pokémon first. Come out Abo Monster. Oki sent out Abo Monster according to what he thought yesterday. I don't want this color to be Flash Pokémon, is it malnutrition? Raichu, use a Megaton Punch. Raichu mocked first. Raichu's much larger size than Pikachu allows him to perform powerful tricks, but at the same speed, he is not as flexible as Pikachu. Raichu clenched his fist and smashed it like a boar, but was turned sideways by a boar. Just dodged Poison Barb. Oki, who saw Poison Barb dodging flexibly, ordered directly. A burr's Poison Barb flew towards Raichu, but the purple light on the Poison Barb showed that this Poison Barb was unusual. This was practiced by Oki and Poison Barb yesterday afternoon. Using Poison Barb's characteristics as a Poison Barb, it added a little bit of toxicity to the original Poison Barb. Raichu, Orberg Tail. Poison Barb's speed is too fast, it's too late to hide. Raichu can only order to use Orberg Tail to destroy Poison Barb. Abo Monster, Bind and Bite. The Abo Monster who didn't know when came to Raichu directly tied Raichu, and then directly bit Raichu's arm. Raichu howled in pain. Raichu uses Thunderbolt. Seeing this situation, Raichu was also ready to amplify his move directly, and after seeing Oki nod, a burr's tail began to emit white light. The thunder light directly drowned Arbor and Raichu. Raichu was very happy at first, but seeing Oak's calm and composed look, he couldn't help but look at the field again. The thunder light lasted for a minute, surprised that Raichu had so much at the same time. Oki also began to worry about his uncle. A minute passed and the thunder flashed away, only to see that the Abur monster was still entangled with Raichu. But its tail was shining white and directly inserted into the ground. Raichu originally planned to use Thunderbolt, but the spiritual power is not unlimited, it can only use up the spiritual power. Struggle trying to break free from the entanglement of the Arbor monster. Watching Raichu try to break free several times but failed, Oki has a better understanding of his muscular strength. Orberg tail to finish it. Oki did not intend to continue to consume. Abur blamed Orberg's tail twitching Raichu, making Raichu's idea of admitting defeat aborted. I checked my Raichu, there was nothing wrong with it, I just fainted, and then looked at the boy in front of me. Was it intentional just now? Reich shook his head helplessly, took out the Thunder Shock badge and handed it over. Children nowadays really shouldn't be underestimated. Take it, this is the evidence that you defeated me. But there is a problem, even if there is an Orberg tail that conducts electricity underground. Your Arbor monster contest condition shouldn't be so good, right? The owner of Raichu is being polite. This elite mid-level Raichu is not the main force of the owner, right? As for my Abur monster, for some reason, he was hit by Thunder Shock when he evolved, and now he is against Thunder Shock. It's just more resistant to similar tricks. Others smiled at each other, so Oki naturally couldn't hold it. Haha, I'm really interested in you now. Hearing Oki can directly tell his Raichu's level, Raichu said while stroking his stubble. I don't like men and I'm still a child. Oki didn't wait for Lei Chi to react and ran directly to the door. When he ran to the door, he heard Rage's roar. I don't like men's. Oki, who got the badge, ignored Lei Chi's grievances and went straight back to the Pokémon Center, planning his next step. Haha. Yes, it's been so long, we should take a break, shall we go on vacation? Oki has been looking for the next destination since he returned to the Pokémon Center. After searching for a long time, he finally found what he wanted. Where to go couldn't help but asked, excitedly hugging Vulpix next to him. What about you? Vulpix obviously would never object to Oki, so cutely agreed. Oki asked Charmeleon and Arbor again. Although they didn't quite understand the meaning of vacation, Charmeleon and Arbor nodded in agreement. Now that everyone agreed, Oki immediately began to check the SS ticket for the next destination, Lam Pluche. The results showed that there were 2 SS tickets for tomorrow, namely the San Annuo and the Huaca Blue. Although he knew that the San Annuo ship would sink only when Ash was there, Oki resolutely chose another ship. After 2 days of traveling by sea, Oki finally arrived in Lamplug City. The Cerulean card number is not particularly luxurious, and Oki has been bored for the past 2 days. With money in his hands, Oki went straight to a luxury hotel in Lampruchi City and booked a room for a week without panicking. To be honest, until today, Oki yet can feel the difference between spending money and free. Luxury hotels are really not comparable to Pokémon Center. Let's play and enjoy life before the Ash Trio come, they will be busy when they come. After 5 days like this, Oki and Charmeleon had a good time, but they don't like the hot Vulpix and like to stay in the room and only go out to play at night. Even so, Vulpix is also happy. On the 6th day, Oki was happily riding a motorboat in the waters of Lamplug City, when he suddenly heard a ship collide with a Gyarados-like machine on the sea ahead. It should be the Ash Trio, which means that Grandpa and Gary are also here. Thinking so, Oki turned around and headed towards the beach. It's been a long time since I saw them and I still miss them. After looking around on the beach, I found Delia, Professor Oak, and Ash's mother. Grandpa, Aunt Delia, are you traveling here too? Oki ran to greet them. Oh, Zioyi, are you here too? You are also good, Zioyi. We are here to participate in the condolence trip of the community. Have you seen Ash? Ash, he should be in the store over there now. Grandpa, have you seen Gary? He should be here too. Gary's words just came across, right there, you go find him. I'll accompany Delia to see Ash first. Oki, who said goodbye to Professor Oak and Aunt Delia, went in the direction Professor Oak said, but after finding Gary, Oki felt that his butterfly wings were not strong enough. Gary, are you enjoying your life? Gary, who was chatting with some beauties, heard a familiar voice, and when he turned around, he saw Oki standing behind. Brother, you're here. Gary didn't feel embarrassed at all and greeted warmly. Yes, these are your girlfriends? Oak asked tentatively. Yes, yes, let me introduce you. This is my brother, Oki. These are Chun Rai Hong, Gary introduced enthusiastically, but Oki was not interested at all. After listening then I forgot I couldn't tell who was who. After watching Gary enthusiastically introduce his girlfriends, he has been talking about his various experiences there. Compared with Gary in the original driving tour, the current Gary is more mature and has a lot of experience. Oak Yat. I was chatting with Gary all the time, and Gary's girlfriends were obediently listening quietly. Knowing that Xiaogang's voice came from the radio on the beach. Ladies and gentlemen, the beauty pageant of Lam Pruchai Beach Beauty and Makeup Pokémon will start soon, and those who win the championship will get luxurious prizes. Please participate enthusiastically. Oh, this is the voice of Ash's friend. Gary, Ash is here too. Would you like to go over and say hello? Okay, I'm going to go over there and give him a good taunt. When it comes to Ash, Gary's calmness is gone. When Oki and the others passed by, the conference had already started. But Oki looked at the two bastards on the stage, especially James, who was really capable of going all out. Brother, I'm going to participate in the competition. Gary and Oki went on stage after greeting each other. Oki found a seat with a funny face and sat down. After Oki sat down, Gary had already appeared on the stage, directly lifting Ekans and coughing of the rockets. Ash, in a corner of the venue, you just throw in the towel. I didn't mean to trouble you, I just brought my girlfriends to show everyone. Come on Gary is awesome, X6. Watching Ash run up in a rage, Oak knew that the rockets were about to come. So he changed to another place and continued to watch the show and had no idea of making a move at all. After a short wait, the rockets, as expected, showed up in Girado's machines. Ash was quite good at directing with the microphone. Watching the rockets play with missiles, normals got kicked out, and then came another shot of what a nasty feeling. Only this time I added the phrase mother-in-law. Seeing that Oki, who had nothing to watch, went out to meet them, it was very dramatic. Ash's mother, who won the trophy, smiled happily, and everyone went to have dinner together, and then that Moe decided to set off to realize his dream of traveling around the world. After a brief farewell, Ash and the others also decided to set off. Oki and Gary planned to go out to play again in a leisurely manner. After all, even if they set off a day late, they were confident that they could catch up with the speed of the lost trio. After walking away from Ash and his group for 3 hours, there was a commotion at the small pier. According to those who escaped there, Tentacruel had attacked the city. After comforting the worried Professor Oak and Delia, Oki decided to go have a look. Only now did Oki get up. Ash and the others encountered this incident because they missed the last boat. On the side of the small pier, a huge Tentacruel is holding Meowth and telling the reason to the people over there. The normal Tentacruel and Tentacool here are wreaking havoc, countless buildings and humans are under attack, and occasionally. Trainer resisted with his own Pokémon, but was also overwhelmed by countless jellyfish. Panic screaming, countless buildings were destroyed, and countless human beings were killed. In this feast of killing, human beings are being slaughtered wantonly like chickens. All kinds of minced meat and stumps are either floating on the water or in some places. Hanging in the place, Mai, who had never seen such a scene, was also shocked. Charmeleon, come out. Oki released all his Pokémon. On the one hand, he could save some human beings under the conditions within his power. On the other hand, Oki also wanted to let his Pokémon see the cruel scene. Give them some exercise. Stay around me and save others as much as you can. The 3 Pokémon who had just come out were frightened by this lower-level scene, and they didn't even respond to Oki's command. Oki didn't urge them. Oki himself was frightened by this scene, and they should be given a little time to react. The first one to react was Arbomon. After all, it is a Pokémon that has survived in the wild. Although it has never seen this scene, it is still the first to adapt. It was Poison Barb who directly hit the jellyfish that were about to attack humans. Charmeleon and Vulpix, who were awakened by Arbor's unique trick, also launched their own attacks, but they were all within 1 meter from Oki. After all, for them, the most important thing is Oki. Other people's lives are not as important as protecting Oki's safety. Seeing someone who has created a safe area, the refugees all subconsciously gathered. All kinds of Pokémon were also commanded by Trainer to start fighting. At times like this, human beings never lack the courage to fight, but they often need a leader. Oki's shot triggered a chemical reaction, and everyone began to gather together to protect as many people as possible. Suddenly, everything stopped, even the attacking jellyfish were no exception. Tentacruel, please go back. Humans know what you mean. Misty, a water-type Pokémon trainer who loves water-type Pokémon, showed unprecedented courage to talk to the giant Tentacruel. Gradually, Tentacruel wanted to shrink back a little. Everyone thought it was the result of the little Stephanie's hard work. Oki thought so too, but he saw a white figure flashing by inadvertently. Although it was a bit of a guess, but Oki still asked Ling for his opinion. Ling, did you notice the white figure just now? Can you tell what it is? Master, according to the analysis, it is 95% likely to be the god of the sea, Luja. Sure enough, how could Tentacruel, whose reason has been affected by hatred, be persuaded so easily? It really is Luja's credit, but this Stephanie is really good, Oki suddenly realized. Just as the Tentacruels retreated into the sea one after another, a shell hit the giant Tentacruel. It's a disgusting old woman like the one in Lambrucci City. The huge Tentacruel quietly looked at this person, just in. When everyone was worried that it would be provoked to attack again, the huge Tentacruel world sucked her away, and then went back to the sea. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The matter is finally over. The only good news is that this time, there were very few ordinary people killed and a little more trainers. When the jellyfish attacked the city, most ordinary people took refuge and stayed here. Most of them were attracted by the mother-in-law's money, and these people paid the price for their decision. After the war, Oki took back his Pokémon and found Ash and the others. The three of them were very low-key, but they reacted a little when they saw Oki, which relieved Oki a lot. It's hard. But I can only say that these are all caused by human beings. Fortunately, most of the people who died this time were greedy people, and there are very few ordinary people, so you should feel better. I don't want to comfort people too good, but you'd better make a phone call with your family first, don't let them worry, and think about other things later. After listening to Oki's words, Zio Gang was the first to realize that he is older after all. Thank you, Oki. Ash, Misty, you should call home first, don't let them worry. After listening to Zyogang's words, Ash and Ash also went to call. Although they didn't say hello to Oki, Oki completely understand. After all, what happened just now was too exciting. Oki, who watched them go to make a phone call, went straight to the hotel. Oki still wanted to talk to Professor Oak about today's incident. It turns out that so many things happened, but you are safe anyway. Professor Oak, who knew what happened at the small pier, said, although I sympathize with the victims, what has happened cannot be changed, and the life that should be lived is still good. Professor Oak can only do its best to contact the family and the Alliance to provide the most basic protection for the suffering people. Oh, by the way, Grandpa, I saw Luja over there just now. It should be Luja who stopped this matter. It should be that these Pokémon with priesthood will not allow the massacre to happen. But there is another possibility. Maybe Luja saw humans hunt and kill Tentacool and Tentacruel, so this incident was triggered. Who did these things, it's not sure, but one thing to pay attention to is not to do things too much, otherwise something will happen, Professor Oak said. Then how to solve this matter? Someone should be responsible. There must be someone responsible, such as the initiators of these incidents. But these things are in the future. You must be tired after going through this kind of thing. Go back and rest. Well, I'm really tired, Grandpa. I'm going to rest. After talking with Professor Oak, Oak returned to the room. But he couldn't sleep when he returned to the room and released the three Pokémon to treat the injuries they suffered from today's battle. Was going to go to the Pokémon Center, but now. There are huge crowds of people, after all, too many people were affected by today's battle. Charmeleon and the others were not seriously injured, so they took care of it themselves. Oki and Charmeleon were very tired after dealing with their injuries, but Oki didn't take them back the baby ball and lay down together on the big bed in the hotel and fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already high in the sun, and yesterday's stimulation seemed to have disrupted Oki's biological clock, making him sleep until after 9 o'clock. Oki, who just got up, found that his Pokémon were gone. Looking around and seeing them on the balcony, Oki was relieved, but they seemed to be arguing about something. In fact, Oki can probably guess what they were arguing about. It was nothing more than yesterday. But Oki doesn't intend to stop them. Some things need to be figured out by themselves. But looking at them, Aber looked indifferently at the arguing Charmeleon and Vulpix. It should be that Vulpix still had lingering fears about what happened yesterday. After all, he was a child who had just started training and fighting for a long time, and he had always been obsessed with cleanliness. Yesterday, in order to save people, he didn't stop with blood on his body, and it was really hard for him. Pokémon are not puppets, so Oki understands that they have their own ideas. After a long time, they pushed open the balcony door and came in, seeing Oki sitting on the edge of the bed looking at them. Vulpix rushed directly into Oki's arms, and there was a sobbing sound from time to time. Oki and Charmeleon waited quietly. After waiting for a while, Vulpix seemed to recover, raised his head and stared at Oki tearfully. Okay, little guy, yesterday's incident was really shocking, but this is the real world. Even if we didn't meet yesterday, we would meet this kind of thing sooner or later. Just like a burr monster before he became a partner with us, it's almost like this in the forest, so it was the first to react yesterday. Oki saw that the tearful little guy really had no resistance at all, and directly picked it up and put it in front of his eyes and said. After listening to Oki's words, Vulpix looked at Arbok, who also nodded, which made Vulpix look at Arbok sympathetically, making Arbok feel a little hard to resist. Vulpix has always existed with this group as a younger sister. Charmeleon is alright, although the Arbor monster has been feeling quite cold, but if anyone dares to hurt it, the Arbor monster must be the first to rush out. Okay, Charmeleon uncle, I'll leave it to you to comfort little sister Vulpix, and I'll help you get breakfast now. Oki said to his two Pokémon and went out to prepare their breakfast up. Brother, are you all right? Gary's voice was heard as soon as he left the room. Why do you ask? The battle was over yesterday. I went over there to have a look. That place, I'm afraid, Gary hesitated. Okay, don't worry about me. Do you think I'm such a fragile person? Besides, I've already realized it since I embarked on this path. Oki, who was an orphan in his previous life, saw his younger brother caring about him so much, really happy. It's good that you're fine. Well, in fact, these things can be avoided, right? Oh, how to avoid it? Tell me what you think. Oki saw Gary's appearance, just like seeing himself when he finished the college entrance examination and was considering whether to go to college or go out to work directly. I just feel that if I knew more about Pokémon, would I be able to avoid these things? If I were. Gary stopped halfway through his speech, perhaps because he hadn't thought about it. No matter what, do what you want to do. If you have something to tell me, I will support you. Okay, I will. After the conversation, Oki took the food for himself and Pokémon and went back to the room. When we got back to the room, Vulpix was happily running around on Charmeleon and Arbor, and he seemed to have figured it out. Okay, let's eat, let's continue to go after eating. Oki's words made the Pokémon very happy, especially Vulpix. Although it has already figured it out, it still wants to leave here subconsciously. After eating, Oki looked at the location of the next gym and found that it was the Saffron Gym in Saffron City, that is, Sabrina's gym. For the woman who had lost her mind, Oki thought it was better to go to the Pokémon Tower to take in one ghastly is good. After deciding on the next destination, Oki took the Pokémon and set off. Professor Oak and the others are very busy now, so I just asked the front desk to tell them. It's been a day since I came to the Pokémon Tower. It's not like there are only 3 Pokémon in the original book. When I came here, the spirit has already reminded Oak that there are a lot of Pokémon activities around. For safety's sake, Oki had to release the bodyguard given by his grandfather. Golem, I want to tame a Pokémon here. I can only rely on you for safety. Oki, who released the golem, said to it. Although Professor Oak is only used to help Oki through the crisis. But in this situation, it will capsize if it is not paying attention, so Golem nodded directly and became alert. It is said that this place has been the residence of ghost-type Pokémon for a long time. It seems that some people have encountered elite-level Pokémon here. As for how they escaped after encountering them, that person kept silent. With Golem, the elite-level Pokémon Guardian, Oki has been asking Ling to observe various Pokémon, hoping to find a satisfactory Pokémon. It's a pity that high-quality Pokémon are not so easy to find, and Oki has been going all night without finding a suitable one. In the evening, Ghost belongs to the world of Pokémon, especially on the Pokémon Tower. Hayaki Night Walk cannot summarize the night situation here. Oki had to leave the Pokémon Tower with Golem and come back in the daytime tomorrow. Oki is now thinking that he must subdue a Pokémon before leaving. Ghost-type Pokémon. In fact, Oak has long wanted to tame one. Mother Ariel's family is a ghost-type family. Since childhood, her mother's Jengar has been taking care of herself and Gary like a nanny, which can be said to have been throughout her entire childhood. The next day, Oki brought Pokémon to the Pokémon Tower again. Most ghost Pokémon don't like daytime. Oki took Golem directly to the depths here. Most of the peripheral ghost-type Pokémon have been observed. To find Pokémon with high aptitude, they can only go deep. As Oki went deeper and deeper into this place, there were more and more ghost-type Pokémon. If it weren't for the protection of Golem, those Pokémon who were afraid of Golem would have directly submerged Oki. Gradually, Oki found that the sunshine here is getting less and less, completely like the ghosts and creatures in those fantasy novels. There is a high-quality Pokémon ahead, and it seems to belong to Flash. The sudden good news made Oki feel a little at a loss. Where? Master your 2 o'clock direction. Oki looked towards the direction of 2 o'clock and a ghastly was playing alone. Although laughter came from time to time, Oki could feel his loneliness and his happiness was also discounted. Spirit data. Learn ghastly. Gender male. Attribute ghost plus poison. Height 1.4 ms normal 1.3 ms. Qualification blue. Strength level elite low level. Draco. Seeing that there was no other Pokémon next to Ghastly, Oki walked up directly, walked to Ghastly and stared at it without speaking. Ghastly stopped smiling and quietly looked at the strange human in front of him. Ghastly, hello. My name is Oak and I'm a Pokémon trainer. Would you like to come with me? You seem to be quite lonely here. Oak said straight to the point. Ghastly felt even more bewildered. He hadn't expected this person to make such a request and looked into the depths in a daze as if hoping to get some enlightenment. Oki looked at the place Ghastly was looking at, and a group of air masses approached directly. Golem seemed to feel some kind of danger and stood directly in front of Oki. When the air mass came in front of him, Oki could see it clearly. A group of Haunter Jengar surrounded Jengar and came in front of Ghastly. Oki saw their eyes were completely cold, and he didn't feel like seeing the same kind at all. Human, are you trying to take my child away? What qualifications do you think you have? A voice suddenly appeared in Oki's mind. You are Jengar, that's right, I want to take this Ghastly away. As for the qualifications, my mother is from the White Demon family of the Ghost family. Does it count as being able to make Ghastly grow better? I have heard that the champion Pokémon has already extraordinary with many wonderful abilities. It is really different when I saw it today. The White Demon family is quite good, but you have to prove your ability. If you can defeat one of my elite Jengars, I will let you take it away. Okay, no problem, Oki agreed. A Jengar floated out from behind the Jengar leader and Oki released the Charmeleon. Seeing Charmeleon appear, Jengar threw a shadow ball over. Charmeleon, sharp claw. Charmeleon's sharp claws directly scattered the shadow ball, but Jengar directly licked it with another lickitung. Charmeleon could only dodge it with a big jump to the side, but another shadow ball was hit come over. It seems that this Jengar has a lot of combat experience. We must think of a good way. Oki saw this Jengar trick one after another, completely looking like a veteran in the battlefield. Charmeleon, fire spin, directly surround yourself. Oki suddenly thought of the offensive protection that Ash used. The fire spin rose directly around Charmeleon, and Jengar had no choice but to leave, running out of range of the flames to use ranged attacks. Charmeleon, 6 o'clock, flamethrower. In order to prevent this situation, Oki specially practiced this way of indicating the direction of attack with Charmeleon before. A pillar of fire hit Jengar directly. It didn't expect Oki and the others to have this move. Jengar, who was hit by the flamethrower, directly became invisible. Under Oki's signal, Charmeleon directly fired a fire spin to protect himself again. The invisible Jengar makes Oki feel very tricky, and Charmeleon doesn't have skills like Foresight yet. Howling. There was no other way, Oki could only choose this type of range attack. The howling still had a little effect on Jengar. Charmeleon leaked a little trace to the left, and Okiat immediately ordered a flamethrower to be sent across. It's a pity that Jengar's reaction was too fast, and he dodged directly when the flamethrower came. Oki could only make Charmeleon encore howl. Jengar was affected and showed his figure again. This time Oki directly called the fire control dragon to send a fire spin over. The wider fire spin hit Jengar directly, causing continuous damage, while Charmeleon's fire punch hit it directly. Pokémon that can survive in the wild, the most indispensable thing is the spirit of desperation. Jengar, who was hit by fire punch, directly launched the Destiny Bond trick. A mysterious force directly acts on Charmeleon. Fortunately, the Destiny Bond skills in the world are not as buggy as in the game. It can directly make a Pokémon with full blood directly incapacitated to fight. Charmeleon, who was hit by the Destiny Bond skill, is obviously not feeling well and has been resisting the mysterious power. After a long time, Charmeleon finally resisted. Although he lost a lot of physical strength, he still did not fall down, so Oki and the others won. If Ghastly agrees, Oki can add another companion. It's very good. Although it's the elder brother who released the water, defeat is defeat. You can take it away from here. It is my child. It has suffered a lot because of its different color. I hope you can treat it well. No problem, as long as he is willing to come with me, then he is my companion, and I will definitely let him do well. Oki couldn't deny what Jengar leader said, but he still made a good promise. Ghastly, would you like to go out with me to experience the outside world? Oki asked solemnly in front of Black Ghastly and took out a Pokeball in his hand. Ghastly seldom looked at Oki in embarrassment for a while and then looked back at his brothers. Although he didn't like this place very much, there were his relatives here. Knowing that both the leader of Jengar and his brother Jengar nodded, Ghastly touched the Pokeball button and Struggle couldn't accept it. Oki took the Pokeball and released Ghastly, letting him bid farewell to his loved ones. After a long time, Oki took Golem out of the Pokémon Tower. Thank you, Golem. Take a good rest. It's been hard work for Golem to be a bodyguard for the past 2 days. It was already noon when he came out. Oki released all the Pokémon, prepared lunch by himself, and let them get to know each other first. After the meal was ready, Oak called all the Pokémon together. You all know each other, don't you? This is Ghastly and this is Charmeleon, Arbor, and Vulpix. From now on, we're all partners, so we need to help each other, Oak said to his Pokémon. When I watched anime before, Oki was always curious about what Pokémon like Ghastly ate. But it was only after time travel that I found out that they have entities. Every time I watched Ghost Pokémon eating, Oki felt very interesting. I don't know if it's because of Flash, but this Ghastly is happily eating its own food in the sun with Charmeleon and the others. Anyway, I have another Pokémon. Oki suddenly thought that he hadn't read Ghastly's information yet, and he didn't know what tricks it could do. Spirit. Ghastly. Gender male. Attribute Ghost plus Poison. Height 1.4 ms normal 1.3 ms. Qualification Blue. Strength level Elite low level. Tricks Tongue Licking, Black Eyes, Night Curse, Strange Light, Hypnosis, Dream Eater, Sucker Punch. There are quite a few unique tricks, yes. Oki saw Ghastly's information and secretly enjoyed it by himself. When I came to Saffron City, I was very interested in Sabrina, the owner of the Saffron Gym, Oki. The animation can actually directly minimize people. Oki is very curious about what abilities this supernatural person has in reality. Oki went directly to the Pokémon Center. After checking in, he took his Pokémon and walked towards the Saffron Gym. If possible, he would like to challenge the Saffron Gym tonight and meet the magical owner. Going all the way to the entrance of the Saffron Gymnasium, the psychic apprentice at the entrance of many novels and original animations, Oki didn't see it. There is a weird atmosphere at the entrance of the gymnasium, and the surrounding is too quiet. Let Oki felt very uncomfortable. But it is conceivable that it was Sabrina who did it. This is completely the act of a brat. Oki pushed the door and walked in. In the gymnasium, a huge battlefield appeared in front of Oki. On the opposite side, a child stood on the ground, talking to himself in a strange voice. Come on, be my friend and play with me. Don't make trouble, Sabrina, come out, I'm here to challenge the gym. As Oki's voice fell, a pretty girl appeared directly behind the child. If you lose, stay and be my friend, he he he. Sabrina, who is expressionless and looks like a royal sister, made a childlike voice. This scene is quite touching. Without a referee, Oak and Sabrina unleashed their Pokémon together. Abra appeared directly on the field. It seems that he has never entered the Pokéball and used teleport to directly enter the field. And Ghastly came out of the shadow of Oki directly and then floated directly onto the stage. This battle was very weird. Sabrina relied on her psychic advantage to directly order, and only Oki was there to command. Abra directly used the Phantom Light, Ghastly broke free directly, and the Ghost-type Pokémon did have an advantage over the Psychic Pokémon. Ghastly cursed the Knight, look for a chance to hypnotize. Although Attribute has the advantage, Okyike dare not relax, this is the first time such a silent battle. Ghastly uses the Night Curse to attack continuously, and Abra hides through the teleport all the time. But what it doesn't seem to notice is that the distance between the teleport and Ghastly is getting closer and closer. Before coming here, Oki roughly rehearsed the battle, and Ghastly rehearsed it in advance. Just after Abra's teleport again, Ghastly hypnotized Abra with a sucker punch, and Abra fell asleep directly. Don't stop, Dream Eater. Oki didn't dare to relax at all, remembering that Abra seemed to have a self-healing trick in the animation, which was very difficult, and he could only seize the opportunity to defeat him in one go. Dream Eater made a direct hit, and seeing that Abra hadn't passed out, Ghastly made another shot and Abra lost his fighting power. And Sabrina seemed to want to do something. Oki hurriedly called Ghastly back to be on guard. Sabrina, stop. At this moment, a voice came from the back of the battlefield. Sabrina stopped in response, which made Oki heave a sigh of relief. Defeating a battle is a big deal for a gym, and it also means that it is very likely to kill someone. I'm sorry, young man. Sabrina has been very strong mentally since she was a child, but being so strong also made her a little childish. My name is Oki, it's okay. Should you give me the badge? Oki thought it was better to get the badge first. No problem, this is badge, I'm sorry again. The middle-aged uncle finally came out from the darkness and gave Oki a badge. Again, it's okay, but I have a question. I heard that Sabrina can minimize people. What's the matter? Oak asked curiously. Ha 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 ha, that's why no one stopped Sabrina's mother when I went out with her. But those people are fine, Sabrina is just joking, it's just a hypnotic fantasy, and we are too modest. Uncle very happy to hear this question. Oh, the sudden appearance of that child in Sabrina just now is also an illusion. That's right, but the spirit is so strong that it can really teleport. How about Oki, do you want to stay and learn psychic with us? Oki directly rejected the uncle's kindness and took Ghastly back. Curiosity has been satisfied, and I can sleep soundly tonight. Just when Oki thought he could go back to sleep well, on the way back, Ling suddenly reminded Oki that there was only a highly qualified Pokémon around. Oki looked forward following the instructions of the spirit, and a hounder with dull skin and scars on his body appeared in front of Oki. At first glance, I only feel that this hounder is very dirty, but it is very dirty, that is, it is very dirty. Seeing Oki looking at it, Hounder wanted to back away with a little fear, but it seemed that one of his legs was injured, so he sat on the ground directly, which made Oki feel very distressed. Oki walked over. Hounder wanted to escape but couldn't escape, so he could only lie on the ground with his head in his paws, making a pitiful sound. Hounder, don't worry, I won't hurt you. Sensing Hounder's fear, Oki said. Hearing Oki's voice, Hounder put down his paw and looked at Oki timidly. Come with me, no one will be able to bully you in the future and you will be able to eat enough food. Oki looked at Hounder and felt distressed, but he could only do it slowly so as not to scare it. When hearing the food, Hounder gulped obviously as if he had been hungry for a long time. It looked up at Oki, wondering if it sensed Oki's kindness and agreed. Oki took out the Poké Ball and put Hounder away, and then ran directly to the Pokémon Center. He was very worried about Hounder's situation. Back at the Pokémon Center, Oak found Nurse Joy anxiously, and after explaining the situation to her, he released Hounder. Nurse Joy called Blissey very distressed and pushed Hounder into the operating room. Oki waited anxiously outside the operating room, and only now did he remember that he hadn't read Hounder's information. Although he would not give up Hounder's qualifications, he was still very curious. Hounder. Gender, female. Attribute evil plus fire. Height 0.5 m, normal 0.6 m. Qualification green. Strength level ordinary intermediate. Ultimate moves Leer Roar Ember. I don't know if it's the reason for long-term malnutrition. Not only is it smaller than a normal Hounder, but it also has few tricks. After waiting anxiously for several hours, the treatment was finally over. Blissey pushed Hounder out of the operation market, and Nurse Joy came out from behind with a tired face. Oki, right? This Hounder has been malnourished for a long time. You should pay attention to its nutritional supplements in the future. Treat it well, it's very good. At the beginning, it couldn't be anesthetized for some reason and it didn't say anything. Yes, I will definitely become a trustworthy partner in the future. Nurse Joy or the people of the Joy family are really suitable for the medical care industry, and they also do the same, so their status is higher than Alliance in a certain way of. Don't worry, Nurse Joy, he will be my partner from now on, the kind of life and death. Oki also solemnly promised. In the ward, Oki looked at Hounder with a painful expression on his face and looked like he was having nightmares from time to time, looking at it with pity. The greatest miracle of living is that you never know what you will meet in the next moment, who you will meet. They may change your life for better or for worse, but as long as you don't give up, you will surely get happiness. P.S. The landlord's mobile phone is in arrears today and the broadband is also paralyzed. I'm late, sorry, everyone forgive me. In the early morning, Oki lying on the hospital bed felt wet on his face as if something was licking his face. Opening his eyes, a black dog's head appeared in front of his eyes. Hounder, are you awake? Seeing Oki wake up, Hounder became even more excited and kept licking Oki. Okay, Hounder, we will be partners from now on and I will introduce other companions to you later. Hearing the word companion, Hounder was obviously a little confused. A Pokémon from the Chengdu region lives in the Kanto region. What I have experienced is already unimaginable, let alone my companions. Oki felt even more distressed when he saw Hounder's bewildered look. He touched Hounder's head and let him lie down well. No matter how strong the recovery power of Pokémon is, it is limited, and spiritual power is continuously input into Hounder's body. After such a long time, Oki's spiritual power is obviously no longer the same. With the assistance of spiritual power, Hounder can recover health faster, and spiritual power can also reduce Hounder's pain. Keep sending spiritual power to Hounder until the spiritual power is exhausted. Practice Yinling Ju again and send it again after the spiritual power is full. And it goes on and on again. Before he knew it, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning, and Hounder fell asleep again. After coming to the restaurant in the Pokémon Center, after having breakfast with the Pokémons, Oki went out to buy materials to prepare Hounder's food. It is in urgent need of nutrition now. Arriving at the shopping center in Saffron City, Oki went directly to the meat area. What Hounder needs is nutrition. Oki actually has other plans, but now he buys some things and cooks for him. He brought the things he bought and asked Nurse Joy to borrow the kitchen, and Oki brought the ingredients to make nutritious meals for Hounder. After a fiery operation, the nutritious meal was ready, and Oki took it with him and walked to the ward. When he came to the ward, Hounder had woken up again and was nervously looking at the door. After seeing Oki struggle, he wanted to jump off the hospital bed and run to Oki. Hounder, stop. Oki, who saw Hounder's movement, stopped it directly, but after Hounder stopped, he looked at him tearfully. "Oh, I'm not going to abandon you, you're not well yet, just stay here." That's what Oki said, but Oki also knew that Hounder's mind was not so easy to turn around. After Hounder finished eating, Oki, who packed up his things, explained the situation to Nurse Joy. And after putting down a piece of food, Oki walked straight out of the city. The place Oki is going to is nothing but the suburbs of Saffron City, where Oki needs what Oki needs and where all the illegal things are traded, the black market. When we came to the outskirts, it was dark and the black market was still a few hours away. After Oki found a vacant space, he released all his Pokémon. Since the incident at the small pier in Lamplug City, Oak and Pokémon have never been more powerful than Covet. The training is also carried out when there is time, and even the strength has indeed improved a lot. After training until dusk, Oki finished training, and after putting away the Pokémon, Oki directly took out a mask that he had prepared earlier from his backpack. The mask was ordered in advance, and it was made directly according to the protagonist in Tokyo Food, and he took out a black cloak to hide his body in the cloak, and Oki started to head towards the black market. It is said that this black market is only found out after asking the family. Although this kind of black market is organized by some underground forces on the surface, there are actually shadows of various families behind it. Oki took the token given by the family members and twisted to the front of a cave. There were people guarding the entrance, strictly guarding the entrance to check the token, and at the same time prevent people from making trouble. After all, this place is illegal. If someone reports it, the Alliance will have to take over this place. The law is the last fig leaf for official forces in the world. After checking the token, Oki went down by entering the elevator and then walked into the black market here. The black market here is underground. According to the family members, some black markets directly opened up a space with the power of Pokémon. Those black markets are really huge and there are everything in them. Sometimes there are quasi-god Pokémon for sale, which also makes those families a protective umbrella, and they look forward to buying Pokémon to add a little heritage to their families. Walking into the black market, there is a lot of space. People wearing various masks are doing their own business inside, and patrols pass by from time to time. Those who can serve as patrol officers here are at least elite-level people, and there are at least 6 elite Pokémon, which are basically the backbone of each family. People who make trouble here will basically be invited to the black market forces here to drink tea. It's okay to have a good attitude. If you encounter someone who dares to resist, the end will not be good anyway. Looking at the various stalls here, there are also various things on display from Kanto, Johto region Hone. Although it cannot be said that there is everything that one expects to find, most of the things can be found here. Oki went directly to the place where the meat was sold in the black market of Saffron. The meat sold here was nothing but Pokémon meat. There is no way the nutrition that Hounder needs now can be replenished slowly through ordinary meat, but the time may be very urgent. Oki and Hounder are not enough for 6 now, so there is no time to consume in it. Supplement the nutrition above. After all, Hounder is basically the main force in the Oki Alliance competition, and he must train as soon as possible to improve his strength. Now that he has participated in the Alliance competition, Oki does not intend to pay attention to the previous competitions. When he came to the store, Oki directly asked the clerk to bring the best meat here, bought all of them and put them in bags, and Oki went to the place where Pokémon was sold. Although the exchange of Pokémon is allowed in the Alliance, the trading of Pokémon is not allowed. Oki went directly to the place where Pokémon were sold. There were many types of Pokémon here. Oki even saw the Pokémon from Usangia and quickly asked Ling to check it. Unfortunately, all of them were below the Cyan qualification. Oki can only continue to watch until the end here. The spirit informs Oki that there are qualified Pokémon. Looking at the Pokémon that Ling said, this is a Pokémon from the Hone region, a very common Poochyena. Oki asked the seller and the seller directly asked a high price. If it was Ralts, Oki would consider buying it. Cultivate it by yourself, but Oki has just received Hounder, so forget about Poochyena. Fortunately, Oki is not short of money now, so he didn't bother to bargain, so he bought it directly. Although I don't want to cultivate it, Oki intends to give it directly to the family. It is not easy to meet high-quality Pokémon. The seller seems to know that this Pokémon has extraordinary qualifications, but he probably doesn't know the specific qualifications. Machines that check the qualifications are not easy to come across. Otherwise, he must directly hand it over to the local big family and get more, not just money. As things, Oki, who bought Poochyena, went shopping for a while and went back after finding nothing else worth buying. Back to the Pokémon Center, because it is already night, Oki can only ask the person in charge of the family here to send Poochyena back tomorrow, so that his mother Ariel can find a good trainer for it. Oki, who found a home for Puccina, brought Pokémon meat to the place where the family helped arrange Pokémon food. This time I made food with Pokémon meat. If you are in the Pokémon Center, it will be easy for Nurse Joy to find out. Although nothing will happen after you reveal your identity, Oki subconsciously does not want to provoke the disgust of these real angels in white. It has nothing to do with it, just a subconscious choice. It was already early morning when the food was prepared and arrived at the Pokémon Center. The sound of Oki coming to the ward seemed to wake up Hounder. Is it really a Pokémon? This guy has recovered a lot after taking a day off, and he can already stand up and perform simple movements. Seeing Oki come back, Hounder wanted to jump off the hospital bed and rush towards Oki again. Oki could only stop it again. Although he stopped Hounder from jumping off the hospital bed, Oki still walked a few steps quickly and came to Hounder. Hounder, come and eat, you can run around when you are healthy, Oki said while stroking Hounder's head. Hounder responded to Oki's words with two whimpers but obviously didn't listen, rubbing Oki's hand with his head. Anyway, Oki took out the special food and handed it to Hounder. After eating the food, Hounder obviously felt that the food was different, but because he trusted Oki, he hesitated and ate it directly. Seeing how happy Hounder was eating the food, Oki was also very happy. Afraid that it was not enough to eat, he directly took out all the prepared food. There is a lot of food, but Hounder's food intake is limited. Oki collected the leftover food from Hounder and let Hounder have a good rest. Oki went back to the room directly. Last night, he was worried about Hounder's situation and didn't sleep well. Today it's so late at night, Oki just wants to sleep well now. The sun is shining outside the window, another beautiful day. After Oki got up, he checked Hounder's condition again. Pokémon's physique and sufficient nutrition made Hounder's condition recover very well. As soon as Oki entered the room this morning, there was an extra dog in his arms, and Hounder was able to get out of bed and walk. Seeing this situation, Oki directly called Nurse Joy. After a period of examination, Nurse Joy told Oki that Hounder's recovery is very good, and he can finish the treatment in the Pokémon Center, but it's better to rest for a few days. Normal walking in the sky is fine, but not fighting or something, and paying attention to supplementing nutrition and so on. Oki took the words of Nurse Joy seriously. These are companions who share life and death with him, so he can't be careless. After remembering the precautions, Oki took Hounder to the next destination with the consent of Nurse Joy. Time is running out. Oki's current strength is not yet ready to show off in the Alliance competition. The revolution has not yet succeeded, comrades still need to work hard. On the way to Rainbow City, Oki led the Pokémon to train hard. Hounder's old injury was not healed and he couldn't train, so he kept following him to help guard. Canine Pokémon still have the advantage of being a dog, and it is most suitable for vigilance. After daily combat training, dealing with injuries and solving food problems are the most troublesome, but they have to do it. Oki considered taking an Chansey-type Pokémon if he had the chance, so that he could spend more time on training instead of these trivial matters. But this kind of Pokémon is also considered rare, and it's not so easy to come across. If it doesn't work, it can only use the power of the Assist family. A few days later, Oki and the others finally came to Rainbow City. The gains of these few days are really not small. Pokémon have made a lot of progress. Even Hounder started training 2 days ago. In the past few days, I have been very cheerful in front of myself and Pokémon. The only bad thing is that Hounder's character seems to be a bit of a hazy feeling. After handing the Pokémon to Joy, Oki called home again, explained his situation, and asked about the Puccina he sent back. Because I didn't want to reveal my secrets, I just said it was a Pokémon with good qualifications. As a result, after the family checked Puccina's qualifications, it immediately became popular. Many clan members and even elders wanted to accept it and cultivate it as the main force. Pokémon. In the end, it seems to be taken down by an elder stationed on Hone's side. In any case, Puccina has a good home, so Oki has let go of one of his worries. After all, he bought it by himself. If he doesn't have a good home, then he will feel uneasy. On Professor Oak's side, Oki also got a message. The matter in Lampulachi City has come to an end. The mother-in-law's family was originally considered a relatively prominent family, but it is now in the past tense and the matter is so big. There is always a need for a scapegoat, and it doesn't count as wronging them, they caused the incident in the first place. It has been an hour since the chat ended, and it was still early to take Pokémon to see the time. Oki decided to challenge the gym, and the 8 badges should be collected as soon as possible, and there are still arrangements later. When he came to the perfume shop, Oki bought some high-end ones, filled in the address and sent them directly to his mother. After proposing to challenge the gymnasium, the clerk very enthusiastically notified Alicia, and then took Oki directly to the battlefield. It seems that spending money is still beneficial. and other things are much faster after consumption. Oki just heard on the phone that it used to jump in the queue and squeezed out the next challenger. This is VIP, treatment. Arriving at the battlefield, Oki also saw a small park on the way. There are many grass-type Pokémon in it. It seems that the owner stores Pokémon. When it came to the battlefield, the host Aligia was already waiting there. Challenger, I appreciate you because you appreciate perfume unlike those reckless guys, Alicia said after seeing Oki. As for whether I really appreciate this or for the sake of money, I don't know. In fact, most of these museum owners are from common people. If they only rely on the subsidy from the Alliance, although they can live a life, it is obviously not enough to live a good life if they want it. So many of them have their own sideline business, and the perfume sold in Rainbow City Gymnasium is one of the sideline businesses of the owner. Haha, the shop owner was joking. The perfume in the store is a good thing. There should be no one who doesn't like it. Everyone carried the flowery sedan chair. Although face-saving words are false, they are indeed useful, so Oki never minds to say some beautiful words. Haha, you're really interesting. Well, since you're challenging the gym, let's start. There are people queuing up behind you, Alicia blinked, looking quite playful. Okay. Now the battle starts with Badge as the bet. The challenger is Oki from Pallet Town. There are only 2 Pokémon available. Get ready, start. Come out Tangela, Charmeleon, it's up to you. Alicia and Oak released their Pokémon one after another. I'm going to strike first Tangela and use Vine Whip. Alicia, who released the Pokémon first, launched the attack first. Tangela, who was covered in tentacles like vines, directly pulled 2 Vine Whips towards Charmeleon. The results of Charmeleon's training in the past few days were immediately revealed, and he directly grabbed the 2 Vine Whips with both hands. Okay, that's it. Pull Charmeleon over, Fire Punch. Seeing this, Oki ordered directly just to see how much Charmeleon's strength has improved. After hearing the order, Charmeleon pulled Tangela towards him with both hands. It's Stun Spore now. Alicia, who had clearly planned it, ordered directly. I've been on guard against you for a long time, Flamethrower and then Fire Punch. Oki was obviously not completely defenseless and ordered directly. Tangela released a large group of Stun Spore directly, but before the powder reached Charmeleon, it was directly burned by the Flamethrower. After the flame passed through the Stun Spore, it directly hit Tangela, although it was to prevent stun from Spore, but its size is large, its power is still lacking and it can't cause much damage. But before Tangela could react, a fiery punch hit it straight again. Tangela was directly thrown out by the huge force, and accompanied by the damage of Fire Punch Flame Burn, Tangela directly hit the wall outside the field and passed out. Tangela lost the ability to fight. Please release the next Pokémon. Soon someone took Tangela down for treatment, which is the benefit of having someone under his command. My next contestant is it, you are ready to accept the move. Alicia directly sent out an elite intermediate Gloom. This is Gloom, which can obviously evolve, but Alicia chose to continue to cultivate it. It seems that it should be the kind that has more commemorative significance than actual battle significance. It is understandable to send this kind of Pokémon in the gymnasium. That may disappoint you, Charmeleon Fire Spin. A flame directly surrounded Gloom, but Alicia was in no hurry. The flames slowly diminished, and instead a green vortex surrounded Gloom, a leafy storm. As expected of a grass-type gym, there should be many trainers who bring fire-type Pokémon to challenge, and they are obviously very experienced in fighting fire-type Pokémon. How about it? We often fight against fire-type Pokémon. We have more means than that. Alicia seemed to be in a good mood. Oh, then you can try the difference between my Charmeleon and them. Alloy Claws, during this period of training, everyone has made great progress and Charmeleon has also learned many tricks and Alloy Claws are one of them. Charmeleon headed straight for Gloom with cold hands. Smelly, Alicia directly directed Gloom to issue the best trick. A stench came over his face. Oki couldn't help covering his mouth and nose, not to mention the Charmeleon who was so far away. The Alloy Claws were cancelled directly, and he knelt on the ground with an ugly face. Howling sound wave tricks are still very easy to use. Accompanied by the stinky resentment, Charmeleon's howling trick is unexpectedly powerful, and people around the venue are affected and directly cover their ears. The affected Gloom also released the stench. Charmeleon seized the opportunity, and the Alloy Claws kept greeting Gloom and stopped until Gloom lost the ability to fight. Gloom has lost the ability to fight. Since the 2 Pokémon of the hall owner have lost the ability to fight, the challenger wins. After the referee dutifully announced, he couldn't help but ran away. The stench in the middle position is still very strong now. Seeing that Charmeleon's set of Alloy Claws has been issued, is it sure that Gloom ran to Oki after losing his fighting ability? It was a wonderful battle. This is Rainbow Badge, the testimony that you defeated me. Oki, who got the badge, bid farewell to Alicia and returned to the Pokémon Center. In the Pokémon Center, Oki looked at his Pokémon, combined with the information given by Ling. Oki found that although his current strength was not bad, it was at the level of ordinary people. Anyway, I have a cheat like a spirit, and I have an innate advantage. The family directly opened the spirit. Now this kind of strength can't match it at all. Think about what you have gained during this time, first of all Pokémon. Charmeleon, as his own Earl Dervish Pokémon, is now an elite mid-level player. He must work hard to evolve before the Pokémon Alliance competition, at least reaching the quasi-elite level. After this period of training, Vulpix has become an elite primary Pokémon. Since the incident in Lampulachi City, Vulpix has worked harder than ever in training. Oki plans to send it in the next gymnasium competition. Come out and try. Arbok, as the first Pokémon captured by Oki, has lived alone in the forest since the beginning of Ekans. After surviving through fierce competition, he has the richest combat experience among his group of Pokémon. Now his strength has reached the elite intermediate level. At that time, because Dragonite carried Thunder Shock energy, its body shape was better than normal's, and its physical strength was also quite excellent. As a Flash Pokémon, Ghastly has stronger strength than ordinary Pokémon, and at the same time, the damage caused by special attacks is much greater than that of ordinary Ghastly. It has just been subdued now and I have adapted to it in the past few days. I will train harder in the future. After all, it can evolve twice and has full potential. Finally, there is Hounder. The Pokémon in the Chengdu region had a hard time surviving here. Although I don't know why they were reduced to the Kanto region, long-term malnutrition has caused them to be smaller than normal and may have less energy in their bodies. The reason is that there are few tricks. Although the nutritional supplements have improved in the past few days, it will take time to make up for it. The number of 5 Pokémon is too small, and it is easy to be targeted in the Alliance competition. If there is no strong strength, maybe even the top 8 will be choked, and it will be embarrassing at that time. The glory of the Traverser cannot be lost, so we must work hard. While training hard, you also need to find more companions. With a decision, it is easy to do things. Oki took out the map to find a suitable place, but the problem with Badge is a small problem. As long as you have the strength, you can just sit on the flying machine to challenge it. After searching for a long time, Oki suddenly remembered that there seemed to be 2 quasi-god Pokémon in the wild field area. Thinking about it this way, I suddenly felt that the wild wilderness area was unexpectedly suitable. There are a large number of Pokémon that can be tamed, and they can also be trained in battle. If you are lucky, you can even tame 2 quasi-god Pokémon. On the second day, Oki took his Pokémon and changed the route he planned to take, and went directly to the wild Pokémon wilderness area. On the way, Oki led the Pokémon to train while walking as before, and walked for almost half a month before finally reaching the Pokémon wilderness area. He went directly to the hut of the person in charge of the wilderness area, and after identifying himself, he borrowed the phone again. The identity he revealed this time is the identity of the Oak family because he has to stay here for a while, and there is no identity strength that can deter him, and it is easy to be frightened by the administrator with Brother Thunder. Seeing that, Oki called Professor Oak and confirmed the identity of his relatives. Tommy, the administrator of the wilderness area, agreed to Oki's request to stay in the wilderness area for a few more days, but he had to charge more. Money is not a problem. Oki took out his credit card on the spot and asked him to swipe it casually. After completing the formalities so that he would not be driven away as a poacher by the people of the wilderness area, Oki walked into the wilderness area under the leadership of the staff of the wilderness area. The staff took Oki directly to a place with water and few Pokémon who usually come. After helping Oki to fix the tent and so on, the staff went back. Oki looked at the camp where he was going to live for a long time and released all the Pokémon. Charmeleon 4 just came out of the Pokéball, but Ghastly was the one hiding in Oak Yat's shadow. Oak had only asked Ghastly to do this since he took over Ghastly. This is where we will live for a long time, remember to protect it, Oki said to the 5 Pokémon, Ho, Me, Abs, Woof, Ghastly. After deciding where to live in the future, Oki began to train Pokémon. Dratini and the others are not in a hurry because they can't escape there anyway. Charmeleon is very powerful first, but the Fire-type special moves need to be strengthened. Let it bring Hounder to contact the Fire-type special moves first. As far as Arbok is concerned, the strength of the muscles still needs to be strengthened, so let it attack Vulpix without using special tricks, just to train Vulpix's evasion ability. As far as Ghastly is concerned, let it let go of its mischievous nature and sneak attack directly when Charmeleons are practicing to train their reflexes. After the tasks are arranged, the Pokémon go to training first, and Oki is responsible for preparing the food first. and then pointing out the places they need to pay attention to from time to time, and if necessary, exchange the opponents for training. Anyway, I have decided to continue training here for a long time, so I must stick to it. When I am tired from training, I will look for a suitable Pokémon. Once I have a plan, I will actually implement it. Oki led the Pokémon to start life in the wilderness area. On the second day, Oki left Charmeleon and Vulpix to watch the camp and took his other Pokémon to look for Pokémon. To be honest, the number of Pokémon is quite large. Oki walked around for a while and saw no less than 10 kinds of Pokémon. There is every reason to believe that these Pokémon can be subdued. In other words, if the probability of successfully subduing Pokéball in the wilderness area is too low, then there will not be so many Pokémon here. As for the one throwing of Ash, it can be completely ignored. It is impossible for a normal person to subdue a Tauros without spending 5-6 Pokéballs in the field area, and it must be the same Tauros, otherwise the chances are even lower. Seeing so many Pokémon, Oki has long been dazzled. After getting Ling's attention, he glanced at all kinds of Pokémon. But the sad thing is that they didn't find a suitable one until dusk. Oki had to go back to the camp. After wasting so much time today, Oki decided to change his strategy, let Charmeleon and the others train in the camp, and take Golem's Pokéball to find it. Proper Pokémon. I have been searching for many days, but I have seen a lot of green qualifications. In fact, green qualifications are already good, but Oki has high requirements. Since the training time of Pokémon would not be delayed, Oki decided to continue. Until the 10th day here, Oki found a suitable Pokémon, not a Pokémon with cyan qualifications, but a Pokémon with green qualifications. But this is the team doctor that Oki has always wanted to find. Oki didn't think about letting it fight, but just thinking about letting it play its own abilities, so that other Pokémon can train without any worries. That's right, it's the Pokémon of Chansey, but it's not Chansey, it's its degenerated lucky egg. Seeing a suitable Pokémon because of the particularity of Golem, Oki just remembered the approximate area where it was active, and came back to conquer it with the Pokémon when he went back. With motivation, Oki immediately went back and called Charmeleon and came to the place where the lucky egg was found. After searching for a while, Oki finally saw his target. The lucky egg is taking care of a Machop at this time, and it makes a nice sound from its mouth. Seeing that Machop is much more comfortable, it should be the bell of healing. It is really a very good lucky egg. Seeing that there was an extra human in front of him, Machop reluctantly stood up, keeping the lucky egg behind, and looked at Oki and Charmeleon warily. Oki just noticed the existence of Machop after he had been paying attention to lucky eggs. Seeing Lucky's familiar movements and unguarded look just now, Oki wondered if they lived together. Machop was in charge of fighting, and Lucky was in charge of healing and other things. Machop. Oki, who was awakened by Machop, finished his thinking and looked at the Machop in front of him, with scars all over his body, both new and old. It seems that it is not easy for them to live in the wilderness area. From time to time, the field side will give some food to the Pokémon here, reducing the number of Pokémon who die due to lack of food. Looking at Machop's appearance, it should be difficult to find food. Machop and Lucky Egg, hello, I'm trainer, would you like to come with me? I will provide you with plenty of food. Oak tried to attract them with food, but the effect didn't seem to be significant. Looking at Machop and Lucky Eggs, Oki's goal was only Lucky Eggs, but looking at them, you can tell that they are companions who have lived together for a long time. Machop is injured now. It's easy to just subdue the lucky guy, but I'm afraid the lucky guy won't be obedient or even spite himself in his heart in the future. Having no choice, Oki took out the potion he carried with him and handed it to Lucky Egg. This is a healing spray. Spraying a few times on the wound can speed up the healing of the wound. You can spray it on Machop. Oki sprayed on his hand a few times to show that it was not poisonous, and then handed the spray to Lucky Eggs. Lucky Egg thought for a while with the spray, and then tentatively sprayed it on the wound on Machop's body. Oki carried high-end products with him, and the effect was very obvious. The lucky ones who saw the effect directly sprayed on Machop's other wounds. After Lucky Egg finished his work, Oki proposed the idea of letting them go with him again. Lucky Egg looked a little moved, but Machop still looked at Oki very warily. There was no other way. Oki could only propose a discount. Then you go back to my camp with me first. If you are not satisfied, you can go directly. After you recover from your injuries, I will subdue you in battle, okay? Machop looked at Oki and Lucky Egg, and waited for Lucky Egg to nod before agreeing to go to Oki's camp. But as long as they come to the camp, Oki is very confident to subdue them. Life here is good and they can become stronger. Oki doesn't believe that they will miss their previous life. Back at the camp, the first thing he saw was Vulpix, who were training fervently, and Oki clearly saw envy in Machop's eyes. This made Oki more confident in subduing them and took out various therapeutic medicines and bandages, and said to the lucky egg, "These are therapeutic things which can recover faster and better. Kind of injury, if you are with me in the future, you can learn a lot of other knowledge about healing. You should think about it." After Oki introduced it to Lucky Egg, he touched Lucky Egg's head and went to check. "I have been training Pokémon for so long, and I am too impatient to eat hot tofu. Luckily, they have already shown obvious intentions, and the rest will be simple, and they will not be able to escape." After stopping the training Vulpix, Oki introduced them to each other. Knowing that they might be companions in the future, Oki's Pokémon also greeted them kindly. When they are not companions, this is the limit. Companions and non-companions are treated differently, which is the consensus of everyone. Slowly, the Lucky Eggs began to get to know the team and everything about them. On the third day after the Lucky Eggs came to the camp, Oak successfully captured 2 Pokémon again. Lucky Egg. Gender female. Attribute common. Height 0.6 m. Qualification green. Strength level ordinary intermediate. Unique moves: slapping charm, sweet kiss, healing bell, spirit recovery. Matchup. Gender male. Attribute fighting. Height 0.8 m. Qualification green. Strength level ordinary advanced. Special moves: down kick, chi gathering, hand knife, foresight, leer, seismic toss. With the establishment of their partner status, Lucky Egg and Matchup gradually integrated into the team and gradually adapted to the training here. Of course, Matchup is the same as Charmeleon. It trains combat ability, and Lucky Egg learns how to use medical supplies from Oki. And Oki wants to send it to the Joy family to learn after it evolves. As for Matchup, it was because of good luck that it was accepted by the way. Oki has prepared for its poor qualifications and spent a lot of time training it. The result is green qualifications, which makes Oki feel very lucky, and this only Matchup is very strong about the strength of Covet, and he works hard in training. This trip to the wilderness area is off to a good start. With the addition of Lucky Egg and Matchup, Oak's team is even more complete. Lucky Egg doesn't like fighting but likes the role of team doctor. Now Oki is slowly teaching it how to make food, intending to completely liberate itself. With the addition of Matchup, the types of battles in the team are more abundant, and Pokémon can also slowly exchange and learn unique skills with each other, which is gradually getting on the right track. Now every day, Oki takes Golem to look for the valley where Dragonair and Dratini live, and the Pokémon complete their own tasks in the camp. But it seems that the valley is really hidden. Oki searched for a few days but couldn't find it. He could only think about saving the country with curves. He just happened to be short of a water-type Pokémon, so he could tame a water-type Pokémon here and let him take it with him. It happened that there was a river next to the camp. Although Oki had never fished in his previous life, he took his fishing rod and sat by the river to fish. "I was a little nervous at the beginning, but I gradually got used to it and gradually caught Pokémon, but 9 out of 10 were Magikarp and 1 was Seeking. In fact, Magikarp doesn't matter anymore. After evolution, it is still a very powerful Pokémon. As long as the aptitude is good, evolution is still very easy, but the ones caught by Oki have no high aptitude at all." As the days passed, Oki caught quite a lot of Pokémon, but none with good qualifications, so he had no choice but to find Dragonair again in another way. Oki began to search along the river again. The wilderness area was too large. Oki spent a few days searching all the rivers in the wilderness area and finally found a similar one. But there is a problem in front of Oki: how to force Dragonair to come out and how to fight against them after they come out is another problem. No matter what, the place is found and other things are nothing. Oki wrote down this place and he will come here for fishing in the future. What if he catches a Dratini directly? Time passed day by day and more than a month passed unknowingly. Oki actually met Ash and the others in the wilderness area this day. When he met Ash, he was sweeping toros like the original book. Okyat's fishing trip didn't make much headway, but the Pokémon side was rewarding. Both Charmeleon and Arbor have reached the peak of the Elite Advanced level, and Charmeleon has also begun to evolve. It is estimated that when he breaks through the Elite, it is time for him to evolve into Charizard. From the current size of the Charmeleon, we know that when it evolves into a Charizard, it must not be like the deformed evolution of Ash. After this period of training, Arbok's size has also grown a little, and the color has begun to turn purple, which should be the accumulation of poisonous energy. During this period of time, the training was not only for the exercise of Arbok's physical strength. Oki also took it out from time to find poisonous Pokémon to fight. Vulpix has also now broken through to the Elite level, and it's almost time to evolve. Ghastly has evolved and is now an Elite mid-level Haunter, and because Oak has arranged for it to sneak attack on other Pokémon, the attacks are now more and more unpredictable. Hounder has finished eating the Pokémon food made by Okia's purchase of Fire-type Pokémon. With nutritional supplements, his body shape has caught up to the average level, and now it is at the level of an ordinary high level. There are also two newly tamed Pokémon. Lucky Egg has now taken over the healing of Pokémon, but the height is not enough. When it evolves in the future, it will probably take over the cooking, so that Oki will be completely liberated. For Machop, he trained very hard. In terms of unique skills, he learned Fire Punch with the help of Charmeleon. His strength has broken through to the elite and low level during training. Although his aptitude is at the bottom of Okia's Pokémon, hard work can make up for it. Machop's efforts it also drove Okia's other Pokémon who were already working hard, but now they are even more desperate. Brother Yi, are you also in the wilderness area? I've tamed more than a dozen Pokémon here. Ash was very enthusiastic when he saw Oki. Yeah, they're all Tauros. Misty, who couldn't get used to Ash's bragging, broke the stage. Damn, what do you mean? What isn't what I said the truths? Misty was very happy to see Ash being speechless, while Zio Gang watched quietly from the side and smiled apologetically at Oki. Looking at the two enemies in front of him, Oki's mood also became better, and he happened to be looking for Dratini, so he just followed them. Okay, Ash, are you going to subdue all the Tauros? In fact, that's pretty good. A group of Tauros are running behind the laboratory, and there must be a lot of noise. Oki wanted to go to Dratini's side earlier and stopped him, two people arguing. In the following time, Oki followed Ash and the others. Watching Ash directly subdue 30 Tauros with one throw, Oki really could only lament that foolish people have foolish blessings. When Ash was almost subdued, Tommy, the administrator of the wilderness area, jumped over with a strange machine on his body. Oki was very curious now. In the animation, there was only Tommy in the wilderness area, but in reality there were so many people. How did 3 people do it? So they are talents. After explaining for a while, Tommy took Oki and the others to the dragon nest, to the place. There was a burst of explosions and everyone ran a few steps together and saw the Rockets trio holding explosives to blow up fish. There were a few Pokémon lying on the water. Seeing the Rocket trio drop another bomb, Tommy jumped into the water directly and Ash also jumped under Misty's Staryu's help. Misty, let's send another Pokémon. One Staryu can't save 2 people. Hearing what Oak said, Misty sent another seeking. It seemed that there would be no problem, so Oki smiled and looked at the Rockets team on the opposite side. The Rockets trio looked creepy. Boy on the other side, what are you looking at? Jessie burst out with a fiery temper, and James and Meowth nodded in approval. Oh, I've been interested in you 3 for a long time, especially you, Meowth. Why, Maze? Meow. Because you are special, don't say much, Meowth, I want to subdue you, Oki said and took out the Pokeball. Hey, are you pretending we don't exist? Jessie exploded again. Don't talk much, let's go directly. Just when Oki was about to release his Pokémon, the water surface broke. Tommy appeared first, and then Ash appeared on the water surface and even threw the bomb directly on the water surface. Throw to the rockets. Bong. With the sound of an explosion, the rocket directly received the boxed lunch for the trio. Oki, who was quite sorry to see the rockets being blown away, saw a burst of light from the rockets trio when they saw the explosion. Although they flew out, there was no harm at all. It seems that these 3 people are not simple. Every time it appears, the final result seems to be to help Ash and them. Oki thought silently, his curiosity was aroused. After Team Rocket flew out, the water broke again, and a Dragonair and a Dratini appeared in front of everyone. Could it be? Seeing the scar on Dragonair's head, Tommy tentatively stretched out his hand to Dragonair. Dragonair seemed to know Tommy and let Tommy touch him without refusing. But it doesn't look as close as in the animation, but it's actually normal. The intersection between Tommy and Dragonair was just before Dragonair evolved, and it just saved his life. Tommy didn't mind, after all, he was his own savior. Oki was actually quite happy seeing this scene, at least his future plans would not be affected by the friendship between Dragonair and Tommy. After Tommy and Dragonair talked about the past, they went back to the management house together. Oki looked for a chance to say goodbye to Ash and the others on the way, but Tommy glanced at him, probably guessing Oki's plan, but he didn't stop him. The 3 of them belonged to the Rockets today, and Dragonair's information had been leaked. The strength of Dragonite can't protect Dragonair mother and child, and it's not bad to give it to the Oak family, and Professor Oak also has a powerful Dragonite, which is also a good choice for Dragonair. After Oak bid farewell to Ash and the others, he went straight back to Dragon Nest. Tommy seemed to have guessed what he was going to do, and if he didn't stop him, he should have agreed. Dragonair, come out. Oki came to the lake and yelled directly, maybe because of the reason of meeting just now. Dragonair came out of face. Dragonair, I want to subdue you. Your news has been leaked now. There must be many people who will disturb you in the future. Why don't you just follow me? Oki said directly. Dragonair could understand Oki's meaning. Oki fell down not in a hurry, just slowly waiting for Dragonair's decision. After a long time, Dragonair looked at Dratini beside him, and Oki suddenly realized and added another fire. Dratini is still young, you can't let him just stay here, right? You don't want him to go out and see, can you see the outside world and become a powerful existence that can stand alone. Oki's words dealt a fatal blow to Dragonair, and Dragonair directly assumed a fighting posture, apparently wanting to test Oki's strength. Just in time for the Pokémon to grow in strength, it's time to show off their real skills. Arbok, come out. Oki chose Arbok after consideration. After all, there is so much water, Charmeleon can't fly now, and his strength can't be fully exerted. Dragonair launched an attack first, spraying a water gun directly at Arbok, and Arbok quickly dodged it. Poison Barb. Arbok launched Poison Barb directly and flew towards Dragonair with a strong toxin. Feeling the danger, Dragonair launched Twister, and the powerful Twister directly whirlwinded Poison Barb and attacked Arbok with undiminished power. Go to the underwater and bind. Arbok sank directly into the underwater and swam towards Dragonair, who flew straight up as Arbok sank. Let Arbok's attack fail directly, but the training results during this period are reflected. Arbok sank into the underwater again, and Stockpile rushed out of the water after that. The strong muscle strength made it fly directly to Dragonair's position. Dragonair did not expect Arbok to be able to. If you do this, you will be directly bitten by Arbok. Seeing Arbok bite Dragonair, Oki knew that he had basically won. During this time, the power of Arbok's poisonous attacks rose sharply. Oki also asked it to carry as much poison as possible in its attacks, and the attacks launched through its mouth have basically reached Oki's request. Others still need to work hard and improve their strength in the future. Arbok hit the Orberg tail again. Although he was confident in Arbok's poison, Oki still let Arbok hit the Orberg tail as insurance. Orberg's tail hit Dragonair, and the two Pokémon fell into the water at the same time. When they surfaced again, Arbok was still very energetic, but Dragonair was already affected by the toxin. He looked at Arbok panting and wanted to attack again. Oki stopped at this time. Dragonair, stop. You should understand Arbok's strength, right? You have no chance of defeating him after being poisoned, so stop. After Oki stopped Dragonair, he handed Arbok's antidote to him. Give it. After thinking about it for a while, Dragonair still took the antidote. After a while, the antidote began to take effect, and Dragonair's poisoning reaction gradually eased. Oki saw that Dragonair took the antidote and knew it was over. After its poisoning reaction lessened, he took out two Piquet balls and placed them on the shore, waiting for Dragonair's choice. After a while, Dragonair directly called Dratini over. After the mother and son had a good talk, Dratini nodded his head to the Piquet ball tearfully and was directly subdued. As for Dragonair, after watching his child enter the Piquet ball, Dragonair just looked at Oki and didn't speak. Oki could only guess what it meant. Don't you want to go with me? Shaking his head. Then you have something to do, nodding. Is it here? Those three belong to the Rockets. You will be in trouble here, shaking his head. It seems that your determination is quite sufficient. Well, you have to be careful outside. Pokémon like you Quasi-Gods are easy to make people jealous. Nodded and then looked at Dratini's Piquet ball. Understood, don't worry, you will have a chance to see it in the future. It's in Professor Oak's laboratory. You should have a way, right? Nodded. By the way, you bring this. Under normal circumstances, someone should give our family face. Oak suddenly remembered something, took out his own family crest and put it on Dragonair's head. Knowing that Oki was kind, Dragonair didn't refuse and bid farewell to Oki after wearing the family crest. Oki could only watch Dragonair's figure fly higher and higher until it disappeared into the clouds. The twisted melon is not sweet, although Oki is sure to directly defeat Dragonair and subdue it directly. But there is no need for that, having Dratini is already a big gain. Ling, give me Dratini's information. Dratini, gender male, attribute dragon, height 1.8 ms. Qualification purple, strength level ordinary advanced. Tricks bind Leer Twister Chi-Yu Dragon Rage Thunder Wave. Dratini's information surprised Oki, thinking that there is no other Dragonair here. This Dratini should be the crystallization of Dragonair and other Pokémon. The qualifications should be a little bit worse. Oki is also ready, but Dratini had a surprise for him. Oki wondered if Dragonair went to find Dratini's father, and his father should not be simple. Oak released all the Pokémon and wanted them to get to know each other, but Dratini looked at Oak with tears in his eyes as soon as Dratini came out, suffocating what Oak said next. Dratini is an existence that can be cute without doing anything, and now he looks at Oak with tears in his eyes. Oak quickly looks at his Pokémon, asking them to give him some help. The group of gentlemen in Charmeleon looked at each other, completely helpless. At the critical moment, Lucky Egg and Vulpix stood up, and finally persuaded Dratini after a while of talking and talking, which made Oki heave a sigh of relief. Dratini, these are your future companions. Be brave as a boy and learn more from Charmeleon in the future. Oki called Charmeleon over and asked Charmeleon to take Dratini to meet everyone. Charmeleon is becoming more and more like a captain, like a big brother, introducing Dratini to everyone. After they got acquainted with each other, Oki put away the Pokémon and returned to the camp and took away the things that should be taken away. After so long, even Ash has already arrived at the wilderness area, and it is almost time to continue traveling. Now continuous training can no longer improve strength quickly, let's take it slowly while traveling. When they packed up their things and came to the administrator, Ash and the others had already left. After Oki returned the things that should be returned, he borrowed the phone here to call Professor Oak. Beepa beepa. It's Zaioi, how is your special training going? Professor Oak appeared on the screen holding a broom. Grandpa, my special training is not bad and I have tamed 3 Pokémon here. What's wrong with you? Oak asked. It's not Ash who sent back 30 Tauros and made a mess here. By the way, you have such high vision, what kind of Pokémon did you subdue? Matchup Lucky Egg Dratini, that's all 3. What, you subdued Dratini? Your luck is really good, they couldn't find it everywhere. I'll have a look when I have time to send it back. Because he has Dragonite himself, Professor Oak's desire for Dratini's research is not too strong. Okay, but there is one thing. Grandpa, please help me send the lucky eggs to the Joy family for training. Send it to the Joy family, that's fine, pass it on. Well, okay, pass it on. Okay, I received it here, what else do you have to do? It's a mess here and I have to clean it up. It's okay, see you again, Grandpa. Oki saw that Professor Oak looked like he was going to clean up and hung up the phone directly. After hanging up the phone, Oki went to say goodbye to Tommy. After all, he had bothered him for so long and subdued Dratini, so it was better to say hello when he left. When I found Tommy, he was looking at soaring in the sky with a sad face. Dragonair is gone, I have subdued Dratini, now I want to continue traveling, I came to say goodbye to you. Fine. Just treat Dratini well. Seeing that Tommy didn't want to talk more, Oki agreed and left. Leaving the wilderness area, Oki headed towards the Fuchsia Gymnasium again. Although it has been delayed for more than a month, it is still early before the start of the Alliance competition. Oki, as always, stayed with his Pokémon while he was on the road and training. Because Oki is no longer like before, there are only a few Pokémon. At the beginning, one Pokémon was kept to prevent accidents, but the movement was too loud and it made people jump around all the way. Oki could only its 3 of 3, Haunter is still acting as a shit stick, sneak attacking from time to time, exercising the reaction of other Pokémon. Although this kind of training is not as effective as the wilderness area, the effect is still there. Oki and the others traveled slowly like this, and it took half a month to reach Fuchsia City, but Fuchsia Gymnasium was in the forest, so Oki could only rest for one night and set off for Fuchsia Gymnasium the next day. Haunter, pay attention, I remember that there is a wayward ninja here who will use hidden weapons against the challenger. Oki said to Haunter, who was hiding in his shadow just in case. Without waiting for Haunter to respond, Oki walked towards the forest. Going all the way to the depths of the forest, Oki could vaguely see the shadow of the Fuchsia Gymnasium. Call out. A kunai-like hidden weapon flew towards Oki. Oki knew that there would be such a move, so he was not very surprised. Haunter directly hit the hidden weapon back to the place where it came from with a shadow ball. Ah, there was an exclamation from a tree in the direction of the hidden weapon, and then a woman with green hair fell from the tree. Regardless of the woman named Yan who fell down, Oki walked directly towards the Fuchsia Gymnasium. But remembering that there are many traps in this gymnasium, Oki asked Haunter to investigate first. So as not to be so embarrassing when caught in a trap, Haunter's speed is very fast. After roughly figuring out the trap here, he returned to Oki. With Haunter's investigation, Oak's escape is more at ease. Entering the gymnasium, there is no one. Suddenly the secret door on the right opens, and a Venonat appears in front of Oki. Venonat walked slowly, probably to lead the way. Seeing that there was no one else here, Oki could only follow it and walk into the gymnasium. While walking, the front floor suddenly opened, and a Thunder Electro Ball appeared in the hidden compartment. Just when Lei Electro Ball wanted to discharge, Haunter appeared from the side and knocked him out with a Shadow Ball. Oki hated this kind of prank, and he didn't have time to play this kind of game with him. Directly asked Haunter to lead the way to the battlefield. On the way, Haunter used a Shadow Ball to break an invisible wall made of transparent glass. After that, there seemed to be no traps and he walked directly to the battlefield. Hearing a familiar voice, Haunter reappeared and the Shadow Ball knocked down hidden weapons on the ground again. I don't have time to play with you here, come out, Oak said impatiently. Damn boy, let's fight. Venonat, come on, the green-haired Jan reappeared. Charmeleon, come on, Flamethrower. Before Venonat could react, Flamethrower hit it directly. The current Charmeleon is already a high-level elite and can break through the existence of a quasi-elite at any time. Once Flamethrower entered the soul, Venonat was directly burnt out. Venonat, how can you sneak attack? He shouldn't ninja be on guard against sneak attacks at all times. He's right, Yan, your practice is still too shallow. A middle-aged man dressed as a ninja appeared in a puff of smoke. It seems that this person should be Koga, the owner of the Fuchsia Gymnasium. Seeing Jan kneeling on one knee after Koga appeared, Oki looked at all this with a mentally retarded look, and Jan turned around and saw it for a while. Nest fire, since you have entered this gymnasium, then defeat me before you go out. I wish for it, Oki said and took the Charmeleon back. Before coming here, Oki had already decided who would go out of the station. Come out, Venomoth, let's play this game 2-2. It seemed that there were only the two of them here without even a basic referee. No problem, it's on my side, come out, Vulpix. Oak released the Vulpix that had been decided earlier. This Vulpix from the Alola region. Oh, unexpectedly, living in the deep mountains and old forests, the owner of the museum is still so well informed. Oak said with a slightly venomous tongue. Let's get started. Koga, the middle-aged man, obviously wouldn't meet Oki normal. Venomoth, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder. It seemed that he didn't mind at all, and he amplified his move as soon as he came up. Vulpix, Icy Wind, and then Ice Shard. Icy Wind directly froze the mixture of the two powders, and it fell from the sky shiningly, which looked very beautiful. However, when Venomoth was also attracted by this scene, Vulpix's Ice Shard flew towards Venomoth, and if Koga hadn't ordered it in time, this blow would have taken him away. Venomoth, Lift Off, then Bug Buzz. Venomoth narrowly dodges Vulpix's Ice Shard trick, then unleashes Bug Buzz. The ear-piercing sound swept over, and Oki had to use spiritual power to protect his ears. Missed. Then Ice Shard. Things always have to be resolved. Oki let Vulpix use Mist. Since Vulpix understood this trick, Oki has been training with Vulpix to roughly judge the enemy's position in Mist. Now the effect of training is remarkable. Mist rises, Venomoth can't see the enemy's figure, stops Bug Buzz to guard against Vulpix's sneak attack. However, Venomoth should not have been trained in this aspect. He was spinning mindlessly in Mist and was directly hit twice by Vulpix's Ice Shard. If he continued, he would soon lose his combat effectiveness. Venomoth, blow it away, Koga ordered. Frozen Light. Oki, who had been waiting for this moment for a long time, ordered. Mist was slowly blown away before Venomoth could be happy. A cold light hit it directly. Venomoth was frozen directly, turning into an ice cube and falling on the ground. Sorry, I won this round first. Funboy Yan, take Venomoth down. Come out, Crobat, Koga told Yan to take Venomoth down and released a Crobat. Looking at the purple bat with two pairs of wings, Oak called Vulpix to be alert. The strength of this Crobat should not be underestimated. Supersonic, Koga ordered directly. Mist continues. Oki had no choice but to order again. Crobat, wing attack. Koga didn't make the same mistake by telling Crobat to blow Mist away, and Mist actually helps Crobat hide. Crobat flew silently through Mist at such a high speed that Vulpix could not judge. Gradually, Crobat found the figure of Vulpix, and the attack fell directly on Vulpix, causing a lot of damage. Vulpix used Power Snow all round. Crobat's speed is too fast, and he can only use ranged attacks. Samuel managed to slow Crobat down, still fast, but at least Vulpix can catch up. Crobat, Bite, and then Leech Life. Seeing that Crobat was affected by Power Snow, he directly ordered to rely on Leech Life to replenish his strength. Vulpix, don't worry. It's now Orberg Tail. Charmeleon taught Vulpix the skill of Orberg Tail for a long time. Oki, after handing all the Pokémon to Joy's restored Oak, he came to the place where he was calling and directly dialed the number of Professor Oak's laboratory. Beep, beep. Xyloye, where are you now? Grandpa, I'm at the Unbelievable Garden now, and I plan to take a Bulbasaur here. By the way, I can see the magic of the Unbelievable Garden. Oh, that's it. If you find it, remember to take some reliable information. I will do this. I want to ask how my lucky egg is doing. As for your lucky egg, when I talked to the Joy family a few days ago, they said that your lucky egg has very good aptitude, and it's almost enough to know it. It's just learning some basics that you haven't learned before. He learned quickly and has already evolved quickly. That's it, that's good. I guess I will stay here for a while, and I hope to come back before I continue to leave. If you follow the current learning speed, there should be no problem. Well, that's it, Grandpa. I want to go out and find a suitable Bulbasaur while it's still early. Okay, let's do it that way. Oki finished the call, took the Pokéball that Joy handed over and set off towards the forest. Maybe it's because it's too early for the incredible garden to open. Oki found two Bulbasaurs after searching all afternoon, and neither of them had very good qualifications. But there is no rush. As time goes by, I believe that Bulbasaur will gradually increase in the future. Time is passing day by day, and the probability of Oki to find Bulbasaur in the forest is getting higher and higher. Now in the forest, Oki can only meet one or two Bulbasaur in the first day, and now he can basically meet each day. Only above the Bulbasaur. The only bad thing is that the highest Bulbasaur I have met now is only green level, which is not up to the standard of Oki. The opening day of the Incredible Garden is getting closer and closer, and there are more and more Bulbasaur in the forest. Until 2 days before the opening, Oki finally found the Pokémon he was satisfied with, and he was very satisfied with it. In front of Oki, a group of Bulbasaur gathered together. A slightly larger Bulbasaur stood on a stone, talking to them like a leader, and used Vine Whip from time to time, just like when a human is giving a speech. When I am happy, I dance with hands and feet. Oki came out directly from behind the bushes and walked in front of the group of Bulbasaur. Suddenly a human appeared in front of them and the Bulbasaur stopped, looking at the human in front of them. The Bulbasaur that Oki liked stood up, facing Oki. Bulbasaur also held its head high. Bulbasaur, I want to subdue you. Would you like to come with me to experience the outside world? Oki looked at Bulbasaur and said, Seed. Bulbasaur thought about it and stood in front of Oki, and the surrounding Bulbasaur consciously gave up a space. Interesting, come out Charmeleon. After thinking for a while, Oki still sent out the strongest Charmeleon in his hand, hoping to let it know that following him has a future from the very beginning. Bulbasaur attacked first, and the Razor Leaf flew directly towards Charmeleon. Flamethrower. Charmeleon's current strength is already considered very strong. The flames directly burned the Razor Leaf and then directly hit Bulbasaur. After the flames, Bulbasaur was already out of breath, but he still looked at Charmeleon stubbornly. Two more Vine Whips were drawn towards Charmeleon. The injured Bulbasaur Vine Whip had no strength. Oki originally planned to let Charmeleon directly and Alloy Claw directly stunned it, but suddenly saw the spiritual power condensed on Bulbasaur's back, which was very similar to the Grass-type ultimate move, Sunshine Flame. Oki signaled Charmeleon to stop, probably because he was not familiar with it. Bulbasaur's Sunshine Flame had been prepared for a few minutes, but its power was not too strong. It was directly broken by Charmeleon's Alloy Claws, but knowing the Sunshine Flame already made Oki happy. The big move he had prepared for a long time was easily broken by the enemy. Bulbasaur looked at Charmeleon in a daze, and Oki didn't respond when he walked in front of it. Oki directly touched Bulbasaur's head, and Bulbasaur looked up at Oki, his eyes still a little confused. There's no need to be depressed. Charmeleon has gone through hard training to get his current strength. Come with me. After my training, you will also be as strong. Moreover, that will not be the end for you. Oki touched Bulbasaur's head said and took out a Piquet ball and put it in front of Bulbasaur to let him choose. After listening to Oki's words, Bulbasaur's body trembled a little. After he lowered his head and thought for a while, he stretched out a Vine Whip and touched the Piquet ball, and he was directly subdued. When Bulbasaur was subdued, Ling also gave Bulbasaur's information in due course. Bulbasaur. Gender male. Attribute grass. Height 0.9 m, normal 0.7 m. Qualification blue. Strength level. Ordinary advanced. Tricks Vine Whip, Razor Leaf, Sunshine Flame, Tackle, Leech Seed, Poison Powder, Sleeping Powder. Looking at Bulbasaur's information, Oki really felt that he was very lucky to get another Pokémon with such high qualifications. After releasing Bulbasaur, Oki helped it get a little potion, and then let it stay with his little friends first, and come to Pokémon Center to find him if there is something to do. After 2 days of evolution ceremony, I will take it out of here. Remember to say goodbye to your friends. 2 days passed quickly, just like in the animation. Ash also came here with his Bulbasaur who was unwilling to evolve. Originally, Oki felt that he needed to slowly find the place where Bulbasaurs evolved. Well, follow Ash. This guy is so lucky that he can hit that place with random bumps. At night, both Oki and Ash had already rested. Of course, Oki was just resting, but Ash and the others really fell asleep. With a burst of thunder shock, Ash and the others followed Pikachu and ran into the forest, and Oki followed them into the forest. Entering a dense forest, Oki and the others followed the direction of the powder and walked straight forward. Slowly, many branches appeared in the forest beside them, and they kept closing together, as if to form a wall to block the way. Fortunately, Oki and the others directly entered the range protected by the branches at the last moment, and the movement of the branches stopped as soon as they entered. Walking a few steps forward, I saw a small plain, where a dead tree bloomed under the mysterious powder emitted by the Bulbasaurs, and a huge Venusaur came out of the hollow of the dead tree. The size of Venusaur is very large, half the size of normal Venusaur. It should be those rare totem Pokémon. After Venusaur came out, he let out a roar and the Bulbasaurs yelled together like a mysterious music. Gradually, the flower buds on the backs of the Bulbasaurs began to glow and slowly absorbed the mysterious hair-bright powder. The more the Bulbasaur stood in front, the more it absorbed. Oki also saw his own larger Bulbasaur, which absorbed more and more powder, and gradually the whole body began to glow. Like chemistry normal, the Bulbasaurs all began to evolve, and after a while, all the Bulbasaurs evolved except for Ash, the weird one. The evolved Ivysaurs and Venusaur all send out the growl of celebrate together, but Ash's Bulbasaur is a little too conspicuous now, and all the Ivysaurs look at it together. Venusaur looked very rage at this time, and after arguing with Bulbasaur, he sent out 2 vine whips to Bulbasaur. When Ash saw it, he rushed out immediately, blocked in front of Bulbasaur, and withstood the attacks of 2 vine whips. Fortunately, Venusaur withdrew a little strength at the end, otherwise Ash would not be able to stand it. After receiving 2 whips, Ash apologized to Venusaur for helping his Pokémon break the ceremony. At this time, Oki ran directly to his own Ivysaur and told it to start preparing for the Sunshine Flame. Although he didn't know why, Ivysaur still started to prepare. When Ash was arguing fiercely with them, the voice of the Rockets trio came directly from soaring in the sky. Oki saw this and asked Ivysaur to launch the sun flames to blow them away before they finished reading their lines. Out. When Oki was hit by the sun and flames, he found the mysterious light on the trio again and felt the fluctuation of spiritual power, which made Oki more sure that the 3 of them were not simple. It took only 10 seconds for the trio to leave the field, which made the Ivysaurs feel very inexplicable. Only Ash and Ivysaur knew what happened before and after. Venusaur walked towards Okyat with heavy steps, stretched out Vine Whip and patted Okyat Ivysaur's head approvingly, then didn't know why and didn't pursue Ash Bulbasaur again and took the other Ivysaur away directly. Although I don't know why, Oki still went back to the Pokémon Center with his Ivysaur and Ash. On the way, Oak Yiling showed Ivysaur's information. Ivysaur, P.S. As a rookie who just started writing novels, I have never had the habit of watching tipping. I read it today and I was really pleasantly surprised. Thank you for the support of netizens such as Messy Bed, Night Reading with Lights, Woodfire, Wolf King, Heartbreak, Fantasy Tomorrow, Chingyang Meiwai, etc. Thank you for letting the author write this book, whether it is sending flowers, monthly tickets, or comments. The novel is happier, at least knowing that no one will read it at all. I will work harder in the future. Ivysaur. Gender. Male. Attribute grass. Height 1.4 m, normal 1.0 m. Qualification blue. Strength level elite intermediate. Tricks: Vine Whip, Razor Leaf, Sunshine Flame, Tackle, Leech Seed, Poison Powder, Sleeping Powder, Stun Spore, Mega Drain, Grass Knot. In the future, I will only write new tricks, so as not to be too long. Outside the Pokémon Center, Oki looked at Ivysaur's information, thought about its positioning for future battles, and then released all the Pokémon to get to know each other. It has been so long since I came here, and the main force of the grass department has also been subdued, and the original purpose has been fulfilled. Wait until I go down and call to ask my team doctor how it is, and I'm still waiting for it to return to the team. Let the Pokémon familiarize themselves outside. Oki came to the center by himself and called Professor Oak directly. Grandpa, how is my lucky egg? Oki asked impatiently as soon as the call was connected. In such a hurry. I asked for you and I will probably be able to leave the teacher tomorrow. By the way, it is Chansey now. Really? That's great. In fact, the lucky egg has evolved, and what Oki thinks is that he can finally hand over the work of cooking to it. Don't worry, your team doctor is definitely professional now. Professor Oak thought he was happy about his luck to evolve. Well, let's pass the Joy family directly to the Pokémon Center here tomorrow. Well, yes, let me talk to them. Okay, that's it for Grandpa. Goodbye. Goodbye. After making the phone call, I went out to see that Charmeleon and Ivysaur were fighting together again. When I saw Oak coming out, the funny haunter floated over and said to Oki, "It took me a long time to understand that it was Ivysaur who wanted to see his own evolution. How big is the gap?" The battle ended quickly. After evolution, Ivysaur was already an elite mid-level existence. Charmeleon did not fight so easily and still suffered a little damage. This made the defeated Ivysaur excited. After all, there is hope and he might surpass it at some point. Finished? Come on, Ivysaur, your strength has improved so much, train harder in the future, maybe you will surpass Charmeleon at some point. Charmeleon should also work hard, you are the captain. Oki saw 2 Pokémon points after winning or losing, he came over and touched their heads and said. Seeing the fighting spirit in the eyes of the 2 Pokémon after he finished speaking, Oki clapped his hands to call the other Pokémon and walked into the forest. Although he had been looking for Bulbasaur all this time, he did not abandon the training, and he also looked for a suitable training ground. At the end of the day, Oki returned to the Pokémon Center exhausted with the same exhausted Pokémon. After handing the Poké Ball to Joy, he lay down and rested directly. At the end of the night, after Oki woke up and packed his things, he came to the front desk to get his Pokémon back. By the way, he asked about Chansey's news. Unfortunately, it should be too early. I was able to wait in the rest area. After waiting for a long time, even Ash and the others continued to set off, but they still haven't arrived. Good morning, asterisk 3. Brother Yi, you are still so early. We are leaving, do you want to go together, Brother Yi? I have a Pokémon that hasn't arrived, I have to wait, you go first. Oh, goodbyes, Brother Yes. See ya you. After Ash and the others walked for 2 hours, Nurse Joy finally walked towards Oki with a Poké Ball. Although the family's Poké Ball was basically the same on the outside, it just had the Oak family's crest when the sun was shining, and now it is in the center. Basically invisible, but Oki's intuition told him that this was his Poké Ball. As the distance got closer, Oki could already feel his own spiritual power from above and finally confirmed that this was his own Chansey. After more than a month of separation, finally returned to the team. Oki, this is your Chansey, right? It's just passed on from the family. Nurse Joy couldn't help laughing seeing Oki's impatient look. That's right, it's mine, it's my exclusive team doctor. Treat him well, I heard from the family, this Chansey is very good. Of course, my partner will definitely not be bad. Don't worry, Nurse Joy, I treat them like family. Now that Chansey is here, I'll take my leave first. Well, that's good, okay, all the way to Tailwind. Saying goodbye to Nurse Joy's Oki, he set off directly for the next destination. The next step is not to go to the gym. Oki plans to go to the kindergarten in the original animation. I remember that there is a Meowth who seems to be good. Looking at it, the strength of this Meowth is a bit extraordinary. The following days were the same training. The team doctor returned to the team. Everyone was very happy. At the same time, the professional skills of the team doctor were brought into full play. In Pokémon, Ivysaur regards Charmeleon as the goal to surpass and always fights with it during training. Rivalry. At the same time, Charmeleon did not admit defeat and trained hard, which led to Arbok, who has always been on the same level as Charmeleon, to also train desperately. And then there was a series of chain reactions, and Oki could only stop them at about the same time every time. Other people's Pokémon need to be trained by a trainer supervisor, and as long as their own Pokémon is assigned a task, they will double the completion, which makes Oki a headache but also feels very happy. In the middle, there was a time when the Pokémon were training too hard, and Oki stopped it, which made Chansey very busy. Chansey actually comprehended a skill that Oki had always wanted him to understand, the gravity field. To be honest, Normal doesn't get angry. Once he gets angry, it's not as scary as Normal. Chansey exploded and directly used the gravity field. Although he just realized that it doesn't put too much pressure on the Pokémon, but that day Chansey's aura was really Shura. Normal, all Pokémon, even Oki, didn't dare to provoke Chansey at all. On that day, the Pokémon had a rare day off. On the second day, it should be because of the dissatisfaction, Chansey returned to the original, still the same kind nurse. But after doing this, the training of Pokémon has become more measured. At the same time, Oki also combined the skills that Chansey had just learned into training. As a team doctor, Oki never intended for Chansey to learn too many attack skills. The current gravity field and the egg bomb are completely enough. When an enemy is approaching, the gravity field is activated to slow down the enemy's action. And then the egg bomb directly throw it over. Don't want to defeat the enemy, just hold it for a while, as long as you have this little time. It's enough for your other Pokémon to rescue. If there is no rescue, then the whole army can only be wiped out. Only Chansey is left, no matter how many attack skills, in fact, it is useless. The days of training and traveling are lonely, but only those who can endure loneliness can have a future. Oki and Pokémon rushed directly to the vicinity of the kindergarten and passed a small city in the middle. It is said that there is a doll's day, which sounds like the day of Stephanie's son's festival, and a single dog like Oki who has been single for 2 lifetimes. It doesn't matter at all. Just rest for one night and continue to set off. Finally arrived here, Oki went to see the kindergarten. It was right in the animation. The place here is too small, there is no Pokémon Center, and there is no family with development potential, so there is no industry here. Oki can only find a small hotel to stay, go out during the day to find the Meowth, and return here to rest at night. I stayed here for a few days and it was almost Children's Day and I still haven't found it. Oki wondered if it was true that I had to wait for Ash and the others to come here. The good luck of Assist Ash could find this Meowth. Another morning, Oak went to the forest to look for Meowth, but suddenly heard the cry of a child and a beedrill chased a child. The child could hardly run, and it was very dangerous. Just when Oak was about to ask Haunter to chase Beedrill away, a figure rushed out from the side and kicked Beedrill away. Judging by the distance Beedrill flew, it should be quite powerful. When the figure stopped, Oak found that this was the Machamp Meowth he was looking for. The child was saved. Looking at his savior, he wanted to reach out and touch it, but Meowth turned and left. Oki saw that the prey he had been looking for so long and ran away like this was not good, so he asked Haunter to take care of the child and chased after Meowth in the direction where Meowth left. That Meowth's speed was really fast, and Oak's long-term strengthened body couldn't catch up with it. I had no choice but to release Hounter and let it catch up first. I don't know if it's true that cats and dogs can't coexist or what. After Hounter knew that he was chasing Meowth, he was excited like never before and his body rushed out like a sharp arrow. Oki ran forward for a while and finally saw Hounter stop Meowth and they were confronting each other. Meowth just looked at Hounter vigilantly, but Hounter seemed to have the husky pedigree of normal, kept bouncing up and down there, extremely excited, saw Oki rushing over and jumped towards Oki directly. Touched Hounder's head and let him stay on the side first. Fortunately, although excited, Hounter was still obedient, just sat on the side, just kept wagging his tail. Looking at Machamp Meowth, Oki released Machamp directly, just to let Machamp test whether it is really that powerful. Machamp directly appeared on the field. Taunt looked at Meowth. He really didn't understand what was so special about this guy in front of him. No matter how powerful he was, could he be as powerful as himself? Meowth, I want to subdue you, let's fight, Oki said to Meowth. Just now the spirit told him that this Meowth has the aptitude of Cyan. Even if it is not so powerful, it can already give Oki the desire to subdue it. Up. Meowth directly put on a fighting stance. Oki smiled and let Machamp prepare in front of him. Meowth launched the attack first, directly to the most basic move, Crazy Fury Swipes. This Meowth is not the one from the Rockets. Although Oki suspects that the Meowth is playing dumb, the strength shown is indeed too low. On the contrary, it has a superior IQ, even surpassing many humans. I saw Meowth's sharp and cold claws popping out directly, and with a movement he quickly approached Machamp. Machamp, Leer, and Fire Punch. After Machamp heard the order, he prepared secretly. When Meowth got close to him, Leer launched directly. Meowth's figure froze and Machamp's Fire Punch hit Meowth directly. Although Meowth couldn't move all of it, Assist's own soft body lost a lot of strength, and then the power of Assist withdrew from Machamp's attack range. Meowth was not reconciled to being hit, and did not activate his skills. He directly clenched his fist and rushed towards Machamp. Machamp also clenched his fist and rushed forward, not waiting for Oki's order. Just wanting to see how powerful Meowth is, Oki didn't stop it and watched their two fists collide. Bong! The two Pokémon's fists collided. Meowth took a step back and stopped, but Machamp took 4 steps back. Seeing the result, Oki was more satisfied with this Meowth, and cooperated with him with high qualifications. A mighty Machamp, a fine Meowth. However, this result seriously stimulated Machamp's self-esteem. As a fighting-type Pokémon, he actually lost power to a kitten. Machamp roared and his body began to emit light. Slowly his body grew in the light. He is about the same height as Oki. After traveling for so long, Oki is now close to 170 centimeters. Machamp's average height is only 1.5 meters. The food here is so good, because of it. The white light gradually dissipated, and a strong Machoke appeared, roaring to the sky. Machoke rushed towards Meowth again. Meowth also rushed towards Machoke without showing any weakness. The fists of the two Pokémon collided again. This time the result was Machoke still motionless. Meowth took 2 steps back, seeing that his hand was still shaking. It must be uncomfortable. Meowth looked at Machoke with rage's eyes. He had never encountered a Pokémon stronger than himself in this forest. He rushed to Machoke again, just when Oki felt that it was still not convinced and wanted to fight again. Meowth sent out Spark and used Thunderbolt to hit Machoke. When Machoke was not ready, Machoke couldn't help backing up with a punch. Okay Machoke, don't play anymore. If this goes on, my trainer is really a display. Bulk up, Mach Punch. Oki wanted to subdue Meowth even more at this time, but he was strong but not reckless. Machoke heard the order and used Bulk Up. Then it hits Meowth directly at a fast speed. Meowth dodges the first punch, but Machoke's other fist hits it directly on the body. Meowth flew out directly, and the effect of Bulk Up's enhanced Sonic Dog was outstanding, and Meowth could no longer stand up. Oki walked directly in front of it, took out a Piquet ball and placed it in front of it. Meowth, maybe you are already considered a very powerful existence in this forest, but follow me. I will take you out to see the outside, and you will find that you are not strong enough now. Choose from now on, go with me to defeat those. You a powerful enemy that is unimaginable now, will continue to dominate this small place. After Oki finished speaking, he looked at it and waited for it to make its own choice. If it chooses to stay here, Oki will not force it to subdue it. A Pokémon who doesn't want to become stronger can't accompany him to the end, so it's better to let him live happily in this forest here. Fortunately, those who have experienced being strong will only want to be stronger. This is like those rebels in ancient times in previous lives. After experiencing powerful power, they would always think about what it would be like if they were the one with the most power. Meowth went directly into the Poké Ball. Oak released it again, and then released all the Pokémon, asked Chansey to check for Meowth and recover from his injuries, and asked Chansey to calm down and watch since Matchup evolved. Houndour of Machoke go call Haunter and that little boy over. By the time Haunter and the others came over, Chansey had already done it. The little boy ran over excitedly when he saw his savior, and shouted excitedly when he saw so many Pokémon around him. Oki is looking at the information of himself Machoke and Meowth. Machoke. Gender male. Attribute fighting. Height 1.70 m, normal 1.5 m. Qualification green. Strength level elite low level. Drix. Bulk up Mach Punch Brick Break Fire Punch, Meowth. Gender female. Attribute normal. Height 0.4 m. Qualification green. Strength level elite low level. Drix. Crazy Fury Swipes Thunderbolt Taunt / Double Team. Looking at the information of the two Pokémon, although Oki now has so many Pokémon, he still can't help being happy. Big brother, what are you happy about? Has Meowth been tamed by you? The bear child will always interrupt you when you are happiest, but you have nothing to do. Yes, Meowth is already my companion and we will travel together in the future. The child could only coax, Oki replied. Oh big brother, you have so many Pokémon and they all look very powerful. You must make Meowth more powerful, right? Well, it's my partner and it will. Oki solemnly replied that although this question has been answered many times, it is the kind that really needs to be answered carefully. Well, I believe in Big Brother. It is said that children have the ability to perceive good people and bad people. The little boy's angelic smile hides his trust in Oki's words. Okay, let's go back. Your family will be worried. The forest is very dangerous. Don't come in casually to play in the future, you know. Oki put away the Pokémon and prepared to take the little boy back. I know, the little guy said loudly. Sometimes children are like this, sometimes they are cute, and sometimes they make people want to give them a hard K, so they are a combination of angels and demons. After taking the child home, he declined his family's persuasion and Oak returned to the hotel. Seeing that the time is still early, you can hurry on your way. Oki really has no nostalgia for this place. After packing his bags, Oki set off again with Pokémon. The next stop is Cinnabar Gymnasium. Maybe Charmeleon can break through his own bottleneck and evolve into Charizard in the environment of Assist. Then he will have a shot Pokémon, just think about it and be happy. After training all the way, Oki went directly to the nearest pier. It took 2 days for Oki to arrive at the nearest pier. Unfortunately, there was no direct boat to Cinnabar Island, and a pier had to be turned. No way, Oki rented a boat and took himself to the nearest pier with a boat to Cinnabar Island. When we arrived at the pier, we bought a ticket to take a boat. And finally Oki boarded the boat to Cinnabar Island. Standing at the bow of the boat, looking at the boundless sea in front of him, Oki suddenly thought that he didn't seem to have the main force of the water system now. And it seemed that he had the luck of Assist Ash, remembering that they seemed to have found a Squirtle and its evolutionary island. Just wait for them on Cinnabar Island first. After a day of sea travel, Oki finally arrived at Cinnabar Island. When you come to Cinnabar Island, you can't miss the hot spring here. The Oak family seems to have a hot spring shop here, so Oki borrowed a phone call to call back. The family asked. Hearing that his young master was going to live here, he quickly said that he would immediately call the person in charge there, and he would receive Oki. Not long after hanging up the phone, a man in a suit and leather shoes appeared in front of Oki. It was difficult for him to still dress like this in such a hot place. Next, Oki directly experienced the dignity of being the son of the Oak family. The man took Oki directly to a courtyard, where contest was decorated, and there was also a separate hot spring place. The most important thing was the place is big, and all my Pokémon can come out to play. Of course, people like Vulpix who don't like the heat stay in the air-conditioned room, and Charmeleon and other people who don't like water also have their own favorite environment. Anyway, the place is big, so Oki can let them go. My task is to relax. Enjoy the hot spring here. Soaking in the hot spring, the whole body relaxed. Chansey did not know how much he had learned from the Joy family, and he could even get a massage. Oki experienced it, and he was really professional, so he fell asleep directly. I don't know how to get back to the room after soaking in the hot spring and enjoying Chansey's massage. Oki let go of everything and had a good sleep. It was Chansey and the others who carried Oki to the room together. When I woke up, I felt like my whole body was crispy. I fell asleep directly yesterday. The Pokémon didn't go back to the Pokéball. Although there are many rooms, they just found a place to lie down and fell asleep. This also made Oak as soon as Yat opened his eyes, he saw a room full of Pokémon. In fact, every time he sees so many Pokémon, Oki can understand why the Alliance stipulates that more than 6 Pokémon should be sent back to the laboratory or his own home. Not everyone can take care of that many Pokémon, and sometimes training can be a problem. I just called someone to deliver the food, both my own and Pokémon's. Let's give Chansey a holiday today. After breakfast, Oak let the other Pokémon stay in the accommodation. Those who are willing to rest and those who want to move have a place, let them decide what to do by themselves, and then take the Pokéball of Charmeleon and Golem to Cinnabar Island volcano set off. I brought Golem just in case. Charmeleon's words were originally intended to let him break through the bottleneck, so I directly confiscated it into the Pokéball and set off for Volcano together. On the way, people looked curiously at the tall Charmeleon next to Oki. Only then did Oki realize that his Charmeleon had grown taller again, almost to the height of a normal Charizard. I believe that after evolution, it should be similar to the wild Charizard in the Charizard Valley in the Johto region, right? Originally, when Oki watched the animation, he still thought that Ash's Charizard was stunted. But when he came here, he found out that the fact is that the Charizards in the Charizard Valley are really well developed. Leaving the city and going to the wild, the best place for Charmeleon to break through the bottleneck is no different from the volcano on Cinnabar Island. After Oki made a general observation, he took Charmeleon and walked directly to the biggest volcano. The closer you are to the top of the mountain, the stronger the Pokémon will be and the number will decrease, and most of them are lone rangers, which is of course a good thing for Oki. When it was about half a distance from the top of the mountain, Oki and the others stopped. The strength of the Pokémon here is mostly elite and advanced, and it should be quasi-elite after a certain distance. Now Charmeleon's strength can be well tempered in the battle against elites, and there is no need to go up and get beaten. After the decision was made, Oak released Golem just in case, and commanded Charmeleon to fight those lone Pokémon. Pokémon in the wild will never refuse a challenge. In this way, sometimes Oki commanded, and sometimes Charmeleon judged and fought by himself. When he was tired, he rested under the protection of Golem. After resting, Potion was well prepared anyway. At the beginning, Oki commanded more, and gradually he only gave voice to command when Charmeleon was in crisis. When it was getting dark, Oki basically stopped talking and let Charmeleon fight by himself. Seeing that the weather was about the same, Oki took Charmeleon back, and the place is not going to run away here, just come back tomorrow. When we got back to the place where we stayed, it was almost dark, and the Pokémon that Oki stayed here looked like they had been training for a day, and it was time to rest after eating. After soaking in the hot spring, it was Chansey who helped me with a massage to relieve the fatigue of the day, and then went to Volcano after a night's rest. This kind of life goes round and round, and after about a week, the Pokémon in the original place have not tempered the Charmeleon much, and it is almost time to continue to move up. And Oki also felt that Charmeleon's breakthrough probably happened in the past few days. In another place, there are not many Pokémon here, and most of them are quasi-elite low-level existences. On the first day, I was really beaten badly. After fighting a Pokémon, I had to go back to heal. The next day was better. After fighting a Pokémon, it seemed that there was no need to go back for treatment. After a simple healing, I found another Pokémon to fight. On this day, the signs of Charmeleon's breakthrough became more and more obvious. On the third day, when Charmeleon was fighting a quasi-elite level Rapidash, he finally broke through the bottleneck, limiting his strength and reached the quasi-elite level. As Oki thought, the time of breakthrough is when Charmeleon evolves. The white light gradually condenses, Charmeleon grows slowly, the horns on the head gradually become 2, and 2 wings grow on the back. When the white light dissipated, a strong and tall Charizard was born. The quasi-elite level Rapidash was polite enough to wait for Charmeleon to evolve, and the evolved Charizard faced Rapidash directly. Now the fierce battle is the best way to thank it. Charizard, who had just broken through, was obviously not as strong as Rapidash in terms of energy utilization, and was finally defeated by Rapidash. After knocking down Charizard, Rapidash snorts and sprints away. The defeated Charizard woke up quickly, but he was not depressed. He stood up, flapped his wings, and began to try his first flying. At the beginning, he didn't dare to fly too high. After slowly understanding, Charizard began to try difficult movements. Seeing Charizard's happy appearance in soaring in the sky flying, Oki couldn't help laughing. This is his first Pokémon, and also the first Pokémon that breaks through to Quasi-Elite. After being happy for a while, seeing that Charizard should fly a little longer, Oki asked Ling to display Charizard's information. Charizard. Gender male. Attribute fire plus flying. Height 2.5 m, normal 1.7 m. Qualification purple. Strength level quasi-elite low level. Ultimate moves Oath of Fire, Seismic Toss, Dragon's Claw, Heat Wave. Looking at Charizard's information, Oki was very surprised. This is the second time his Pokémon qualifications have changed. Ling, is Charizard's information accurate? Master, the information is accurate. In fact, it was mentioned in the previous information that the Pokémon with the second stage of evolution has a higher probability of improving its qualifications after completing the final evolution. So now that Charizard has reached the quasi-elite level, what happened to Mission 2? Actually, Task 2 has reached 76%. After the Master returns and connects with Charizard's spiritual power, it should be faster. That's it, okay. When it comes to the link of spiritual power, Oki has to think more about it. Now that Charizard has just evolved, the spiritual power in his body can't be well controlled. He has already opened the spirit, so he doesn't have the power of assist to break through. Open spirit, Charizard will not have a period of weakness, so it should be able to maturely use its spiritual power in a few days. If there are high-intensity battles in these few days, then the time should be shorter. Oki waited for Charizard to fly enough in the sky and called it down. Probably after explaining the situation to Charizard, Charizard couldn't help but want to continue fighting. Oki can only stop it. Its current performance is fine for a while, and if it wants to fight, it is basically the kind of second. In fact, the reason why Charizard is so eager is because after the spiritual power link, Oki can talk to it directly. This is the hidden benefit of the spiritual power link. After stopping Charizard, Oki took it back to the accommodation. He wanted to try the feeling of being carried by Charizard, but Charizard didn't have so much physical strength anymore, and it was just because of the excitement of evolution. It's not enough, I guess I can fall asleep directly after I go back. Back at the dormitory, the Pokémon of Oki knew that Charizard had evolved when they saw it, and they all gathered around to congratulate it. Oki seemed redundant at this time. Give them space, Oki sat and watched this scene. Unknowingly, he already had so many Pokémon, and even Pokémon of the quasi-elite level, the past few months are really a lot. What a big change. Seeing that they were all making a fuss, Oak called all the other Pokémon back and took Charizard to an empty room for him to rest. After being excited, Charizard felt a strong sense of exhaustion, lying on the ground after a while. Fell asleep, patting Charizard who was already asleep. Oki closed the door and went out. As soon as he went out, Arbok surrounded him and talked to Oki anxiously. Oki probably guessed what it meant, seeing that Charizard is now a quasi-elite level Pokémon and he is still stuck at the elite level. It should be very strange. Unconvinced, I want Oki to find a way. Arbok, don't worry. When I knew that you and Charmeleon were stuck in this bottleneck, I had already figured out a way. Your breakthrough opportunity should be in the things I prepared, and it should arrive in these 2 days. Oki touched Arbok and said. Arbok calmed down when he heard that he could also break through, but he followed Oki every step of the way. Oki has no choice but to let it follow. But Oki obviously underestimated the degree of Arbok's persistence. This day he could feel a pair of eyes staring at him even when he went to the bathroom. In the end, there was really no other way but to call the family with Arbok. Beep, beep. Master Yi, is there anything we can do? Oh, I just want to ask, how is the toxic orb I ordered last time? That's right, as a poison Pokémon, Arbok wants to break through and this is the best support. I have already found someone to send it to Cinnabar Island. If you find time to see it, you should be able to arrive tomorrow. Oh, that's it, that's fine, I'll ask if it's okay, this guy is too clingy. Oki said while stroking Arbok. Okay, goodbye, Master Yi. See ya, you. How is it, did you hear that? It will arrive tomorrow and it will be up to you then. After Oki hung up the phone, he hugged Arbok directly and said, although Arbok is usually very cold, but now he is smiling happily. With the results, Arbok did not follow Oki. In the evening, Oki called Charizard up and had to eat his meal after rest. Charizard, who slept all afternoon, was already very energetic. After eating, he clamored for Oki to climb on its back and wanted to take him to fly around. Oki climbed on Charizard's back out of the belief in his partner. Charizard with a man on his back flew much more cautiously, and it was awkward when he first flew, but Charizard soon got used to having a man on his back, and after a period of time, he even made difficult movements. This is more exciting than doing a roller coaster. Oki has no protective equipment yet, so he can only hug Charizard tightly. Charizard is very fresh now. Oki can't take it anymore if he wants to try any kind of movement. He directly stops Charizard and asks him to put himself down. If he flies again, he can't help but vomit. After Oak escaped, Vulpix and Dratini were tired of Charizard and wanted to try the feeling of flying. It was obvious that Meowth also wanted to do the same, but it was a bit embarrassing to be subdued not long ago. Fortunately, Charizard had been the captain for so long and saw covet in Meowth's eyes. Grabbing Vulpix and Dratini directly, he asked Meowth to climb up on his back. Meowth hesitated for a while, and Covet, who flew to soaring in the sky, overcame his embarrassment and climbed up on Charizard's back. As soon as Charizard flew up, a cloud of dust kicked up on the ground. After playing for a long time, Oak Yikai stopped the Pokémon who wanted to continue. Charizard should rest. He needs a high-intensity battle tomorrow so that he can control his spiritual power as soon as possible and complete the spiritual power link as soon as possible. Another morning, on the fire on Cinnabar Island, Charizard was fighting a quasi-elite level duck-billed Charizard. In the past 2 days, Charizard's spiritual power control has become better and better, and he has almost reached the requirement of spiritual power linking. Up Charizard the Claw of the Dragon. Charizard's 2 paws were directly surrounded by a layer of light green light, his wings shook, and he quickly approached the duck-billed fire dragon. He stepped back a few steps and just put his hands down. Charizard's attack came again, and the duck-billed Charizard was directly knocked down. Pokémon's physique is just right, let alone quasi-elite level. After a while, the duck-billed Charizard woke up, but only the back of Oki riding Charizard and leaving. From the battle just now, it can be seen that Charizard is already very good at controlling spiritual power or energy. There is no need to continue fighting. Go back now and spend the afternoon adjusting the contest condition. After all, it is the first time to use spiritual power link. Back at the accommodation, I arranged a room directly and asked Charizard to adjust the contest condition. Oki went to see other Pokémon first. Machoke and Meowth are doing the most basic fighting training off the gravity field in Chansey. This is the task that Oki has assigned to them in the past 2 days. The basics are the most important thing when a 10,000-meter high building is built on the ground. In fact, Oki still wants them to trying Huagia's method of standing on a horse and exercising the lower body, but I have never learned it before, so I can only look at it later. Vulpix and Dratini are training their tricks next to them. In the game, the Dragon-type Pokémon is restrained by the Ice-type. Although it is not so exaggerated in reality, the Ice-type Pokémon does do a lot of damage to Dratini. Let them practice against each other. Dratini's resistance to ice can also exercise Vulpix's control over the power of the ultimate move, and can also improve the control over the internal spiritual power, preparing for the future spiritual power link. Haunter is in the whole training ground. Solaceon's stealth appears. From time to time, sneak attack other trained Pokémon with small power dark waves. Sometimes the sneak attack is successful. Sometimes other Pokémon counterattack at a very fast speed, of course. All the trick to control the power anyway. Haunter's whereabouts are getting more and more weird now. And other Pokémon are getting better and better at responding to sudden sneak attacks. By a small pond, Ivysaur completes the task given by Oki here. Combines Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Poison Powder with his unique skills, and practices the rapid absorption of sunlight to reduce the impact of sunlight and flames. For the preparation time, it is best to be able to cast instantly. Of course, it should not be able to do it at this stage, so it can only reduce the preparation time as much as possible. Houndour was also practicing his fire-type trick there. Seeing them all working hard, Oki went to a quieter room, where Arbok lay quietly in a circle. On the second day of the call, the toxic orb that Oki exchanged with his family contribution has been delivered. After Oki asked Arbok to go directly to Swallow, he stayed in this room and slowly felt the energy in the toxic orb, hoping to find an opportunity to break through. Judging from the performance of these 2 days, the breakthrough should only take 10.5 months. After all, my Pokémon is very talented. Seeing that everything was going well, Oki happily returned to the bedroom, closed the door and began to practice Yinling Ju, adjusting his contest condition to prepare for the spiritual link at night. At night, under the watchful eyes of a group of Pokémon, Oki and Charizard stood together in the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, everyone in the Oak family on Cinnabar Island brought their own Pokémon to guard. Originally, Oki's mother Ariel said more send some people over just in case. Oki persuaded her to come down with good words. After all, the strength of the people in the family here is not bad, and the spiritual power connection time is not long. Besides, I have the golem given by Professor Oak on my body, and I am already on guard underground. Everything was ready. Charizard squatted on the ground. Oak put his hands directly on the condensed place of Charizard's spiritual power. The spiritual power of both sides began to merge and exchange slowly. Oki operated the Yinling art, let his own spiritual power and Charizard's spiritual power touch tentatively. And when it felt almost the same, Charizard began to draw out his original spiritual power. and let the original spiritual power enter Okya's body. Slowly, Okya operated the Yinling Ju to fuse his own spiritual power and Charizard's spiritual power. After a long time, Okya and Charizard opened their eyes almost at the same time. From the outside, it seemed that they were just staring at each other quietly, but in fact, they were already chatting happily. Charizard, can you hear me? Oak asked tentatively in his mind. Yes, yes. Master, I can talk to you at last. Don't call me Master, just call me Okyi. No, how could that be? Then why don't you call me Boss? What does boss mean? That's what the boss means. Anyway, don't call me the Master. We are eternal partners. Okay then, actually They chatted happily in their minds, but those Pokémon couldn't bite anymore. Vulpix jumped directly on Okya's shoulder and touched Okya's face with the Q-bouncing meatball on his paw. Okya woke up like a dream, looking at the Pokémon around him with curious eyes. Okya first signaled them to be calm and went out first to let the guards outside the courtyard rest. And let the guards hear people sealed a big red envelope for each of them, and the money was reported directly to the family. As the son of the family, Okya still has this bit of power. Amid a burst of congratulations, Okya returned to the courtyard, and Golem also came out from the ground. With Charizard who can translate Pokémon's words, we will definitely have a night of talking today. Tonight, no one in this courtyard is destined to sleep. The next afternoon, Okya and the Pokémon woke up from their sleep. The long talk last night directly talked about around 6 in the morning. They woke up so late. Let's talk about challenging the gym tomorrow. Charizard flew directly to Volcano after eating and went to fight Pokémon by himself. He has been fighting for so many days, and it must be unaccustomed to stop suddenly. Okya was coaching Pokémon training in the courtyard of the hotel. Only Arbok still had one Pokémon is feeling the toxic orb, trying to break through the quasi-elite barrier. In the evening, Charizard flew back exhausted, and everyone had basically finished what they wanted to say last night. It is time to rest well tonight and prepare for tomorrow's gymnasium challenge. According to the data, Blaine Normal, the owner of the Cinnabar Gym, is playing a 3v3 match. Okya decided to send Vulpix, Meowth, and Charizard for tomorrow's gym match after consideration. Vulpix is sent because Blaine seems to have a Fire-type Ninetales, and he has a lot of experience in using Ninetales. Let Meowth play because Blaine usually has a second Pokémon that is a powerful Rhydon, so Meowth can surprise Blaine. Charizard is just in case. After all, Vulpix and Meowth now have an elite mid-level and an elite low-level. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if they lost? After the decision was made, although the other Pokémon felt sorry for not being able to play, they still encouraged Vulpix Meowth who was going to play one by one. Especially Meowth, as the Pokémon with the shortest time to conquer, was directly sent to the gymnasium competition. The pressure is still great. Although after their encouragement, Meowth's pressure increased. No matter how much pressure there is, it's worth it. In the morning, Vulpix and Meowth were sitting on Oak's shoulders respectively. Fortunately, Oak's body was strengthened. Otherwise, with Vulpix's weight of nearly 20 caddies and Meowth's weight of nearly 15 caddies, he would have collapsed long ago. And Charizard flew up to the sky directly in order not to cause trouble to others, and it came down naturally when Oak told it to come down. Go directly to the entrance of the gymnasium. Yesterday, I sent someone to make an appointment for the gymnasium challenge, so I don't need to play guessing games with the bald old man wearing a wig. The gymnasium opened as soon as it was pushed, and there were still about 10 minutes before the appointment yesterday. It seemed that the door should be opened early. Now that Blaine had already opened the door and got ready, Okya went straight in without any hesitation. Go directly along the passage to the battle area, as in the animation it is directly on the volcano mouth. Seeing Oak coming, Blaine, who had been waiting for a while, started the machine directly, and the battlefield slowly rose from the secret door. The surrounding area was not connected with the rock wall, and once it fell, it would be billowing magma. Psychological pressure. However, there should be a duck-billed Charmander under the magma, and the gym competition will not be so dangerous that the life of the challenger Pokémon will disappear. However, just relying on this arrangement, many challengers can't fully exert their strength, which is a terrible psychological warfare. Oak, ye of the Oak family, right. Although I know your grandfather Professor Oak very well, I don't know how to let it go. This old man is said to have almost become the Kanto Elite Four. His strength should be beyond doubt, but his character, it's really dumbfounding. What an old urchin. I wish for it, Blaine, although you are very strong, but I am not an ordinary challenger. Please show me a little bit of strength. The old man's real strength is definitely at the elite level, and Okya dare not clamor for him to take it. Confidence is a good thing if you show your full strength, but being overconfident is a fool. Ha ha ha, interesting boy, I will fulfill your request. Blaine laughed when he heard Okya's words. Oki, you should know the rules here, right? Do you want me to say more? Blaine asked after laughing. This is at the entrance of Volcano. Not many people are willing to endure this environment, so Blaine he never looked for a referee and he was always alone. Anyway, he is an elite level person, so this little heat is not a problem at all. I know 3v3 I have chosen all the Pokémon, Oki said while touching the two Pokémon on his shoulder. Okay, let's get started. I'll send this guy first. Come out, Ninetales. A beige Ninetales appeared on the field. According to Spirit Detection has elite advanced strength, it seems that Blaine has really shown some strength. It has a pair of bright red pupils, and its body is well proportioned, making it look noble and elegant. The most important thing is that its 9 tails are smooth and slender. It seems that although this one is not Blaine's main Ninetales, it also has the characteristics of using tails. Vulpix seems to have learned something today. Oh, very good Ninetales, it's my side, go. The voice fell and Vulpix jumped directly onto the field. Although he hated the temperature here, Vulpix wanted to see how the senior oak he admired used it, of the tail. Oh, the Vulpix of the Alola region, interesting Ninetales flamethrower. Obviously it is the Vulpix of the Alola region. It should be cherished that no one has seen it here, but now that it is recognized repeatedly, Oki is also very helpless. But thinking about the status and strength of these people, Oki felt relieved. A pillar of fire sprayed directly towards Vulpix, and Vulpix jumped a few times to the side to avoid it. Use double team and then ice shard. The temperature here is too high and the power of ice type skills is affected. Oki can only let Vulpix attack as close as possible. Double team separated 5 Vulpix at once, plus the main body was left alone, and the contest condition directly surrounded Ninetales. Ninetales directly attacked with Flamethrower, but unfortunately only attacked the clone. At this time, Vulpix's Ice Shard trick was activated. Yes, Double Team is indeed a bug, and Ice Shard appeared in front of the clones and attacked Ninetales. Orberg Tail. Hearing Blaine's order, Ninetales' 9 tails immediately turned into a metallic color. Although it is an Orberg tail, it bends very softly and blocks the Ice Shard in all directions. After all, the avatar is just an avatar and the trick is also false. After feeling which direction is true, Ninetales sent a flamethrower directly. Vulpix couldn't dodge and was hit directly. Frozen Wind. Oki directly signaled Vulpix to use the Frozen Wind to cool himself down before blowing towards Ninetales. As for how much effect it will have at that time, let's talk about it. Quick Attack followed by a Strange Light. After Blaine gave the order, Ninetales rushed towards Vulpix at the same speed as Spark, and then launched a Strange Light. Fortunately, Vulpix was not affected and became a chaotic contest condition. I don't know whether it is the Strange Light that stimulates Vulpix or what, but Vulpix is not only not chaotic but also evolved. White light gradually surrounded Vulpix. In the light, its figure slowly grew and its 6 tails became 9. The white light dissipated and a snow-white Ninetales appeared on the field. The challenge that had just been interrupted was continued. Ninetales' flamethrower, it was Blaine's voice. At the same time, Oki also issued his own command, Freezing Light, perhaps because they all want to see the power of Vulpix after evolution. The two unique moves collide directly. When extreme cold and extreme heat collide, there is only one result. The place where the tricks intersect on the field explodes and mist rises because it is very hot here. Maybe this mist will dissipate soon, but this is enough for Oak Yi and the others. Ninetales' Orberg Tail after Quick Attack. After roughly distinguishing the enemy's direction, Oki's Ninetales quickly approached directly and an Orberg Tail twitched. But it really deserves to be Blaine's Ninetales. After hearing the sound of the breaking wind, he went straight to that direction and hit the most powerful flamethrower. Blaine's Ninetales flew out, and after the quick attack, Assist's inertial Orberg tail directly disabled it. However, Oki's Ninetales was not feeling well, and was hit by a powerful flamethrower again and was seriously injured. Both Oki and Blaine took Ninetales back. Oki directly signaled his Ninetales to abstain, and then called out Haunter in the shadow, let him bring the Piquet ball back to the residence, and let Chansey heal. Very good Ninetales, and you are not bad either. I know that I love my Pokémon. Next is this guy come out, Rhydon. After Blaine praised Ninetales and Oki, he immediately released a heavyweight player. According to Ling's detection, this is also a Pokémon that has always been elite and high. Sure enough, let's go Meowth. Oak was glad that he guessed the type of Pokémon that Blaine was playing today and called Meowth to play. Oh. Listening to you, you should have guessed my second Pokémon, right? Did you send Meowth to win with speed? It's not that easy, Blaine said. Maybe. Oki raised the corner of his mouth, neither denying nor admitting, and said ambiguously. After Meowth has been trained, Machamp's talent is even stronger. Even Machoke can't do it. He trains desperately every day in order to regain his dignity as a fighting Pokémon. Stop talking nonsense, Rhydon Heavy Arm Hammer. Regardless of what Oki thought, Blaine directly called Rhydon to launch an attack. The 1.9M Rhydon charged towards Meowth like a mountain, his arms glowing white, and he hit Meowth directly. Get out of the way, Crazy Fury swipes. With agility, Meowth directly dodged the arm hammer and then showed his claws to grab Rhydon frantically. Clang clang, the claws caught on Rhydon's body and made a metallic sound. It seems that Rhydon's armor is really hard. Rhydon, continue. Rhydon's speed may be really bad, but his explosive power is really nothing to say. Meowth quickly dodged the heavy arm hammer twice, but the third time he really couldn't dodge it. Seeing the heavy arm hammer fall, the corners of Blaine's mouth curled up slightly, as if he had seen the dawn of victory. But what he didn't notice was that Oki also had a smile on his lips. The heavy arm hammer fell heavily, but the result was beyond Blaine and Rhydon's expectations. Meowth caught the heavy arm hammer directly with its thin arm. Meowth, vital throw, and then Mach Punch. They were stunned. Oak and Meowth were not stunned. Oak gave the order directly. Meowth got weird again and directly pulled Rhydon's hand to give a vital throw. Before Rhydon got up, another Mach Punch hit him. Vital throw is outstanding because of Rhydon's weight, but the damage caused by Mach Punch is higher than Arnold's. No wonder so many people in the novel like the iron cloth shirt with Admiralty cover. This really greatly enhances the survivability. Hey, Rhydon shook his head and stood up, yelling directly at Meowth, feeling his strength insulted. Oh. It's really interesting, this Meowth is really. Obviously, Blaine couldn't find an adjective to describe Meowth at all in a short time. Haha, this is the Pokémon I've been looking for a long time. Oki was obviously very proud of himself. Praising his own Pokémon is just praising himself. Rhydon, Rock Blade. The fight must continue, Blaine ordered again. Rock appeared out of nowhere and flew towards Meowth. Meowth Mach Punch smashed them directly. Since Meowth's Machamp has been exposed and cannot be attacked by surprise, use it directly. After Meowth's Mach Punch hit the Rock Smash Stone, it threw it in the direction of Rhydon. Rhydon roared and rushed over directly with his fists clenched. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe what Oak Yi and the others saw now. Relying on the Machamp hidden in its small body, Meowth directly fought the big Rhydon, punching to the flesh. Rhydon hit Meowth with a heavy arm hammer. Meowth dodged and punched Rhydon directly. Rhydon relied on the solid armor to bear it directly, and then an Orberg tail drew over. Meowth dodged low and returned Orberg's tail with an Orberg's tail. The two Pokémon were fighting hand-to-hand like this, and the trainers on both sides watched quietly without issuing orders. They know that this is Pokémon's own choice, and they will definitely listen when they order it, but there is no need for that. Gradually, the hand-to-hand combat between the two sides came to an end. Meowth took advantage of his agility, and Machamp also caused a lot of trouble for Rhydon. In the end, Meowth won with a hard rolling kick and Rhydon let out an unwilling roar and fell. Ha ha ha, what a surprising boy. The Oak family made such a big move 2 days ago because of your spiritual power link. Then my last Pokémon is it. Let's play the duck-billed fire dragon. Against the magma under the stage after a while of tumbling, a duck-billed fire dragon crawled out of the magma and jumped onto the battle platform directly on the rock wall. Sure enough, how could the matter of Cinnabar Island be hidden from you, Blaine? Then play Charizard. Oki called back to Meowth, who was now exhausted. As Oki's shouts ended, Charizard swooped down directly from the sky and made his domineering debut. Both of them are quasi-elite level Pokémon, and Ember gradually appeared in their eyes. Charizard has been watching the battle between Ninetales and Meowth in the sky just now, and his juniors have won the battle despite the difference in strength. How can he capsize here? Charizard let out another roar to suppress his now strong desire to fight. As if a certain string was touched suddenly, the two Pokémon sprayed flames from their mouths at each other at the same time. As the two flames collided, the already hot air went up to a higher level. Oki is not yet an elite trainer, and he doesn't have such a powerful spiritual body. He is already sweating profusely. The back was wet and then dry and wet again several times. Charizard, the Claw of the Dragon. Oki changed his move first. Charizard directly emitted green light from his claws, forming two green dragon claws which flew up and accelerated towards the duck-billed Charizard. Duck-billed Fire Dragon directly fire punch back. The duck-billed fire dragon shot out flames from both hands, clenched its fists and fought fiercely with the flying Charizard. Dragon Claw and Fire Punch collided, and both sides had rich combat experience. Charizard grabbed a Dragon Claw, and the duck-billed fire dragon blocked it with one hand, and directly hit Charizard's stomach with Fire Punch with the other hand. However, Charizard was already prepared, and another Dragon Claw directly blocked it in the middle. The two sides paused for a while and then pushed away to continue the hand-to-hand fight. Charizard, the Oath of Fire. Taking advantage of the moment when the two sides retreated after the collision, Oki directly ordered, Several pillars of fire rise directly from the ground, encircling the Charmander duck-billed dragon in the middle, and then directly close together, starting to cause damage to the Charmander duck-billed dragon. It is said that this move is a unique trick of the Usangia. Although other Pokémon can learn it, it is much more difficult. With that time, it is better to learn some other big moves. Although Charmander is a Pokémon that can live in magma, it doesn't mean that fire attacks are useless to it. It's just that burning contest conditions and the like are difficult to appear. Duck-billed Fire Dragon. The big character Fire directly rushed over. The duck-billed Fire Dragon directly emitted the big character Fire, and then let the big character Fire attach to its body and rushed directly to Charizard. Orberg Tail. Charizard turned around when the Charizard rushed over, and Orberg's tail twitched towards the charging Charizard. The duck-billed Charizard reached out to grab Charizard's tail. Although it was dragged back a few steps by Orberg's tail, it succeeded. Charizard. Although Blaine didn't give a direct command, the Charizard grabbed Charizard by the tail and threw him to the ground. In fact, after having spiritual power, quasi-elite level trainers can link with Pokémon. Blaine is an elite level trainer, so he must have spiritual power, and the spiritual power link should have been carried out. But Oak believes that Blaine's order just now is based on a long-term tacit understanding, rather than issuing instructions through a spiritual link. I believe Blaine still has this professional ethics. Gym competitions and alliance competitions clearly stipulate that orders cannot be ordered through spiritual power links. Charizard, fly up. Seeing Charizard being thrown with his tail in his arms, Oki ordered. Taking advantage of the gap when the duck-billed Charizard held Charizard's tail and was about to fall down, Charizard flapped his wings wildly, trying to fly up to please the duck-billed Charizard. The duck-billed Fire Dragon didn't show any weakness and held its tail to prevent it from flying. After trying several times, the Charizard's feet were finally lifted off the ground, and Charizard brought the Charizard directly into the soaring in the sky without any leverage point. The difficult flying moves that Charizard practiced during this period finally came into play. After several times of flying, Charizard finally couldn't help but let go. Charizard took the opportunity to hug it directly, and at this time Okia's order also arrived in time, Seismic Toss. In principle, with Seismic Toss, the heavier the caught Pokémon, the greater the damage it will cause. The duck-billed Charmander is barely considered a large Pokémon, and its weight is not comparable to that of the normal Pokémon, not to mention that Blaine is still developing very well. Charizard held the duck-billed Charizard and turned a few circles in the sky, then swooped down and let it go when it was close to the ground. The duck-billed Charizard fell heavily to the ground and immediately lost the ability to fight. This battle was won by Charizard. Charizard, who won the game, was obviously also very happy. He stood directly on the ground and shot a thick flame towards soaring in the sky spit up. Congratulations, Oki. You won the Cinnabar badge. Blaine directly greeted the other duck-billed Charmanders in the magma and lifted this one down, because for them, magma is the best healing ground. Then Blaine took out the Cinnabar badge from his pocket and handed it to Oki. Blaine, thank you, I have learned a lot from this battle. Oki took the badge and thanked him. Where is it? You gave me a lot of surprises. Blaine waved his hand and said. The two chatted politely for a while, and Oki left and went back to his residence. He was sweating all over, and now he urgently needed to take a bath. Back at the residence, Oki first went to see the injured Ninetales, and after confirming that it was fine, he went to the bathhouse to take a good bath. After taking a shower, the whole person feels comfortable. Oki counts the badge he owns first. The Stone Badge in Nibai City, the Water Drop Badge in Cerulean City, the Thunder Shock Badge in Vermilion City, the Super Badge in Saffron City, and the Rainbow City Badge. The Rainbow Badge in Fuchsia City, the Fuchsia Badge in Fuchsia City, and the Cinnabar Badge just now are short of the Viking Badge in Viking City. There is always a feeling of defeating the obstacles in front of you and finally hitting the boss. Anyway, I still have to wait for Ash, waiting to take advantage of its good luck to subdue the main force of its water system. Time passed quickly, and Oki took his own Pokémon to train while waiting for Ash and his group. But Ash didn't wait, but Gary did. On this day, Oki was training his own Pokémon in the courtyard. When he heard someone calling his voice, when he turned his head, he saw Gary standing behind him with his 6 girlfriends. The training was too serious just now, so he didn't feel it. So many people came behind me. Brother, I heard that your Charizard is already an elite Pokémon, Gary Oak asked curiously. Are you an elite? Don't talk nonsense. Oki rolled his eyes and said, Hee, they are very strong anyway. My Blastoise has just reached the elite advanced level now. Just play less for a while, have a good time with your girlfriend, right? Bro, let's go first, the luggage hasn't been put yet. Looking at the back of Gary leaving in a hurry, Oki shook his head helplessly. Anyway, this guy will be quite a researcher in the future, so he doesn't need to be in a hurry. And even if he's not strong enough, doesn't he still have himself? Is my pursuit of strong strength for the sake of living happily and protecting my family? In the evening, Oki and Gary found a restaurant for dinner together. As for his 6 girlfriends, Gary gave them the cards directly and let them play by themselves. As the son of the Oak family, money is never short anyway. At the dinner table, the 2 brothers talked about the city of Lamplug again. "Brother, I want to be a researcher," Gary Oak said solemnly after careful consideration. "Have you figured it out? You have always wanted to be a trainer before." Although Oki had expected it a long time ago, he still asked for confirmation. "I figured it out. Little Eevee could evolve into 7 different Pokémon and Remoraid." Stop, I know all of this. I just want to say that you can't let go of your strength." Seeing that he was obviously poked at the G***** T and was going to talk endlessly, Oki quickly stopped him. "Don't worry, brother, and I will go right away. My duel with Ash is not over yet. Let's talk after he defeats me." "Oh, it seems that you have great confidence in him." Oki looked at Gary with interest. "Ahaha, bro, come and drink." Seeing Gary as if his tail was stepped on, Oki could only smile helplessly. Picked up the wine glass and had a drink with Gary, and Gary fell down directly. Oki looked at him amusedly. He dared to encourage himself to drink even if he couldn't hold enough alcohol. He directly asked the family members to send him back. Anyway, his girlfriends will take care of him later, so he doesn't have to worry about it. Looking at Gary's drunk appearance, and thinking of those bad friends from the previous life, I don't know if I can go back and see them again. I don't know if the miscellaneous diary I saw in my family when I was a child is true. Can people really become gods? If you can, then yourself. After Gary got drunk last night, Oki was at the dining place, thinking about the past while drinking dull wine. He still remembered that it was Charizard who came out of the piquet ball and brought him home. "My head hurts. How much did you drink last night?" Oki asked Charizard while rubbing his temples after waking up. "Anyway, when I came out, there were wine bottles all over the ground." Charizard replied directly. With a helpless smile, Oki could only silently think that he is now a person whose spiritual power has been strengthened. If he returns to the earth, the legendary liquor 3.5 caddies beer casually will not be a legend. Shaking his head, Oki went directly to the sink and washed his face with cold water. He seemed to be a little too idle recently and was always thinking wildly. Everything was done. Oki went to see his Pokémon. Charizard didn't go to Volcano today. He was coaching the Pokémon there. No wonder I was able to answer my own question when I asked it just now. The spiritual power link also has a distance limit. Oki went to look at the Arbok in the room again. Recently, because he was looking for a breakthrough opportunity, it has not participated in the training. In fact, it is also because the training is not very helpful for its current breakthrough. In the room, Arbor's snake coiled into a ball, as if it had fallen asleep, but the spiritual power surging from its body confirmed that it was just an illusion. During this time, its scales became more and more purple day by day, and it should be close to a breakthrough. After Arbok breaks through, I will have 2 quasi-elite level Pokémon, and my confidence in challenging the Viking Gym will increase by 1 point. At this stage, Ninetales and Haunter are elite advanced strengths. I don't know if they can make a breakthrough before challenging the Viking Gym. Houndour, Ivysaur is the strength of the elite mid-level. Meowth, Machoke is now the strength of the elite mid-level. Dratini is already at the elite low level and can enter the elite middle level at any time. As far as Chansey is concerned, as a team doctor, it is enough to be able to heal other Pokémon. Strength is secondary, but it is almost breaking through to the elite level. During this period of time, Houndour has a tendency to evolve, but Oki told it to restrain it. I hope to be able to evolve again when I break through to the elite level in the future. And maybe I can use the opportunity of assist evolution to comprehend what it is like to break through to a quasi-elite. As for other Pokémon that have no signs of evolution, take your time. As long as the strength improves, evolution will happen sooner or later. On the 3rd day after Gary arrived here, Ash and his group finally arrived at Cinnabar Island. Gary, who is a deadly enemy, naturally knew about it at the first time, and Ash and the others couldn't find a place to live. Cinnabar Island is not small. Gary swayed directly in front of Ash and the others and showed off with his girlfriends. Probably Ash believed that this was just a chance encounter. The ending of Ash and his party was still the same as in the animation. They were taken in by Blaine overnight. Originally, Oki thought that if they really had no place in the end, they could only call him to come here. Now that's all right, the courtyard is still his own. When I woke up the next day, I saw Gary sneaking to Oki as if he was looking for something or someone. Don't look for it. Ash and the others were taken in by Blaine, so the sweet you went to ask for yesterday is for Ash. Oki directly stopped Gary. He couldn't stand it any longer. Oh, I just teased him yesterday. I was going to tell him to live there, but a cute Jigglypuff came. It showed us a song, and then seeing Okia's eyes getting sharper and sharper, Gary was speechless. Jigglypuff. It's understandable that your girlfriends can't stand it and fall asleep. They are all ordinary people, but you have been spiritually opened. What about your spiritual power? What if you encounter not Jigglypuff but those desperate people? What about gangsters? Tell me, what should I do at that time? Okia felt a little resentful that iron could not be made into steel. The real world is not like in fairy tales where people will die. Brother, I got it. I'm leaving first, and I have to train Pokémon to challenge the gym. Gary found a reason and slipped away. Looking at the back of Gary Oak leaving, Oki is really worried about how he will be able to deal with the dangers he encounters in the future. Fortunately, there are Professor Oak's Pokémon as bodyguards, otherwise something will happen at any time. Ash should be going to challenge the gym today. It's really good to see how powerful the Charizard of Power Trip is. Send Charizard directly to check it out from time to time and notify yourself when Ash goes to challenge. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Ash and his group appeared in front of the gate of the Cinnabar gym. Oki, who was notified by Charizard, set off for the gym with his Ninetales. The reason for bringing Ninetales is to see if Blaine sends out his Ninetales, he can steal a teacher by the way. Of course, there is another reason. Ninetales exudes air conditioning, so he can feel more comfortable when watching the battle, otherwise he will be covered in sweat like last time. How uncomfortable it is. Entering the gymnasium, Oki did not bother the two duels, but greeted Zyoging Misty, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, and stood directly on the scene to watch the battle, with the Ninetales air conditioner beside him, and he didn't sweat much. It felt really flattering, and even Misty couldn't help approaching Ninetales. Because they met, Ninetales rolled his eyes and ignored them. It's just that Oki can feel the air conditioning in a wider range. Ninetales is quite tsundere cute. Blaine cooperated with Oki's idea and sent Ninetales, but Ash's Squirtle was instantly killed, and then Ash sent Charizard. Blaine took Ninetales back and sent Rhydon. Charizard did fly straight out of the arena and fell asleep. Oki called Ling to check the information of this Charizard, which showed that it was an elite high level with blue qualifications. I have to say that Ash was really lucky. He subdued these high-quality Pokémon by relying on his spirit, and he picked up such a good quality Pokémon directly on the side of the road. With Charizard leaving the field, Ash could only call out Pikachu. Unexpectedly, Pikachu defeated Rhydon, and Blaine called out the duck-billed Charizard directly, not the one that was fighting Oki. This one only has the strength of elites. Maybe it was Ash's performance that directly moved Blaine, and he gave Ash another chance to challenge. Knowing that there was no show to watch, Oki did not go to see Ash's challenge the next day. If there is no accident, he should be able to challenge successfully. Anyway, what Oki could see in the residence was that they changed the place of the battle, and finally Charizard used the seismic toss to end the battle. As it turned out, Oki didn't care. He just wanted to wait for Ash and the others to set off tomorrow and follow directly to find the island of Blastoise. Although Ash and the others spend a lot of time on the road, to be honest, after challenging the gymnasium, it is quite fast to leave and continue traveling. After only 1 day's rest, Ash and his team set off directly. Oki proposed the idea of joining together and they readily agreed. On the way, Oki didn't rush them but just moved forward at their speed because they really didn't know when they would meet the Wartortle that was asking for help. Fortunately, when they came to the pier and were about to leave, the boat set off, and on the way to chase the boat, the Wartortle that called for help appeared. Watching Ash's Squirtle set off with glasses, Oki and others quickly found a boat, and Misty's water system Pokémon directly pulled the boat forward. After a period of time, an island that was not on the map appeared directly in front of Oki and others. Seeing the appearance of the island, Oki directly used his spiritual power to protect his ears. Remembering that the reason for Blastoise's problems was because of Jigglypuff, no matter what, Oki didn't want to fall asleep in a strange place. After landing on the island, Oki became more sure of his thoughts. Ash let Pikachu give the sleeping Squirtle and the others a thunder shock of love. Oki didn't want to bother, so he greeted Ash directly. Why? Brother Yi? Ash was very puzzled, and the other people in Pokémon also looked at Oki with puzzled faces. Blastoise and the others fell asleep because of Jigglypuff singing, didn't you hear it? Although Oki didn't hear it either, how could he explain clearly if he didn't say that at this time? Really, I didn't hear it. Just go and listen to Blastoise's shell and you'll find out. Ash ran right up to it, and the obvious result was that he fell asleep. At this time, Pikachu's Thunder Shock was activated without saying anything. After Thunder Shock, Squirtle and the others woke up, but Blastoise did not wake up for a long time. Oki directly called Haunter to perform a Dream Eater trick on Blastoise. The figure just seemed a little reluctant to part with Blastoise's megaphone and stopped after showing one ear. Oki could only explain the situation to Blastoise, and after obtaining consent, Oki directly pulled out the Jigglypuff. The round Jigglypuff looks cute, but after being pulled out, the puffed cheeks look even cuter. Oki can only tell it to sing as much as it wants after its work is done. Anyway, it has spiritual power to protect its ears and won't fall asleep, so it doesn't matter what happens then. After Oki appeases Jigglypuff, he proposes to Blastoise the idea of subduing a Squirtle, and Blastoise directly agrees after consideration. But after Charizard's translation, Oki knew that Blastoise was going to fight with himself and test his own strength. Oki readily agreed and directly called out Arbok, who broke through the day before departure. Last night, Arbok finally broke through and became a quasi-elite level. Although it has not yet been linked with spiritual power, its strength is a real quasi-elite. This time, it is also a good time to try its strength after breakthrough. The habit of watching the excitement is not unique to human beings. Squirtle and Wartortle consciously made room for Oki and the others to fight. Now it's the battle between Blastoise and Oki's Arbok. The battle begins. Zyogang, who took out two small flags from nowhere, consciously took on the role of referee, but obviously he didn't knowing how to continue. They can only directly announce the start of the battle. As soon as the voice fell, the two pipes behind Blastoise directly spit up two jets of water, and Arbok lowered his body and rushed towards Blastoise at the same time. After Arbok broke through to the quasi-elite level, his speed has obviously improved a lot. Big improvement. Just when Blastoise found that his ultimate move failed to reach the enemy, Arbok had already rushed in front of it. Arbok directly bound Blastoise, and this trick obviously has no effect on Blastoise with a hard turtle shell. And Arbok didn't expect to cause any damage to Blastoise by binding his unique move, but just stabilized his figure and prepared for the next move. Bite and bite. Oki gave the order and gestured to Arbok with his hand. When Arbok, who heard Oak's order, saw the gesture and acted, Blastoise had already retracted himself into the turtle shell. It obviously didn't notice Oki's gesture. Arbok had already slowly prepared a trick when he launched the bite attack. Seeing Blastoise retract into the turtle shell was a venom attack. Although Blastoise didn't expect her body to be attacked by this attack, she reacted quickly and used the water sport trick. After reaching the elite level, she can basically use the trick at will, even if it is a quasi-elite. The water sport trick quickly came out of Blastoise's shell with venom. At the same time, Blastoise began to spin slowly, and Arbok had no choice but to give up the idea of tying Arbok. Although Arbok wanted to stay away from Blastoise after letting go, but Blastoise obviously didn't think so, and directly rotated horizontally and ran into Arbok. The spinning Blastoise is not slow, and Arbok can only use his flexible body to dodge again and again. Arbok full Orberg tail attack. Blastoise's rapid spin trick is a bit like Geodude's rollout trick. Its speed and power are significantly improved after a few attacks. It's just a little awkward that they're not round and have a weak point. After Arbok dodged Blastoise's attack again, Stockpile jumped on soaring in the sky when Blastoise came back again, and directly spun and smashed towards Blastoise, who was attacking. Blastoise was hit directly and lost his balance, bumping on the ground and moving forward for a long distance. After the attack, Arbok rushed towards Blastoise, who was a little dizzy after being hit, and was shaking his head trying to get himself a little smelling salts. It was another powerful Orberg tail, and Blastoise, who had just stood up, fell down again, although the injury is not light but has not lost combat effectiveness. Arbok, that's enough. Oki directly stopped Arbok, who wanted to make up for Orberg's tail. This battle was just to show Blastoise's strength, not simply to win the battle. Blastoise, this is the antidote. How is it? My Pokémon is good, right? Seeing Blastoise's contest condition, it seems that it is not as simple as dizziness, but it should be the stamina of the venom attack at the beginning. Blastoise took the antidote directly, but although the effect was there, it was not too obvious. This antidote was prepared by Oki just in case after Arbok broke through last night, and Arbok just broke through, and his strength is still rising very fast, especially in terms of poison. It should be a little bit of understanding after a night, and the venom attack has strengthened again. In fact, it is enough to be effective, but the effect is a little slower, and even if it cannot be completely relieved, there is no problem with Blastoise's physique, and it can be digested or excreted by itself in a day or two. Blastoise will be fine after a short rest, and the remaining toxin is completely useless against it at the elite level. Blastoise stood up and yelled at the Squirtle and Wartortle group a few times, and waved directly to Oki to choose the one he wanted to subdue. Oki knew that this was Blastoise's final test for himself, so he tested his choice of future combat partners. But this is not a problem for Oki at all. During the battle just now, Oki asked Ling to help him choose. Going straight to the Wartortle he likes, Oki took out the Piquet ball and put it in his hand to let him choose whether to go with him or not. To Oki's surprise, this Wartortle seemed to be impatient, so he took a shot directly. The Piquet ball goes in Wartortle. Gender male. Attribute water. Height 1.2 m, normal 1.0 m. Qualification blue. Strength level elite intermediate. Drix. Bubble beam, water gun, rocket hammer, hydro pump, shrink shell, rapid spin, freezing ray, water sport. Looking at the information of this Wartortle, Oki felt that Blastoise should have deliberately cultivated it because it was too good for a wild Pokémon. Oki, who had been tamed, released him again, letting him say goodbye to his little friend, and he didn't know when he would come back again. At this time, Blastoise yelled at Oki again, and Oki only released Charizard as an interpreter. After translating, Oak realized that this Wartortle was different from other Wartortles that only wanted to protect the group, and always wanted to go out to see the outside world. Blastoise was worried about its safety, so he often trained it. Originally, they wanted to wait for it to evolve into Blastoise before letting it go out, but now Oak just came and chose it, so Blastoise asked Oak to treat it well. Oki repeatedly promised that he would train and take good care of this Wartortle, and the Rockets trio, who had been following Ash and his ghosts all along, appeared on the stage. By the sea, a mechanical Gyarados came ashore directly. Oki knew it was the three of them, but he really wanted to hear their lines, so he asked casually, "Who are you?" As if pressing a specific button, the forward Gyarados stopped immediately, the lid on it opened, and the three funny guys started their performance. "Since you asked for advice sincerely, we will tell you mercifully. To prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect the peace of the world, carry out love and true evils. A cute and attractive villains. Jesse, James, we are Team Rocket traveling through the galaxy. White holes. A white tomorrow awaits us. That's it, tilde meow." Oki silently watched their performance, and then directly asked Charizard to send Dragon Rage to send them flying. And under the protection of a mysterious force, they escaped the Quasi-Elite level Charizard's full Dragon Rage completely without injury, but were blown away by the aftermath, and they still shouted, "What a disgusting feeling." As for Ash and the others, they were frightened by Charizard's full attack of Dragon Rage. Oki didn't know what to say at this time, so he ran to Blastoise. He wanted to know more about his Wartortle. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Wartortle said goodbye to its little partner and ran directly to Blastoise. The two of them talked for a while and the farewell was over. Oki took out the Piquet ball and took it back. The purpose of his trip had been achieved and it was time to leave. Oki and Ash boarded the boat and bid farewell to Blastoise and them. The boat leaving Cinnabar Island is gone, and they can only go back and stay for one more night, and they will start tomorrow. This time, Ash and the others didn't bother Blaine, and directly stayed in the room that Gary arranged for them that time. Oki also explained to them that Gary was actually arranging rooms for them that time, but seeing Ash was a little confused. He also apologized to them for Gary's behavior that time. After all, Gary did make a mistake. Zio Gang and the others repeatedly waved their hands and said it was okay, and also said that when Gary appeared, Ash was not out of his mind. As for Ash, he said very deeply that there is no conflict or anything between himself and Gary. They are rival and friends for life. This made Oki heave a sigh of relief, although he probably knew that people with rough nerves like Ash would not care about these things, but he could really feel relieved after getting the answer. After apologizing to his younger brother, Oki was ready to go back to his residence. But before going back, Oki still encouraged Ash, "Ash, you have to work hard, there will be a surprise after you defeat Gary." Oki turned his head and walked back, regardless of Ash's bewildered expression behind him, and walked directly back to his residence. Arbok's poison antidote needs to be remixed, otherwise after any battle in the future, it will be too late if he doesn't have it when he needs it. Embarrassed. There is also training that cannot be stopped. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared, and I must be the one who is prepared. P.S. Sorry for the lateness, I wrote it originally, but my friend forgot to save it when he borrowed the computer. Also, thanks to my friends who supported me, seeing the flowers you sent and whatnot. I am very motivated. Oki, who got Wartortle, set off early the next morning, and since the goal had been achieved, there was no need to go through their strange experiences with Ash and the others. After leaving Cinnabar Island by boat, Oki and the Pokémon trained all the way. Oki hoped that when he arrived at the Viking gym, Arbok had already successfully linked his spiritual power. It would be even better if there was a Pokémon breakthrough Quasi-Elite, although it is not realistic. One day, when Oki was training in the forest, he suddenly felt something was wrong. It was too quiet here and there must be a reason for what happened. Oki put away all the Pokémon, leaving 3 Pokémon outside. Arbok is in charge of hiding around Oki, being a surprise soldier for what might come up. Meowth followed Oki as a bright guard, and Haunter hid in Oki's shadow, acting as a dark guard. Oki directly climbed up a nearby tree and then asked Haunter to look around. What happened here? There was not even a Pokémon. A few minutes later, Haunter came back, pointing in one direction as if there was something going on there. Oki directly went down the tree and followed Haunter towards that direction, and just after taking a few steps, he heard a loud noise from that direction, which was so abrupt in this silent forest. Oki and Haunter quickly walked a few steps, and when they could almost see the situation over there, Oki waved his hand, and Haunter sank directly into Oki's shadow. Approaching the place where the accident occurred, Oki and Meowth lowered their bodies and walked towards that side slowly. Hiding in a bush, Oki carefully looked over there and saw a group of people in Team Rocket uniforms, with their own Pokémon surrounding a Bisharp from Unova, and there were still many Pokémon corpses lying on the ground, are basically the kind that are cut off by everything. Looking at Bisharp's body, especially the protruding blade part of his hands, there are a lot of blood, even minced meat, Oki can probably guess. The attack continued, and Bisharp managed to capture a few Pokémon in a row, but the Rockets released a bunch of Pokémon, mostly Zubat and Coughing, and a few Arbok. Suddenly 2 people came over from where Oki was hiding. Oki pressed Meowth, who was about to shoot. He couldn't believe that these people had discovered him, and he didn't make any movement. They didn't look like elites. Blood. The fact is exactly what Oki guessed. The 2 were overworked to discuss things, and the surrounding areas that were not affected by the battle were almost here. Boss, are we running out of Pokémon? What? Is the consumption so high? This test item 3665 is too strong. Should we call for some support? Hey, isn't most of the Pokémon after their experiments are useless? I thought I could take the credit for this alone, but now I can only combine it with other components. Then boss, which group should I go to? Let's take Meichuan's group, which is about the same strength as ours. Relatively speaking, it has a better reputation, so it won't be black and white. The guys in the other groups are all ruthless. Okay boss, I'm going now. Go and come back quickly, we can last a while here but not long. The Rocket team member who received the order responded and ran towards Oki's right hand. The guy who should be the team leader went back to join the battle. In just a short while, several Pokémon were lost. Oki, who was hiding behind the bushes, gestured to Arbok, who had been hiding in a tree next to him, and Arbok chased in the direction of the guy who left for help. When Oki was watching the field, the battle was still fierce. Bisharp killed more and more Pokémon as time went by, and he suffered more and more injuries, but he didn't know whether it was his own or other Pokémon. Covered by his blood, Oki couldn't see clearly. After a while, Arbok came back and nodded to Oki, and Oki let him hide in the tree again. Since there are no reinforcements, he can wait until later to make a move. This Bisharp is a little interested now. And from the words of the 2 guys just now, we can know that this Bisharp is an experimental product, but its strength is so strong, it should look like the experiment was successful. Why hasn't that guy come back? The team leader complained loudly. Their Pokémon had been almost killed by Bisharp. Seeing that the time was almost up, Oki walked out from the grass. Hearing movement in the grass behind him, the group leader looked back in surprise, only to find out if it was his subordinate. Who are you? Didn't you see our Rockets doing business? The team leader said proudly. In fact, if Oki was an ordinary civilian trainer, he might be frightened by him. After all, the reputation of the Rockets among ordinary civilian trainers may be stronger than that of Alliance, although it is not a good reputation. I just passed by. Unfortunately, this time he met Oki. Passing by? Then you go leave here, don't worry about it. The team leader should have seen something. If it is a civilian trainer, it is not so easy to let go, especially when they lack Pokémon in the case of. Okay, but that Bisharp is my Pokémon, do you want me to take it? Damn it, boy, you don't want to toast or eat fine wine, our Rockets are not easy to mess with. It should be obvious that Oki is looking for trouble, the team leader threatened. Oh, I know the Rockets are easy to mess with, but aren't you easy to mess with? Are you? Oh, are you waiting for your subordinate? No need to wait, he won't come back. When Oki could feel that he was stalling for time, he had the same idea. Use don't you? That's right, that's it. Oki squinted his eyes and smiled because the Rockets didn't have many Pokémon at this time. Brother, we can't hold it anymore. A fighting guy yelled at the team leader. At this time, the team leader looked back as if he had just woken up from a dream. There were not many Pokémon on his side. This guy who came to trouble and didn't even cover his face was very problematic. He probably didn't plan to keep alive, otherwise will not expose their own even. And to be able to walk out in such a swaggering way, his secret whistle should be completely abolished, his strength should not be underestimated. If Oki knew what he was thinking, he would only say that you are awesome, but he only guessed the first half correctly and the rest is nonsense. I didn't see any of them when I came here. It should have been dealt with by Haunter. I don't know whether it was fainted or sent to heaven. All retreat, we will fall. The team leader is also a decisive person. Seeing that there is nothing he can do, he immediately gave up. Although his team members were very obedient and planned to retreat, Bisharp, who had been beaten up by them for so long, disagreed at this time and kept chasing them. Give up the Pokémon, let them hold it back, and we retreat. The team leader was quite ruthless, directly planning to let those Pokémon back up and buy time for them with his life. After yelling, it turned back to look at Oki, didn't say anything, just waved and mouthed goodbye. Oki didn't quite understand what this guy meant, but it was dangerous. At this time, a big hole suddenly appeared next to Oki's station, and Oki's Arbok came out with another Arbok in his mouth. Seeing that Oki was fine, Arbok directly threw the corpse in his mouth to Team Rocket. Just now Arbok felt that there was a movement of Pokémon underground. To be on the safe side, it drilled a hole to check. After some fighting, it subdued the same kind of underground. After hearing the order from the team leader to kill its own trainer, Arbok went killed the same kind directly, and then appeared on the ground with his corpse in its mouth. Although I don't know when this guy released Arbok, maybe it was the beginning. But the point now is that his plan has come to nothing. Oki looked over there and the Pokémon behind them are almost exhausted. Team Rocket. Oki directly waved at Arbok to signal it to deal with this group of people. After receiving the order, Arbok went straight to kill the rockets. In less than a minute, the remaining 8 rockets and the team leader were all reimbursed, and the battle on Bisharp's side was coming to an end. Without Trainer's command, the Pokémon's combat power plummeted and they couldn't stop the bloody Bisharp at all. Oki also didn't intend to save those Pokémon and killed their trainer himself. They may not have a deep relationship, but who can guarantee it? In less than 5 minutes, Bisharp had successfully settled the fight, adding more bodies to the ground. And Bisharp, who finished solving the Pokémon, glanced at Oki. Oki could see resentment in this look, and his body was also murderous. Don't look at me like that, okay? I'm not with them. Oki pointed to the corpse of Team Rocket on the ground and said. Glancing at the corpse on the ground, Bisharp's killing intent dissipated, and he just looked at Oki warily. Oki looked at Bisharp with a smile on his face. He looked like a fox, similar to the uncle who sold James Magikarp. Hey, Bisharp, do you want to come with me? Follow me and they dare not come again. Bisharp looked at Oki indifferently. They will keep harassing you and want to take you back. He still looked indifferent. Follow me in many battles and your strength will improve a lot. Don't you want to see the scenery above? Still indifferent. Think about it, isn't it very exciting to be the first Bisharp to become a beast? He looked indifferent. Damn, did you give me a face? Arbok Orberg tail. Oki felt embarrassed, but this Bisharp still looked at Oki indifferently and completely angered Oki. Call Arbok attack directly. Arbok rushed directly towards Bisharp with Orberg's color on his tail and smashed directly towards Bisharp, but just when he was about to hit, Arbok directly changed direction and missed Bisharp. Trusting that his Arbok wouldn't do anything boring, Oki ran over there directly. With so many Pokémon around, he wasn't afraid of being attacked. Walk up to Arbok and look at it questioningly. It pointed at Bisharp with its tail, and Oak found out that Bisharp's eyes were slack, and he didn't even look at it when he walked over. Walking directly to its side, Oki heard Snore's voice. It turned out that this guy had already fallen asleep with his eyes open. Realizing that he was just attacking someone in a show, Oki took out an empty Piquet ball and put it in, dumbfounded. Put away the Piquet ball, Bisharp's current injury is unknown. The important thing now is to get out of here, find a place to check its specific condition. Oki released Charizard, let it directly burn this place again since he appeared here and did so many things, there must be traces left. And he can only destroy the traces as much as possible and prevent them from tracking him. If they meet again in the future, they are not captured on the spot, and there is no way to beat them to death and refuse to admit them. After Charizard finished his work, Haunter, who was sent by Oak to explore the way, also came back and flew in the direction of a person without the rockets. After flying for a certain distance, Oak let Charizard find a place with water and put himself down. Bisharp's injury is not clear yet, so it must be checked as soon as possible. After landing, Oki directly released Bisharp and Chansey together. Although the newly released Bisharp has woken up, he still looks around in confusion. After seeing Oki, he immediately stood up. Unfortunately, the injury on his body made it difficult for him to stand up. He might not feel it when he just fought, but after the battle and relaxed, it was a different feeling. Bisharp, it's safe now, let's talk about other things later, let Chansey treat you for now. Oki said to Bisharp. After thinking about it, Bisharp nodded in agreement. It knew that its current contest condition was not at all the rival of the human being in front of it. and even based on the feeling given to it by that Charizard, it might not be able to fight with the intact contest condition. Pass, there was a river next to it, and after simply wiping the blood off his body, Chansey began to help Bisharp check the injuries, but luckily they were all skin traumas, and now his weakness is the reason for the excessive bleeding. Since it was a skin trauma, there was no rush. Oki asked Chansey to prepare a little scald, and asked Sealy to clean the blood on his body and then bandage the wounds. Taking advantage of Chansey's time to prepare, Oki and Bisharp roughly explained the current situation, and then told it to fight it again after it recovered from its injuries. If so, then follow yourself well. Bisharp said yes, which is fair enough. Then the atmosphere started to get a little awkward, neither of them knew what to say. Oki simply called out his Pokémon and then started to set up the tent. He had already decided to leave after the Bisharp matter was over. However, Bisharp's body seems to have some problems because it was used for experiments. Bisharp. Gender male. Height 1.7 ms. Attribute. Evil plus steel. Qualification strength level elite advanced. Trick. Looking at Bisharp's information, Oki was very puzzled. Although he didn't subdue it psychologically, he had already put it into the Pokéball, and when he opened it, he had already input spiritual power. So why can't his tricks be shown in the data? And why are the qualifications full of question marks? Master, Bisharp is a Pokémon that has been tested, and its aptitude can no longer be easily detected like ordinary Pokémon. As for the ultimate move, Master, didn't you notice that it didn't use any of its unique moves when it was fighting Team Rocket? It is no longer able to use its skills and tricks. Hearing Ling's words, Oki was a little confused, but after reacting, he felt nothing. Bisharp was originally a melee Pokémon. Even if he couldn't use his unique moves, it didn't matter, he could still fight. To that extent, it is actually the same whether it is practical or not. By the time Oak set up the camp, Chansey had already bandaged Bisharp as a melee Pokémon and had just had a hard fight. It was injured basically all over its body, and now it was wrapped like a rice dumpling. Seeing Oki looking over, he quickly turned around. Obviously, he couldn't keep his cold image. Oki and the others stayed here for the next few days. Bisharp's injury has almost healed in the past few days, and it will be completely healed in one day, and the Battle of Conquest can begin. After another day, Bisharp was completely healed, and now he was ready for the Conquest battle. Oki stood face to face with Bisharp, asked what Bisharp meant, and after it agreed, Oak called Charizard out. Charizard flapped his wings a few times and flew straight onto the field to face Bisharp. Facing the tall Charizard and feeling the danger it presented him, Bisharp began to get excited. After both sides were ready, Chansey, who was temporarily serving as the referee, directly threw the stone in his hand to soaring in the sky. Landing with the stone, Bisharp disappeared in a dodge and rushed towards Charizard at an extremely fast speed. Charizard didn't even look at it and directly showed the Dragon Claw and grabbed it to the right. Bisharp's figure appeared directly on the right of Charizard and raised both hands to resist the Dragon Claw that Charizard grabbed. I saw Charizard's other Dragon Claw grabbing directly towards Bisharp, but Bisharp had no choice but to forcefully push away Charizard's Dragon Claw, narrowly dodging the other Dragon Claw that was grabbing. Flamethrower, Charizard directly spit up with a flame, and after Bisharp dodged, another Flamethrower attacked. After a few times, Bisharp was still hit and was directly hit by the hot flame, and Bisharp suffered great damage. Fire Pledge. Seeing that Bisharp was hit, Oak gave a second order. Several pillars of flame shot out directly from the ground and surrounded Bisharp, who had just reacted, but Bisharp hit the ground under him with all his strength, and a large clod of mud directly rushed out of the encirclement. But when it rushed out, it ushered in the next wave of attacks. Charizard's Dragon Rage was ready, and he hit directly. The damage was outstanding, and Bisharp fell down. Oki took out another Pokéball and threw it at Bisharp. Oki released it before the battle, and now it is justifiable to subdue it. After the Pokéball flickered for a few times, it stopped, and Oki had really tamed the Pokémon. The matter was over, and Oki began to pack his luggage and prepare to leave. It's time to challenge the Viking Gym. In a few days, Arbok should also be able to link spiritual power. If you can't get badge with this strength, you can only give up this one and challenge another gym up. After packing up, Oki started to head towards Takapan City, and then it was time for the boring training and hurrying. Finally, when there was still a day's journey away in Takapan City, Arbok was finally able to perform a spiritual link. This time, there are not so many people to protect Oak and Arbok from accidents. But fortunately, everything is going well, with Charizard and their guardians but no Pokémon to bother. Nothing bloody happened, and Oki, who had experience, quickly completed the spiritual link. Up to now, Oki has had 2 Pokémon break through to Quasi-Elite, and both have completed the spiritual power link, and this is less than a year since his departure. It took him 1 year to accomplish something that many people would find it difficult to do in their lifetime. Oki was really shocked by the calculation. But there is still a long way to go. I can't meet the demands of ordinary people, and it will be more and more difficult to break through in the future, but Oki believes in himself and his Pokémon. When he came to this world, he swore to go to Pokémon. On top, Oki, who came to the Pokémon Center in Viking City for one night, came directly to the Viking Gym the next day. It was finally time to meet the boss of Team Rocket. This was a really big boss. After being excited in front of the gym for a while, Oki pushed the door and walked into the strongest gym in Kanto. Walk along the corridor to the battlefield, which is similar to other gymnasiums. The only difference is that there is a high platform. New challenger, are you sure you can get the Earth badge? On the high platform, the owner Giovanni, or the leader of the Rockets, Giovanni, came out of a dark place very forcefully. I wouldn't have come without me. Now is the time to express your determination. You must not be cowardly. Okay, I'm the trainer of this gym. You should know the basic rules. This gym is 3-on-3, no problem. I'm Oki's. No problem. With this badge I can participate in the alliance competition. Let's start. To be honest, Oki is also beating a drum in his heart. Who knows if it will send Mutwo out. Okay, Oak boy, this is my Pokémon. Come out, Rhydon. Okay, then mine is it. Come out, Meowth. Oh, interesting. This Meowth is not simple. Rhydon horn drill alone. After Rhydon roared, he rushed towards Meowth with the rapidly spinning horns on his head. Meowth Mach Punch, take it. Meowth was indeed gifted in strength, which had grown considerably during this time. Meowth stood still, waiting for Rhydon to charge. Rhydon is huge in size, and although his running speed is not fast, he is really intimidating. Meowth aimed at the timing, and when Rhydon lowered his head and tried to use the horn drill, he directly accelerated and rushed behind Rhydon, hitting him directly with a powerful Mach Punch. Rhydon was hit and fell to the ground. Meowth Dynamic Punch. Because Meowth has great power, Oak let it learn a lot of fighting tricks from Machoke. Although it may be useless after evolution, it depends on the meaning of Meowth. Let alone Meowth, even without Machamp's qualifications, he can be very strong. Meowth hit Rhydon on the head with a dynamic punch when he stood up. Rhydon, who had just stood up, fell to the ground again, but this time he failed to stand up. Interesting, as expected of the son of the Oak family. Very good, then you try this one. Come out, Nidoking. After taking back Rhydon, Giovanni sent out a powerful Pokémon. Looking at the Nidoking in front of him, Oak began to get a little excited because the second one is Quasi-Elite. What about the third one? Meowth, after the double team, Agility rushed to the full dynamic punch. Rival is a Quasi-Elite, and Meowth, who is still an elite mid-level, is obviously not a rival, and can only cause a little damage as much as possible. Meowth yelled and split into 5 clones, and then they all rushed towards Nidoking from different directions. The speed was very fast, but Rival was obviously not a vegetarian. Even without Giovanni's order, Nidoking directly twitched Orberg's tail to the rushing Meowths. The 360-degree rotation of Orberg's tail directly knocked out the 5 clones of Meowth. Only Meowth's main body relied on his soft body as a cat, stretched out his hand to borrow strength from Orberg's tail, and punched Nidoking's head with a fist. The fist hit Nidoking directly on the head, and even a Quasi-Elite Pokémon took quite a bit of damage. But before Meowth could be happy, his body began to have a toxic reaction. Okay, Meowth admits defeat. After thinking about it for a while, Oki probably knew what was going on. Nidoking itself has a poison type. It is said that the powerful Nidoking series can directly stand up the fluff on one's body and put poison on it to become a small poisonous stinger. It's just that this Nidoking can reach this level. It should be that when the Meowth dynamic punch hit Nidoking's head just now, he was directly poisoned by the poisonous thorns on his head. The Quasi-Elite level toxin's strength can be learned from his own Arbok. Meowth has been poisoned. There is no chance to hurt Nidoking again. It is better to admit defeat early to make Meowth feel better. Not bad, whether it's this Meowth or your trainer. This is the antidote to the Nidoking poison. Let's eat it first. Giovanni came over with an antidote, and Oki directly fed it to Meowth. Now Giovanni is the owner of the gymnasium, so he won't harm a trainer's Pokémon. After feeding Meowth the antidote, Oak didn't take it back into the Piquet ball but put it next to him so that he could watch the Quasi-Elite battle below. Come out, Arbok. Oki decided to fight poison with fire, and his own Arbok would not be afraid of it. Nidoking Megaton Boxing. Nidoking clenched his fist and rushed towards Arbok. Arbok Orberg Tail. Arbok also rushed towards Nidoking. The million-ton boxing and Orberg's tail collided directly. The action of the two sides would not end like this. Nidoking directly punched Arbok with the other hand. Arbok also directly used Iron Head to hit Nidoking, not directly. To Nidoking's fist, after all, it is Arbok's own disadvantage. Arbok's Iron Head skill directly hit Nidoking's stomach, and Nidoking's fist directly hit Arbok at the same time. Both sides suffered a lot of damage, and each stepped back to know a safe distance. Arbok dig. The Arbok went straight into the ground. Nidoking Earthquake. As a heavy Pokémon, how could Nidoking not use the unique move of Earthquake and directly raised his foot to step on the ground? Arbok Poison Barb. But how could Oki not have thought of this situation? Arbok was actually at the entrance of the cave all the time, and when he heard Giovanni tell Nidoking to use Earthquake, he rushed out. Both sides are poison Pokémon, and Oki didn't expect Poison Barb's poison to cause damage to Nidoking. He wanted to at least distract Nidoking, which was enough time for Arbok to launch another attack. Arbok Acid. Just as Nidoking knocked down Poison Barb with a million-ton punch, another order from Oki has been issued. Nidoking Freezing Light. Giovanni's reaction was not slow, and he directly ordered Nidoking to use the freezing light to freeze the flying acid. For a while, acid and freezing rays flew around the field. Arbok moved and used acid from all directions, and Nidoking directly froze in the acid flying towards it through the freezing light. At the Quasi-Elite stage, the release speed of the trick is already extremely fast. After a few rounds, both Nidoking and Arbok stopped a little tired. Destroy the dead light. Obviously, both sides didn't want to waste time, and directly ordered to prepare a move to decide the outcome. Both Nidoking and Arbok slowly began to gather a light orange ball of light. After reaching a certain level, both sides directly launched the final big move, and the two beams of light collided directly, causing a strong explosion. After the smoke from the explosion dissipated, the field in the middle was already riddled with holes, especially there was a big pit in the middle. Both Pokémon stood panting in front of their respective trainers. Both sides of the attack just now knew that it was time to decide the outcome, so they used all their strength, and now they are at the end of their battles. Finally, Arbok fell first, and it was not easy for it to achieve what it is now. Seeing Arbok fall, Nidoking roared as if celebrating his own victory. Oki took Arbok back and encouraged it a bit. It was really not easy for it to be able to beat like this. Charizard, come on! Oki yelled and let Charizard out, making it to the current situation, and Oki also ignited. Roar! Charizard appeared on the field, saw the tragic situation on the field, and probably could imagine what kind of battle he had just experienced, so he also roared excitedly. Nidoking the freezing light with all its strength. Seeing Oki release Charizard, although he knew that Nidoking was at the end of his battle, the gym trainer could not replace Pokémon, he could only fight to provide some help for the Pokémon behind. Charizard Flamethrower. The extreme cold and the extreme heat collided, and another explosion ushered in the site where an explosion had just occurred. However, Nidoking was exhausted after all, the spiritual power in his body had been used up, and the freezing light also stopped. The flamethrower hit Nidoking directly, and when the flames ended, Nidoking was lying on the ground. Very well, you must have just gone on a trip. You're a genius to do this. My next Pokémon is this. Come out, Beedrill. A very ordinary Beedrill can be seen everywhere in the forest, but Oki feels nervous like never before. I have heard more than once that there is a Beedrill in Giovanni's main force, and only Giovanni has used a Beedrill to this height. Although this Quasi-Elite Beedrill is obviously not his main force, the strength of the Quasi-Elite is beyond doubt. Coupled with Giovanni's command, it was another fierce battle. This has seriously exceeded the spiritual power of the gymnasium competition, but this is fine. If it is too simple to win the gymnasium competition, what's the point? Charizard, be careful, this Beedrill is not easy. Although he has been teaching Charizard the principle of the lion fighting the rabbit, and it has been doing this, Oki still couldn't help reminding. Hee, I believe you, as the son of the Oak family should have heard of my Beedrill, right? This Beedrill is a descendant of mine. Giovanni saw Oki so nervous because he was afraid that he would let go of the main Beedrill come out. When a man dies, a bird turns to the sky and he will die for 10,000 years without death. If you don't accept it, you just do it. I'm afraid of being a hare. Oki heard Giovanni's words and knew that he thought he was afraid. But although I am quite nervous, I am more excited, okay? Charizard Flamethrower. Oki chose to use actions to tell Giovanni the truth. The flame went straight to Beedrill, but Beedrill was small in size, so the speed was quite fast and disappeared in the original place in a flash. Beedrill Pin Missile. Beedrill ran directly behind Eruption at a very fast speed and launched the Pin Missile. Fire Spin Protection Form. The speed of the injection is too fast. It is too late to hide now. Oki can only order Charizard to protect himself with the ultimate attack and protection. A circle of flames appeared around Charizard's body, and the Pin Missile was burned directly on the flame layer, which could no longer cause damage to Charizard. Bug Buzz. Seeing that Charizard was protected by a circle of flames, Giovanni saw that his Beedrill was not as strong as the main force. Otherwise, he would have been able to directly slash flame attacks, so he could only choose sonic attacks as the next best thing. Charizard Noise. The combined effect of two Pokémon's sonic attacks is terrifying. Oki instinctively strengthened the spiritual protection of his ears. And Meowth originally wanted to let it go back to the Piquet ball, but it would rather endure the sound than finish the battle. Oki could only hug him up and use his spiritual power to protect his ears. So when Pokémon is not strong enough, Oki is also very helpless. Pokémon below the elite level can only use the spiritual power in the body simply, at most launching an attack, and the Pokémon at the quasi-elite level can only use it more powerfully. Only the elite level can use it as freely as Oki. After all, it is the person who opens the original spiritual power of the elite level, and this is why the person who opens the spirit for others must be an elite level. This sonic war has been going on because it does not delay the two Pokémon to release their own skills and tricks. While buzzing, Beedrill releases Pin Missile on Charizard, seizes the opportunity to move close to Charizard, and uses melee tricks such as Twinneedle Attack and Brick Break. And Charizard can only use some melee tricks because of the noise in his mouth, such as Fire Punch, Dragon Claw, and other tricks. Generally speaking, although he suffers a bit, he has not yet fallen behind. Charizard stopped the noise Flamethrower. Going on like this is not the way to go. Charizard's Fire-type unique move cannot be used by Imprison. Oki directly ordered to stop using noise, and using the Fire-type unique move is the right way. Charizard stopped the noise trick and immediately felt the screech of the Beedrill bug buzz. But patience is not a problem, just end the battle as soon as possible. Flamethrower keeps firing. Because of Beedrill's fast speed, Charizard has enlarged the striking area. Although it will reduce the power, Beedrill's physical strength should be relatively small, so it is enough to hit. The non-stop spraying of Flamethrower was also a big burden on Charizard, but fortunately it achieved the desired effect. Beedrill was hit directly by the Flamethrower, and although he was able to avoid most of the attacks when he got up again, his speed had slowed down significantly. At the same time, Bug Buzz also stopped, and the slowed-down Beedrill could no longer be distracted to launch another trick. Beedrill used Sword Dance, Giovanni ordered as the slowed Beedrill almost got hit again. Beedrill's Sword Dance should have been specially trained to keep Flamethrower out. Watching Beedrill continue to enhance his ability with Sword Dance, Oki felt that this could not be the case. Charizard Fire Spin at full strength. The flames continuously transformed into fire spins, which directly aroused Beedrill, who was about to escape from the flames. After the power increased, Beedrill's Sword Dance could only spin faster and faster. Beedrill, Wagga, Rush Out. After seeing the flames strengthened and Beedrill's Sword Dance continued for a while, Giovanni directly ordered Beedrill to rush out of the fire spin. After the Sword Dance was strengthened, the Tile Cut was really powerful. It directly slashed the flames surrounding Beedrill, and Beedrill rushed out directly along the opening made by the Tile Cut. After Oki signaled Charizard to stop, he looked at the situation of the Beedrill again. Although the Sword Dance could indeed block the flames, the strengthened fire spin obviously caused the Beedrill to suffer a lot of damage. Burn marks are now clearly visible on Beedrill's body. Both Pokémon are flying on the soaring in the sky in front of their trainer, and the trainers on both sides have no intention of ordering, just like a truce. But both sides know that this is just to restore their own Pokémon consumption. Beedrill was burned, and needed a temporary truce to reduce the burning sensation of the wound. Charizard needs to temporarily restore the spiritual power reserve in his body because he has continuously launched so many Fire-type special moves. The truce cannot last on one side. After both sides rested for a while, the battle broke out again. Beedrill, Aerial Ace. Charizard, close your eyes and get ready with the Dragon's Claws. Beedrill's speed is indeed a bit fast. Oki can only make Charizard close his eyes and prepare, wait for his order, and launch the attack at the fastest speed. It has also been trained, but not for this situation. At that time, it was mainly used to train its reaction power. I didn't expect it to come in handy here today. Beedrill's Aerial Ace trick attacked Charizard at an extremely fast speed. Oak didn't react, and Charizard directly took the blow, but relying on Oak's trust, it still closed its eyes and waited. Beedrill's attack hit Charizard's body several times. Oki felt distressed and hated himself for not being strong enough. However, if you want to hit someone, you have to be beaten first, which is true. Charizard at 8 o'clock used the Dragon's Claws with all your strength. Oki, who finally caught the trace of Beedrill, roared angrily. After being beaten for so long, Charizard is also rage. Directly turn to the direction of 8 o'clock at the fastest speed, put all your strength on this blow. If you hit it, you win. If you miss it, you can only admit defeat and you don't have any other strength to fight anymore. Fortunately, the bet won. Beedrill didn't expect to be hanged by him at all. He was able to see through his own attack direction. He was directly hit by the dragon's claw and fell into the big pit in the center of the field. Normal graves are prepared for it. At the end of the battle, Charizard flew down from the sky and sat on the ground directly. Oki ran over and hugged it tightly, and his trump card did not disappoint him. Giovanni finally got down from his high platform and went directly to the big pit to put away the Beedrill. It seems that no matter how bad the villain is, he has his own cherished things. This is human nature and has nothing to do with being a human being. Oki, I remember you, you are very good really. Giovanni, who put away the Beedrill, walked directly to Oki and said, Hee, thank you Giovanni for the compliment, I will really beat you in the future. This victory is not considered a victory at all. If he fights freely, he can't even beat his second team or even his third team. However, who knows what will happen next. If you can keep going like this, it's still kind of possible. Here's the Takua badge. Then you just wait, goodbye. Oki turned his head and left the gymnasium as soon as he got the badge. The younger generation of the Oak family is not bad. I remember that he seems to have a younger brother. Let's use him to try my weapon. Giovanni looked at Oki's back and said to himself. Oki had no idea that he had cheated on his younger brother. Fortunately, Gary did not intend to follow the trainer's path, otherwise the matter might become complicated. Oki, who left the gymnasium, went directly to the Pokémon Center in Takua City. Arbok and Charizard were seriously injured, so it was better to hand it over to Nurse Joy. After waiting outside for a long time, Nurse Joy finally came out. Oki hurried up to ask himself about the situation of Pokémon. He couldn't help being nervous. This was the first time that he was so miserable. Both of his strongest Pokémon were directly beaten into it, Pokémon Center. After Nurse Joy told him he was fine, she asked a little mysteriously, by the way, you are Oki, right? These two Pokémon are very strong, but they were beaten like this. Are you going to challenge the Viking gym? When is it gone? Oki looked at the gossiping white-clothed angel in front of him dumbfounded. I won the fight. By the way, Joy, how did you know my name is Oki? Oh, didn't you send a lucky egg to the Joy family for training? I was trained in the same batch, so I probably know you. After all, our elders said that a lucky egg is a waste in your hands. Cough, there are jobs, go and have a look at them. Joy, who slipped out, made an excuse and left. It is not surprising that Oki said something to their elders. When he accepted Chansey, Professor Oak had said these things. What made him very helpless was that he couldn't tell the difference between this Joy and the Joy who came here last time. The racial talent of this family was really terrifying. But the same seems to be the Jenny family, which is really amazing. In the early morning, Oki took the things he bought and released Charizard directly in the backyard. After being out for so long, it was time to go back to the laboratory. Oki didn't want to wait at all now and let Charizard fly him back directly. The feeling of nostalgia is more timid, and the distance from Pallet Town is getting closer. Oki actually began to feel a little nervous. After leaving for nearly a year, I don't know if Pallet Town has changed much, and I can only know these things when I go back. I don't know what Grandpa is doing now. Have the residents of Pallet Town woke up and started working now? On Charizard's back, Oak was thinking about everything in Pallet Town. Roar, with Charizard's voice, Oki woke up from the anticipation of going home. Looking down, he was already in the forest outside the town and asked Charizard to put himself down. Oki directly carried the things and walked like a laboratory. Zioye is back. Have you collected all the badges? Yes, Uncle Charles, I'm back. Badge must be fine. Zioye still bought so many things when he came back. Aunt Yin, have you been working so early? They are all small things. I met a lot of acquaintances along the way, and Oki greeted them familiarly. Although I usually like to learn knowledge in the laboratory, I still go out with Gary and the others when I have time. Naturally, I know a lot of people. Besides, the people here in Pallet Town are not simple. They just knew this before, but now that their strength has improved and their perception has become more acute, they feel their extraordinariness even more. It's like those high-ranking people who hate the life in the rivers and lakes and find a place with a beautiful mountain Tolkowski to retreat. But it's like everyone has taken a fancy to Pallet Town and all choose to live here. But since Pallet Town can be developed into what it is now with this kind of contest condition, it's not my turn to worry. What's more, with so many powerful people living in seclusion here together, there is no need to worry about the safety of my grandfather. Only Oki, who lived in Professor Oak's laboratory since childhood, really knows how many people there are in Professor Oak's laboratory. Precious things. Oki, who had just been sent to Pallet Town after living in the family for several years, wanted to find a chance to tell Professor Oak about the existence of the Mega Evolution Stone and the Keystone. But before he found the opportunity, he saw no less than 10 sets of Mega Stones and Keystones in the laboratory. At that time, Oki was shocked and speechless. It was at that time that Oki really faced the world. Perhaps there are many things that have happened and things that are about to happen in this world, which have been shown in the animation. But this is a real world after all, and it has its own rules of operation, which will not be exactly the same as animations or even games. Go directly to the door of the laboratory, and after ringing the doorbell, a very young man in a white robe opened the door. He is one of the researchers of Professor Oak's laboratory. Oh, Zayoi, are you back? Yes, brother Sasuke. Where's my grandfather? Don't get me wrong, this researcher's full name is Ito Sasuke. He's just an ordinary researcher and has nothing to do with the second pillar of Blaze's world. Professor, he went to the back mountain. There is a new Geodude group over there. The professor said he would go and have a look. Oh, that's it, then brother Sasuke, I'll go to the back mountain first. Well, you go, I have a job here, so I will work first. Okay, goodbye. Putting down his things, Oki walked directly towards the back mountain. When he first came, Oki inevitably regarded Professor Oak as an NPC. After all, a character in an animation suddenly appeared in front of him, and it was difficult to change in a short time. But after getting along with each other, Oki quickly accepted that he had such a grandfather. Maybe sometimes it is a little unreliable, but it is this kind of unreliability that makes Oki accept that he is a living person and he stands in front of him alive. He is very obsessed with Pokémon problems. Oki even saw him faint from exhaustion in order to study a subject, and no one can persuade him. But at the same time, his love for his two grandchildren is also hot. When he was a child, Gary played with a Bulbasaur in the backyard and was attacked by the Bulbasaur with a razor leaf. Professor Oak rushed to Gary directly from a dozen meters away, using his body blocked the attack. Although the Bulbasaur was knocked unconscious by the Pokémon who secretly protected Professor Oak was still injured. Oki still remembers the scene where his back was covered in blood, but he asked Gary nervously if he was okay. When you come to the back mountain, you will find the region where Pokémon live in groups. Professor Oak is nesting on a large rock, observing Pokémon carefully. Oki didn't bother him, just waited there, and called after Professor Oak almost finished observing. Grandpa, I'm back. Is your job almost done? Oh, Zyoyi, you're back. How's the trip going? Professor Oak turned over and jumped off the almost 3-meter-high rock. If it weren't for the existence of spiritual power, it would be hard to imagine an old man in his decades with such agility. Does it look like your body is much stronger? Not bad, Professor Oak patted Oki on the shoulder and said as soon as he came down. Grandpa, that's of course, traveling requires constant walking and exercise, not to mention the spiritual power that constantly strengthens the body. Speaking of which, your original Charmander has evolved into Charizard and has broken through to the quasi-elite level. Let me see. Grandpa, let's go back and talk about it first. And there are 12 Pokémon in my Pokémon now. I will release them all for you to see when I go back, and you can give me pointers when the time comes. Well, let's go back first. Just want to see what kind of Pokémon you tamed with such high vision. Grandpa, don't worry, it's definitely not normal. And Gary? 2 days ago, the grandfather and grandson went down the mountain while talking like this. Going all the way to the backyard of the laboratory, Oak threw out all the Pokémon on his body. A white light flashed, and all 12 Pokémon appeared in front of Professor Oak and Oak. When Charizard, who lived here, came out and saw the environment he lived in, he couldn't help but excitedly shoot a flamethrower towards soaring in the sky spit up. Oh, this is the evolution of that Charmander. It is tall and strong at the same time. It is so energetic when it comes out. It really is a fire-type Pokémon, Professor Oak commented directly when he saw Charizard. Charizard saw Professor Oak scratching his head in embarrassment. But when he heard Professor Oak praise Charizard for his vitality, Hounder saw that Professor Oak was an acquaintance of Oak. So he rushed out directly, wanting to show that he was also very energetic. Oh, Hounder, Zaioi, have you ever been to the Chengdu region? That's not true. This Hounder was tamed in Saffron City. I don't know what happened. I thought it was pitiful at first, but I didn't expect it to be a very talented guy. I just didn't expect this guy to have a bit of Urha's blood. Huh, what kind of Pokémon is that? Oh, that's a very naughty Growlithe, raised by a friend I met when I was traveling named Urha. Grandpa, what do you think of this Hounder? Oki, who accidentally said Urha, I can only find a reason at random and then change the subject. Fortunately, Professor Oak didn't doubt it. He touched Hounder's big head and said, this Hounder's body is very well proportioned. It should run at a good speed. It seems that its strength is not bad and it should be evolving. Bar. Well, that's right, and that Haunter is the same. Oki pointed to Haunter and said, oh, this Haunter is still a flash Pokémon. Zioyi, your luck is really good. Well, Black's Haunter is more suitable for night operations, and as a flash Pokémon, it should have something unusual, Zioyi, you found already. Well, I just feel that this Haunter's unique move seems unexpectedly powerful, and I don't feel anything else. It's not bad to strengthen the power of the special move. I'll help you see if it has other abilities in the next 2 days. After Professor Oak finished speaking, he looked at the other Pokémon. Of course, Oki had nothing to disagree with. Chansey, hello, you must have helped Xiaoi a lot after studying in the Joy family, right? Thank you so much. Professor Oak's words made Chansey shake her little hand in embarrassment. This Machoke is muscular but not bloated. I believe it has good strength and other aspects, right? And this Meowth, from the way it stands, it should be more used to melee combat. Is there anything special about it? Professor Oak looked at Meowth puzzled and said. Professor Oak has rich experience, and he can see the characteristics of Meowth at a glance. Oki also explained the situation to Professor Oak. Oh, you said that this Meowth is surprisingly powerful and even Machoke is not a rival, Professor Oak exclaimed. After all, although there are many wonders in the world, this one is indeed a bit shocking. Then let's do a checkup together these 2 days. I'm also curious why your Meowth is so powerful. This Ninetales is the Vulpix hatched from the pet egg brought by Samson, right? It has evolved into Ninetales. As soon as you get close to it, you can feel a chill. It seems that the spiritual power in your body can't be controlled well. When it can stop emitting cold air, it will probably become a quasi-elite class. This is the Dratini you captured in the wilderness area. The little guy looks very healthy. The growth cycle of the dragon Pokémon is very long, but in the future, as long as it successfully evolves to the final form, it can become your main force. After this, after traveling for a while, Dratini is different from the cute creature with teary eyes and big eyes all day long when he was just conquered. Maybe it was influenced by the predecessors. The current Dratini High is quite aggressive, but this is a good thing and it also makes it more like a man. These two royal families. Wartortle and Ivysaur are not easy for you to subdue, and they are both quite aggressive. Normal's water-type and grass-type Pokémon don't reject fighting, but they don't like it. It's very interesting, you can see the desire to fight from the eyes, not bad. This Arbok is huge. Is it already a quasi-elite? It can be seen from the skin that its poison-type special move must be extraordinary. If you can tame it, Xiaoyi, you have really grown up. As for this Bisharp from Unova region, it's full of murderous aura. Xiaoyi, where did you subdue it? Professor Oak looked at Bisharp, who looked at him with cold eyes as soon as he came out, and the murderous aura was not aimed at him. Strong, which made him very worried about what his grandson was involved in. After Oak, you roughly explained to Professor Oak the situation of taking down this Bisharp. Professor Oak sighed. That boy Giovanni of the Rockets is still like this. Oki is not surprised that Professor Oak can know Giovanni's true identity. Only after living here can he know how terrifying the power of this world family is. Moreover, Giovanni himself is also a member of a family. Although he usually does things cruelly, he is also measured. This has allowed the Rockets to develop to their current scale. However, if the aristocratic family wanted to do it, they could still uproot him directly, but that would offend the family behind him, and no aristocratic family was willing to do things that were not worthwhile. But since he didn't catch you on the spot, it's fine. Forgive him for not daring to do anything. Well, Grandpa, I know about this, but this Bisharp can't use skills now. Is there a way to solve it? You will only know this after researching it. Anyway, it will take a long time, so take your time. Your Pokémon are all good and they are all capable of being the main force. Your ability to subdue them also proves your ability. Let's work hard in the future. Well, Grandpa, I know it's almost time. Let's have lunch. Also, this is Golem's Piquet Ball. I don't need to go now. I can protect myself. All right, let's eat first. After lunch, Grandpa has a present for you. What present? Let's talk after eating. Let's go eat. In fact, what kind of present Professor Oak will give, Oki has some guesses. But anyway, he will know after eating, so he will not waste that matter and get it early after eating. Just after the meal, Oak asked curiously what the Professor Oak was. Professor Oak had no choice but to take Oak to the place where the important items were hidden in the laboratory. Passing through 4 gates along the way, you can still feel the protection of Pokémon, and finally come to the treasure house of Professor Oak's laboratory where important items are hidden. At a glance, even toxic orbs which can be grabbed outside can only be used here. It is an ordinary item which can only be placed on the outermost shelf. Going straight to the inner shelf, Professor Oak took out a box and handed it to Oki. Oki, who had been curious for a long time, directly opened it here, just wanting to see what it is, and it can be placed in such a place inside. Opening the box, Oki gasped heavily for the contents inside because there were mega stones and the matching key stone lying inside. Grandpa, this is... Oki was so excited that he couldn't believe it. That's right, it's Charizard's evolutionary stone. There's also a Blastoise evolutionary stone for Gary. I'll prepare it for you as soon as you set off, and I'm thinking of finding a suitable time to give it to you. That Gary guy knows he can't jump up in the future. Thank you, Grandpa. Why are you being polite with Grandpa? As for Gary, you can tell him that I will only give him his first quasi-elite Pokémon when he has his own. Oh, that's fine too. Okay, let's go out. You can practice after you go back. And you have to embed it on something suitable before putting it on your Charizard. Your own Keystone also needs to get a bracelet or something. You can do it yourself, do it. Okay, wait a minute, what is this, Grandpa? Just as he turned to go out, Oki glanced at the things on the shelf behind him. On the surface, it looks like a piece of paper that looks old, but the important thing is whether the text on it is Huxia characters or simplified Huxia characters. This discovery made Oki very excited but also a little scared. Another time traveler appeared, so he didn't know what kind of trouble would arise. Do you know the words on it? It's a very old thing. It is said that it was before Piquet Ball and spiritual power cultivation methods were produced. There are also legends that spiritual power cultivation methods and Piquet Ball manufacturing are learned from above. So I have been there are many people looking for this thing, trying to find some other things from it, Zioyi. Oh, someone taught me a little bit of the writing on it when I was traveling, so I'm a little curious about it. Oh, that's it. Let's talk about it after you get familiar with the Mega Stone first. Anyway, you know how to get in, so you can come by yourself when you have time. Well, Grandpa, let's go out. Oki couldn't be too eager for a while. After all, he really didn't know how to explain this thing. After leaving the treasure house, Professor Oak went to work again, and Oki called Charizard over and explained to him the function of the Mega Stone. This made Charizard so excited that he couldn't wait to try Mega Evolution. Oki hurriedly stopped it. Now that he is back, he doesn't hurry. He has plenty of time, so it's better to make something first, and then embed the Mega Stone on it. He also needs to make a bracelet. After asking Sasuke where there is a similar thing nearby, Oki rode on Charizard and set off in that direction. After flying in the direction Sasuke said for a while, I finally saw a shop. When I went down, it turned out to be a jewelry store, but the boss had the guts to look at such a remote place. Is anyone there? Oki pushed open the door and found that there was no one there. After a long time, no one responded and asked again, is anyone there? Who is it? An old man came out of the room with a red face and asked. But his red face was not because of health or something, but because of alcohol. Oki only felt a smell of alcohol spreading over his face. Hello, I'm here to buy accessories and inlay things. Although the first impression of the old man in front of me was not very good, but I heard that the skills are not bad and the others don't matter. Is there a chance to see you again in this life after finishing this job? Do not know at all. Oh, you can choose the accessories here yourself and show me what you want to inlay. As soon as he heard that there was a business, the old man's spirit immediately came. After handing over the Mega Stone and Keystone, seeing the old man watching seriously, Oak felt that the old man was quite professional in his work. After choosing the accessories suitable for Charizard and the bracelet he needed, Oki was waiting for him. The old man seemed to be really serious when he was working, holding his own tools and working on his own. There was no response when I sent the selected accessories and bracelets over. After a long time, the old man finished his work, so he called Oki over and handed back the Mega Stone and Keystone to him. I've already measured the Mega Stone and the Keystone. You can take them back first and come back tomorrow. When the time comes, they will be inlaid. I will deal with these two today. Oh, okay, sorry for the trouble, old man. Haven't you asked for advice yet? I'm just an old alcoholic, that's fine, come back tomorrow. Before Oki could react, the old man had already started to chase people away. Standing outside the door, Oki suddenly thought, this is very close to Pallet Town. This old man also came here to live in seclusion, right? But forget it, since other people don't seem to want to chat, Oki doesn't intend to pester. A person who pesters people who want to retire without knowing how to advance or retreat disturbs their peaceful life and can be awarded special skills. This is only in martial arts, only in novels. In reality, it is easy to be beaten. I rode the Charizard and went back to the laboratory directly. Since we can't try the Mega Evolution today, let's go and have a look at those ancient books. Oak Yat is really curious now. Walking through the 4 doors, those Pokémon also knew Oki and let him pass. Going straight to the innermost part of the treasure house where the ancient books are stored, Oki picked up the ancient book that he saw at noon, and finally confirmed that he read it correctly. It was indeed written in Huxia characters, and it was in simplified characters. Picking up the ancient book, it was clearly written in Huxia characters. Hello, if you can understand the words above, you should be a flower grower, right? In fact, I am also a modern person. When I first crossed over, I felt so cool because this world is full of aura and there are many spirit beasts. I can Sorry, I'm too lazy to cross out the above, so just pretend you didn't see it. Let me introduce myself first. I am from Earth, and I am a cultivator. You read that right, I am a cultivator. There are many mysterious powers in that world, but after the spiritual power in that world slowly fades, there are fewer and fewer practitioners, and more people can become athletes after they practice. And the inheritance is slowly disappearing, just like our beast school before I transmigrated, only me and my senior brother were left. Now that I have transmigrated, it is estimated that with my senior brother's temperament, it is basically annihilated. Okay, let's not talk about that. When I just crossed over, I didn't know what kind of world this was. Later, when I saw those Pokémon, I realized it was this world. Originally, even if it was a long time before the plot started, I didn't care. Because with the aura, we can practice the cultivation techniques of our sect, and we can reach the pinnacle of life just around the corner. Slowly, I began to practice our sect's martial arts, and began to sign contracts with Pokémon to accept them as my spirit beasts. Later, I slowly saw that although people in this world have their own methods to subdue Pokémon, human physique is really poor, and they are often killed by aftermath and random shots during battles. I really couldn't stand it, so I passed it on. For some people, we send the most basic spirit guiding technique. However, I still underestimated the greed of human nature. After they knew that I had such miraculous exercises, they began to plot tricks to get me to hand over my exercises, and my spirit beasts were also killed by them. Hee, I read so many novels before time traveling, and I also understand the truth of not revealing money, but it is a pity that I was cheated. Now I have been seriously injured and they are chasing after me outside. It is impossible for me to survive. People who saw my message now, I didn't think about retaliate or anything like that. Who knows when someone will come? I have memorized all my cultivation techniques and so on, and now I am going to go out and work hard. It's really ironic to say that when I was on Earth, no matter how much I practiced, it didn't have much effect. After I came here, I have gained strength. I'm already at the Jinden stage, but it's a pity that I was still surrounded by people and turned into a bird sample. Jinden's self-destruct should be able to take these guys whose eyes and minds have been confused by greed to go on the road with me. And I don't know if the forces of Hades can control them here. Latecomers, I wish you good luck. Come on and grow to the pinnacle of this world. Let us traversers directly occupy this world. Of course, just kidding. I was still a little scared before dying. After all, I have no experience. P.S. If you have practiced the skills I left behind, you will be regarded as a member of my beast sect. If you have a chance, please help find a successor or something. Goodbye. After reading the message, Oki was shocked, and at the same time began to look for other papers but found nothing, which made Oki a little unacceptable. Cultivation, this is the dream of many good men in the flower-planting family, and I must not miss the opportunity if I have the opportunity. Grandpa, I read that ancient book and it's just a few comments, but it seems incomplete. Oki directly went to Professor Oak and asked, there really shouldn't be any delay in this matter. Oh. Can you understand? Professor Oak obviously didn't believe it. Well, I can probably understand it a bit. Otherwise, why would I know that it lacks other things? Also, Grandpa, you haven't told me yet. Professor Oak saw that Oki was so eager to know the specifics, so he directly pulled him into a secret room to ensure that no one eavesdropped. Okay, then I'll tell you. According to the records of the family, in fact, such as Yinlingju was passed on by a mysterious person. Pokeball also borrowed a mysterious bag from him, but after so many years of development, it should be even worse than that. Professor Oak paused, seeing that his grandson really wanted to hear, and then continued, the origin of that person is very mysterious, as if normal appeared out of thin air. The whole family can't find any trace of his past. Although humans at that time subdued Pokémon, but more often died in Pokémon battles. The mysterious person seemed to be unable to see past, and directly taught the people at that time of the mysterious exercise is the current Yinlingju. People at that time did not need to open their spirits to practice Yinling. They could practice and strengthen their bodies from the beginning of being able to recognize characters. But gradually, careerists couldn't control their greed and tried to let the mysterious people handed over more skills, at least his own skills. The result is naturally not good. Everyone who went there was killed by the Pokémon sent by the mysterious person, but this incident is like a fuse. People kept going to beat up him. Anyway, during that time, it was said that the total number of people and Pokémon who died in every battle was less than 1,000,000, of course. It should be a bit exaggerated. However, that person's Pokémon is really extraordinary. Each one has the ultimate combat power at that time, even the strength of one-on-one monsters. But 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands, and people who have gone on to beat him continue to participate in the battle of beat-up at that time. There was a saying among the people that he could cultivate to the point of immortality with his skills, and he could also possess great strength. When he was fighting at that time, that person himself showed strength that was no less than that of a divine beast. This made him people at that time were even crazier, and even those who wanted to help him gave up the idea of helping him, perhaps because they thought that if there were, maybe they could get a share. Even if my conscience prevented me from doing anything to him, but what others do should have nothing to do with me. In short, people at that time became more and more crazy, until the Pokémon of that person died in battle. Maybe it was because of the helplessness of these crazy people, or maybe the tragic death of his own Pokémon made him despair. In the last battle, it sat in a valley surrounded by Pokémon and Trainer. His body began to emit light, and then exploded directly. The power was no less than that of several divine beasts launching their strongest trick together. At that time, there were only some people in the outermost layer survived. These are what they said to the outside world. Grandpa, what's the matter with the ancient book inside? Oki didn't know what to say after hearing the deeds of the time-traveling predecessors. But the key points are the skills left behind, and the skills of assist have become the world's mightiest. Not only satisfying my own wish, but also fulfilling the last wish of my predecessors. You talk about those ancient books, which were later discovered by someone not far from the battlefield. The words on them were all used by the mysterious person, so everyone fought over these things at the time and finally lost them. I don't know how many, but now only a small part is controlled by various families, and I think our family also has one. This one was actually found when I was young when I was traveling. There is also in the family. I really want to see it, Oki said longingly when he heard that there was one in the family. Do you want to see it? It's easy, Professor Oak said indifferently when he heard it. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Can I see it? Actually, every family that got that thing spent a lot of time, manpower and material resources on researching it. But in the end, they basically found nothing. The text is really hard to understand, and there are good cultivation methods on it, but those who come to practice based on our guess end up not very well. Maybe there are still people who are studying this thing, but they are not so enthusiastic. After all, immortality is too illusory. If you have that time, you might as well go to practice. What about the Yin Lingju? Oh, that's right. Grandpa, didn't you say that when the mysterious person passed down the spirit art, anyone could practice it? Why are only those who have been enlightened now? Hee, that's another question, but it's basically the same. It's all because of greed. All right, how about your Mega Stone and Keystone? I've already asked the person outside the town to help, and it will probably be done tomorrow, and then I can try Charizard's Mega Evolution. Oh, that person's words are not bad. Anyway, it's okay if you like those ancient books and want to read them. It doesn't matter if you have any secrets. First, we need to get the Mega Evolution done first, and let's talk about the rest. Okay, Grandpa. I know, it doesn't matter if Professor Oak finds out that he has a secret. It's impossible for his grandpa to harm him, but he should be careful in the future. Now that the prerequisites are in place, let's do our best to complete it. The next morning, after Oki finished his breakfast, he asked Charizard to take him to the store, knowing that it was something that could enhance his strength. Charizard also accelerated several times on the way, hoping to get that thing earlier. When we got there, maybe it was because the old man didn't feel much sleep. The door of the store was already open, and the old owner of the shop was sitting at the door drinking wine. Seeing Oki coming, the old man put down the wine bottle, waved to Oki and went straight into the store. Oki took the Mega Stone and the Key Stone box and followed him directly to the workshop here. The fire here has been raised, or it has not been extinguished at all. But it's none of his business. Oki didn't want to ask too much, just handed the box to the old man and stood beside him watching. The old man didn't care that Oki was here and started his work directly. It is said that people who work are the most beautiful people. The way the old man works makes Oki feel that this old man really has two brushes. He is quite chic when he picks up tools to work. He must have been chased by many girls when he was young. The action of the old man inlaid with the Mega Stone and Keystone is as smooth as clouds and water, and he smashes down vigorously every time with the tool, but it is just right every time. If there is one word to describe it, it is. Artoki looked at the old man's movements, just like watching an artist create a work of art normal. Time is slowly passing by in such an environment. After a long time, the work was finished. The old man first picked it up by himself and watched it slowly before showing it to Oki. Boy, your stuff is ready. I hope you can make good use of it. Thank you, old man. Old man, how do you calculate the reward? Knowing that such a capable person should not be short of money, then he needs to think carefully about what to get as reward, but Oki can basically guess what he will want. Interesting, I thought you would give the money directly. Just bring me wine, good wine. Sure enough, an alcoholic is an alcoholic. After telling the old man that he would bring good wine in the afternoon, Oki left. Riding on the Charizard, Oki started to rush back. Since he promised others he must do it. Go back and prepare some good bars for him. Things that can be solved with money are nothing. Before noon, the wine that Oki wanted was ready. Oki rode Charizard directly to deliver it to him in order to have more time in the afternoon. In the afternoon, everything was ready, and after Oki helped Charizard put on its accessories, he took Charizard to the back mountain. Knowing that Charizard can still evolve, Oki's Pokémon followed curiously. In an open space in the back mountain, Oki's Pokémon has spontaneously created an open space for Oki and Charizard. Oki did not stop them. Mega Evolution is not like in games and animations. Just simply say some useless lines and then press the keystone in your hand. In reality, it is necessary to synchronize the spiritual power. It is very difficult at the beginning, but it should be better after getting familiar with it. Looking at the keystone in his hand, Oki thought that he only needed to find the Mega Stone corresponding to his Pokémon in the future. If he thought about it this way, the keystone would be more precious than the Mega Stone for the things his grandfather gave him. Although it is now possible to artificially manufacture a substitute for keystone. As the name suggests, keystones are the keystones needed for Mega Evolution, but each artificial keystone can only react with one Mega Stone. If the strength is strong enough with so many Pokémon, don't you have to bring a bunch of keystones? So the natural keystone is better. It can react to many Mega Stones at the same time, as long as the trainer's own spiritual power is enough to support it. Everything was ready, with Pokémon guarding beside him. Oki stood in front of Charizard and began to try to synchronize his spiritual power. Oki closed his eyes and sensed Charizard's spiritual power with his spiritual power. Fortunately, he had already made a spiritual power link, and this step was the easiest. The next thing is the most difficult thing, trying to synchronize with Charizard's spiritual power. This thing must be difficult at the beginning, so Oak is not in a hurry. Although I have failed many times, who makes failure the mother of success? Gradually, there were more and more successes, and when Oki became a little impatient, his spiritual powers were synchronized. Although he failed again soon, this is a good sign, isn't it? Oki was patiently synchronizing his spiritual power, and the Pokémon around him and Charizard were also waiting patiently. Houndour, who had just closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, sensed that their spiritual power seemed to be one for a moment, so he quickly opened his eyes. I opened my eyes to see, but nothing happened, and I didn't feel the same when I closed my eyes again. Oki, who had a successful experience, had a little feeling for the frequency of the synchronization, and it didn't take much time to sense the point of synchronization. But this time, Oki did not immediately try to carry out the Mega Evolution. He also told Charizard not to worry. He needs to be familiar with this feeling, so that he can find it immediately when he looks for it in the future. After a long time, Oki roughly remembered the feeling of synchronizing with Charizard's spiritual power, and began to tell Charizard through the spiritual power link to slowly inject spiritual power into the Mega Stone. And Oki also slowly injected spiritual power into the Keystone. The Keystone and the Mega Stone gradually began to emit light. When the spiritual power accumulated to a certain level, the two stones began to release synchronous spiritual power outwards, trying to connect together, but at this time they failed. The spiritual power in the two stones was like a crack in the dam, and the spiritual power gushed out of the two stones like a flood. Oki's Pokémon had a look of disappointment on their faces. Obviously, they had reached this point. Oki was not depressed. On the contrary, he was very happy. He had made such a big progress in his first attempt at Mega Evolution. Now that it was getting late, Oki beckoned his Pokémon to the laboratory, and he just came back tomorrow. The next day, Oki and Charizard continued to try to Mega Evolve, and the other Pokémon were still with them. On this day, it seemed that because the last step was too difficult, it still failed in the end. There was a successful connection in the middle, and Charizard began to change, but unfortunately it failed in the end. On the third day, Oki and the others continued. After a whole day, they finally got better. Professor Oak gave the X-Evolved Mega Stone. When it succeeded today, Charizard turned into Mega Charizard X, and while its body color turned into black-blue flames emerged from the corners of its mouth, and the flames on its tail also turned into blue, which is so handsome. I used to like Charizard's Mega Evolution form, both of which are very handsome, and now it really appears in front of me. This feeling is really indescribable. When the Pokémon saw Charizard's new form, they also started to fry the pot. Even Bisharp, who had always been in a high-cold form, couldn't help but stepped forward to observe Charizard carefully. Oki was very happy to see this scene, especially for Bisharp. Oki has always hoped that it can fully integrate into this group and has talked with it many times, but the effect is not obvious. Looking at it now, Oki is really very happy. But although he was very happy in his heart, his spiritual power was no longer enough to maintain this happy time. Mega Evolution, although Trainer's spiritual power is just an introduction, but after the transform is over, the synchronized spiritual power makes Okya's spiritual power continue to be consumed. Although the amount is small, he doesn't have much spiritual power now. After all, it has only been close to a year since the spirit was opened. After the spiritual power is almost used up, Charizard's mega form is over, and the Pokémon are all scattered with a little regret. Okya seizes the time to practice Yinling Ju to restore his spiritual power. Whenever this time, Okya especially wants to get what the senior left behind. Yinling Ju is a basic skill after all. Although the various families should have improved over the years, the recovery is still very slow. Okyi and Charizard, who recovered their spiritual power, started to try Mega Evolution again. They had successful experience, so this time they only failed 3 times before they succeeded. After the success, Okyi asked Charizard to use the flamethrower on the rock, and he was very satisfied with the result. The flame burned the surface of the rock a little bit. In games and animations, after Charizard X evolves, ability will become a hard claw. In reality, ability is a bit illusory, but it should be true to increase physical attack ability. Charizard used the dragon's claw on that rock. Okyi thought of this and wanted to see how much his physical attack had been enhanced. After the evolution of Charizard Mega, there is a dragon type, and the dragon claw looks a little different. The dragon's claws hit the rock directly, and the rock was directly broken into several small pieces, and many of them had even turned into powder. Charizard, who saw this scene, looked at his paws in disbelief. Okay, Charizard. I know it's unbelievable, even fascinated, to see such a sudden increase in power. But the most important thing is our own strength. This can be regarded as a trump card at most. Okyi saw Charizard looking at himself with the appearance of his claws. He took the initiative to release the Mega Evolution path. And some of you have found the Mega Stone, some of you haven't. But you also have to believe that the strength gained through Mega Evolution is illusory, and that thing is very hard to find. Whether you can find it in the future is still a problem. So if you want to be strong, train hard. Okyi said to Charizard and then to his other Pokémon. The Pokémon and Charizard, who had just reacted, were silently thinking about Okya's words, but Okyi didn't bother them at all. To be honest, this kind of power is really fascinating. After the Quasi-Elite low-level Charizard Mega evolves, it directly reaches the level of Quasi-Elite Advanced. It is normal for Charizard to be shocked. But Okyi absolutely does not allow them to be addicted to this kind of power, which is very bad for their future development. Only the power that is really in their hands is their own. When fighting, the enemy will definitely do everything possible to stop the Mega Evolution, so this can only be used as a whole card. Now that the Mega Evolution has been successful, we need to practice more in the future to strive for the instant success of evolution, so that we can truly use it in actual combat. In the next few days, Okyi and Charizard practiced Mega Evolution, trying to shorten the time. And the other Pokémon complete the task assigned to them by Okyi. A few days later, Professor Oak found Okyi and gave him a piece of information, which was all the results of Professor Oak's inspection of Okya's Pokémon Okyizai, who got the report, took a closer look, and found that Charizard and the others had no problems. Haunter's special ability is that the special attack is more powerful, and the tricks such as invisibility are also more weird. Originally, Okyi thought that it was all trained by him to make the Pokémon who usually sneak attack training, and it turned out that there is a bonus of special ability Ah. Besides, the same goes for Meowth, whose strength is surprisingly great. Fortunately, everything is normal in the body. No problem is the best thing. Originally, Okyi had a big brain to think, is it because Meowth has great strength because of burning his own vitality? Because of this, you can rest assured now. In fact, these are secondary. The important thing is the situation of Bisharp, which is really a bit complicated. Bisharp itself is a Pokémon used by the Rockets for experiments. Its strength has reached the elite level. It is not known whether it succeeded or failed, but its physical condition is really bad. According to Professor Oak's report, the reason why this Bisharp can't release his skills is because his vitality has almost been consumed, and it is still being consumed. If it continues like this, then it really doesn't have much time. Seeing this, Okyi was very annoyed. He now treated Bisharp as his partner. If there was no other way, he would have the news of the death of his first partner, which made it difficult for Okyi to accept. In the past, when I saw the disappearance of life, it was others, strangers. I sighed at most and felt a lot of emotions in my heart. But when I really faced this situation myself, it seemed like something was about to shatter in my heart. In his past and present lives, Okyi has never experienced life and death. In his previous life, he was an orphan with no relatives who died. There were only a few friends and they were all alive and kicking. No one was terminally ill or anything. After the time travel, the relatives of Okya's family became more and more physically fit because of the cultivation of spiritual power. Even Professor Oak, who is dozens of years old, is also the kind of rock that is a few meters high and jumps casually. It is really difficult for him to accept such a fact suddenly. Oki sat alone in the room thinking about this question quietly, but his heart was really at a loss. Perhaps sensing Oki's situation, the door opened, Arbok came in and crawled straight to Oki, looking at him so worriedly. Outside the window, Charizard also looked at him with worried eyes. The other Pokémon who were aware of the situation crowded into Okya's room after a few minutes. Okya looked at the Pokémon who were worried about him and suddenly felt that he should do something instead of thinking about the situation in panic. Many protagonists in anime are idiots, but the idiot's approach of not giving up until the end is exactly what Okya needs now. For the sake of my partner, so what if I become a fool again? Okya touched the heads of his Pokémon. This time he didn't even avoid the aloof Bisharp, probably because he was worried about Okya's situation just now. Pokémon is like this, it will treat trainer wholeheartedly, and it will make those who abandon and hurt their Pokémon even more scumbags. Oak, who told them he was fine, asked them to move about by themselves. Seeing that Oak seemed to be normal, the Pokémon left suspiciously. Oki was thinking about the countermeasures for this matter in the room. Until the evening, Oak thought for a long time and found no suitable method. When he went downstairs, he saw Professor Oak and then read the report made by the people in the laboratory during the day, and suddenly remembered that he still seemed to have a method. That is the information left by the senior, it should be there. Oki went directly to Professor Oak and asked about Bisharp's remaining time and learned that because of his breakthrough in strength, his vitality also increased and there is still about 1 year left. Little Yi, it's not impossible to solve these problems, they just treat the symptoms and not the root cause. Professor Oak also proposed a solution when he saw his grandson's appearance. Grandpa, what is the solution? You can think about other methods slowly, but if Bisharp fights, it should speed up the loss of its vitality. Well, that's right, so try not to let it fight anymore. As for that method, do you know Life Orb? Life Orb. I'll figure it out. The main reason is that that thing is too precious, and it will cause competition as soon as it appears. After all, it can help those quasi-elite existences who have broken through due to old injuries. Although the effect is very slow, you should know what elite represents. Well, I know, Grandpa. When Gary comes back in 2 days, I will go back to the family with him. You can help me prepare that ancient book. I want to read that and it seems quite interesting. That's fine, but what about your mega evolution? Don't worry, I've succeeded. Okya's voice came from a distance, he just wanted to see his Pokémon, especially Bisharp. In the backyard, the Pokémon are training in full swing. Now Charizard and Arbok are quasi-elite level, so the two Pokémon are practicing together, attacking each other with special moves, avoiding each other, and sometimes physical attacks on each other. Attacking each other is practicing. Although the current Chansey does not usually fight, he usually trains with the help Pokémon in the gravity field, and his strength has improved after so long, at least the scope and gravity of the gravity field have increased. Machoke and Meowth are now on the bar. If you do one more training movement than me, I will do 2 more than you. Anyway, with Chansey watching, Oak is not worried about the 2 of them, but Bisharp is also training off Chansey's gravity court now, and he usually has to fight hard during the battle, so don't worry about training, just let him train bar. Ninetales and Houndour are also doing battle training. The combination of ice and fire can make them more familiar with the routine of fighting against the opposing attribute Pokémon. At the same time, Ninetales learned how to use Blaine Ninetales' tail when he was on Cinnabar Island, although it took a long time. Short, but Ninetales has a grasp. What is needed is a lot of practice, and the energetic Houndour is fully capable of this sparring. Wartortle and Ivysaur are also fighting each other on the side. The 2 Pokémon are the same as Charizard. After seeing the strength of Charizard, the 2 Pokémon are full of energy. Every time can stop them at their limit. Thinking about it now, Chansey is really important to this team, and Oki is also very grateful that he can subdue Chansey. With him, the growth rate of himself and Pokémon has definitely increased by more than 20%. Finally, there are Haunter and Dratini. Haunter is now an elite mid-level player. After attacking Pokémon for so long, it's time to try the feeling of fighting head-on. Then there is Dratini. Skills it needs to master the experience of fighting various Pokémon. Seeing the Pokémon's contest condition, Oki felt that he had always been very relaxed, especially after having Chansey. The Pokémon trained hard, and now he feels a bit like a salted fish. Oki went back to the laboratory and made a phone call with Gary. He knew that he had already challenged the Viking gym, and it was estimated that he would arrive tomorrow. After returning to the family together, Oki felt a little more relaxed. If I go home one day earlier, I will know what is recorded in the family's estimate one day earlier. It would be great if I can find a way to treat Bisharp directly. Even if I don't, I can also focus on other ancient books earlier. On the roof, Oki lay here again looking up at the night sky, thinking about Bisharp. While thinking, Oki felt that someone was coming next to him again. This time it was not Professor Oak. "Boss, are you thinking about Bisharp?" Arbok climbed up and lay down directly next to Oak. "Huh. Did you come up by yourself?" Oki asked instead of answering its question. "You are not suitable for Charizard to come up in this place. He is in charge of the younger brother." "Haha, little brother, when did you become like a punk?" Just watch the Pokémon movie below, and that's what the Elekid said in it. It's very interesting. Hess, why do you think I'm worrying about Bisharp? Because it probably felt it and told us about the situation. When I came up, he asked me to bring you a sentence. What words? "I know I don't have long to live, but I want to die in battle." That's what it says. Oki was silent for a long time and didn't know what to say. Arbok just accompanied him quietly. After a long time, Oki stood up as if making up his mind. "Since you want to fight, then I will fulfill your wish. Leave the other things to me." After Oki finished speaking silently in his heart, he said to Arbok, "Tell it after you go back, there will be no less after the battle. Let it get ready. Well, it's almost time, go back to sleep." Both Oki and Arbok went back to rest. But Oki made a decision tonight that made those families hate him. There is never a shortage of opportunities in this world, but some opportunities are snatched by oneself. Oki got up early in the morning and started training with Pokémon in full swing. Although he didn't know what was going on with his trainer, this contest condition is always better than yesterday's forced smile. Same, but today I feel particularly strong. Oki was training the Pokémon while waiting for Gary's return. He wanted to go home early. But Gary hadn't come back yet. Ash came back first like in the animation and brought his little friends to the laboratory to watch his own Pokémon as soon as he came back. What made him most proud was his swarm of Tauros. Ash ran towards the group of Tauros excitedly and was knocked into the air. However, those Tauros must have done it on purpose. They looked fierce, but their strength was just enough for him to ride on one of them. Body only, seeing Ash's happy look, Oki didn't call him. He first greeted Zio, Gang, and Misty, and then waited to see when his excitement would pass. Although Ash is still stupid, his physical strength is limited after all. After a while, he let the Tauros run away, and he needs to go down to rest. Ash came down and saw the existence of Oki and then greeted him energetically. "Brother Yi, Professor Oak said that you are not training Pokémon in the back mountain. Why are you here?" Ash said happily. "Oh, I know someone is back, so come down and have a look." "Oh, that's it. Then let's fight." Ash likes Pokémon battles. Oki was already surprised that he saw so many Pokémon battles during his travels, but now he brought it up as expected. "Okay, my Pokémon are all over there, you can choose." Oki pointed to the Pokémon he was still training in the distance. Ash looked in the direction Oki was pointing at. A dozen or so Pokémon were training hard. Thinking about himself, it seemed that he had never trained deliberately. At most, he had failed to challenge the gym and then trained in a targeted manner. But Ash is obviously not the kind of person who thinks too much about these things. Immediately, the feeling of embarrassment is forgotten, and he runs directly to choose the Pokémon to fight. Zyogeng and Misty also followed curiously, and they also wanted to see the Pokémon of the talented brother Yi that Ash said. Oki walked over slowly, giving them time to choose. When Oki walked here slowly, they hadn't finished the selection. Oki's Pokémon was training there, and they didn't care about the three of them. Ash can't do it, that Arbok is not the Rockets one, and Charizard can't do it either. Didn't you feel its strength in Keme Palmy Island that time? Besides, your Charizard is not obedient. Misty stopped Ash's choice. Okay, then I'll choose Wartortle, Ivysaur, Dratini, Machoke, Meowth, and that big black dog. Oak could feel the coldness in Hounder's eyes. That's Hounder, the Pokémon of the Johto region. Oki hurriedly said, but looking at Hounder's eyes, it is estimated that Ash may be in a tragedy. "Oh, where is that? And Brother Yi, when did you subdue Dratini?" Zyogeng and the two of them were already knocked down by Ash's powerful words when Ash spoke the first half of the sentence. Let's talk about that later. Fight first." Oki was also a little speechless. "Didn't I teach you and Gary when I was young? You gave it back to me. Okay, then let's find a place to start." That's how easy it is to dismiss people with rough nerves. Take Ash and the others to the back hill where there are all rocks, so there is no need to worry about damaging the lawn. "Okay, it's up to you, come out, Pidgeotto." Ash released the Pokémon first. "That's fine, Hounder, you go first." Oki chose Hounder, who is still brooding. Although this guy sometimes has a personality like Urha, but most of the time he is quite vengeful, just like Urha's personality when faced with one's own. That means the character of the dark type is facing the enemy. Okay, Pidgeotto Hurricane. Pidgeotto flapped his wings, creating a strong wind blowing towards Hounder. Taunt. Hounder used Taunt Trick, although it looked like a simple taunt to humans, but Pidgeotto gave up Hurricane and rushed towards Hounder in an instant with red eyes. Too bad, calm down, Pidgeotto. Alright, use the steel wings. Seeing that Pidgeotto really couldn't calm down, Ash could only order. Hounder Smoke Crunch. Hounder's mouth spit up for a while, haze enveloped Pidgeotto and himself in it. Pidgeotto lost his target as soon as he entered the smoke and seemed to be no longer in rage. Unfortunately, it was too late. With his sense of smell, Hounder quickly found Pidgeotto's position and launched Crunch. People outside could only hear a sharp growl from Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto, how are you? Fly high and blow the smoke away. What happened just now was too fast, and it was too late for Ash to notice. The smoke cleared, and Hounder stood proudly on top of Pidgeotto, looking at Ash with taunt eyes. Damn it, what is that dog's eyes? Come back, Pidgeotto, come on, Pikachu. Ash, stimulated by Hounder's eyes, decided to send his most trusted Pikachu. Pikachu. A cute thing is a cute thing, and Oki feels that this guy is even cuter now that he is pretending to be fierce. Fortunately, he is not a woman and has a strong resistance to cute things. Hounder, come back, Ivysaur, come on. Oki still called back to Hounder after all. How could Ash step down if one picks 6? Pikachu agility rushes over Orberg tail. Pikachu yelled and rushed towards Ivysaur. It must be said that the speed was really fast. Ivysaur used Vine Whip. Ivysaur used 2 Vine Whips to hit Pikachu, but he dodged it flexibly. Pikachu avoided Vine Whip and ran directly in front of Ivysaur, trying to use Orberg's tail to hit Ivysaur's head. But it probably forgot that Ivysaur had more than 2 Vine Whips, and was directly caught by Ivysaur's Vine Whip. Ivysaur, Leech Seed, Mega Drain. Ivysaur first put a Leech Seed on Pikachu to germinate the spiritual and physical strength of absorbed Pikachu, and then Mega Drain increased the absorption efficiency again. Bewildered by this set, Pikachu next is you, Muck. After holding Pikachu back, Ash released Muck, who didn't know when he put it on his body. It's a pity that the imposing Ash was quickly swallowed by Muck. When Muck re-entered the field, Ash's face was still a little green because Muck really stinks. Although it may get better after being subdued and sent back to the laboratory to be taken care of by Professor Oak, but after all, it lived in the original stinky water, so the smell is not so easy to remove. Ivysaur, come back, Wartortle. Ivysaur held out a Vine Whip and gave Wartortle a high five, then lay back and watched the show. Muck, Mud Bomb. Muck sent a Mud Bomb to Wartortle but was directly hit by Wartortle's water gun. Wartortle Hydro Pump. The water gun and hydro pump are not at the same level at all, and the hydro pump hit Muck directly, causing its soft body to sag directly into a pit. Muck, Minimize and run towards Wartortle. Muck uses Minimize to knock out the hydro pump straight away. Then he rushed directly to Wartortle, and the speed of his soft body was actually not bad. Muck, Rapid. Seeing Muck rushing over, Ash ordered directly. Real combat is not like a game. You can only do one move and I will retaliate, then you fight again. When to give orders is up to the trainer. As long as you don't foul, it's up to you if you don't say a word or give orders all the time. Wartortle, spin the hydro pump. Seeing Wartortle being swallowed by Muck, Oki also stopped watching the show and ordered. The Wartortle rotates directly to let the hydro pump emit from all directions, and Muck's body becomes bigger and bigger. When it can't cover it, it is directly washed away by the water for a certain distance, frozen light. Wartortle froze Muck with a freezing ray, and now that he is covered in water, he is perfect for this move. Muck directly turned into a big ice cube and lost his fighting power. Originally, Ash's 3 Pokémon lost their fighting ability and should take a break, but Ash insisted on continuing, so Oki could only accompany him to the end. The next battle was basically one-sided. Ash's 4th was Tauros, who was directly knocked out by Machoke with both hands. The 5th is Bulbasaur. When Vine Whip hit Meowth, he was grabbed by Meowth and pulled over directly. A dynamic punch resolved the battle. The 6th one was because of Charizard's disobedience and Squirtle played. After fighting with Dratini for a while, he was caught by Dratini's freezing light and was directly frozen into ice cubes. He and Muck went to Hounder to thaw. Because Ash's own Charizard was disobedient, Oki's Charizard was going to help but was blocked by Hounder. Seeing Hounder's happy face, Charizard also went to the side to bask in the sun. Only Hounder was left there to melt the heads of Muck and Squirtle with flames, and then use the lick trick on them. This trick only paralyzes and does no other damage. Even Oki didn't know when this guy learned. Ash, who was chatting with Oki over there, obviously didn't see this scene, and Squirtle and Muck could only look at Ash with resentful eyes. Then Hounder was afraid that Ash would see it, and asked Machoke to help change the two Pokémon to a place where Ash could not see it. Machoke was also bored when Oki asked them to rest, so he agreed directly and sat on the side watching the play after changing the place. In the end, the kind-hearted Chansey found and stopped Hounder, and even accused Machoke, who was watching the show, to save the two Pokémon. Chatting with Oki, Ash suddenly became a drowned chicken. Ash looked at Oki with blank eyes. Oki could only helplessly point to Squirtle behind Ash. Seeing the scene where Ash was ravaged by his own Pokémon, Oki said that he just wanted to laugh. Just now when Ash called Hounder the big black dog, Oki already knew that guy would have the next move, so he has been paying attention to it all the time. Just now when Hounder called Machoke to move the two Pokémon away, Oki actually watched Just Trust Your Pokémon. While Oki was watching Ash interacting with his Pokémon over there, Haunter came to find Oki. When fighting Ash just now, Oak thought that Gary should be back soon, so he asked Haunter to wait in the laboratory, and Gary would notify himself when he came back. Oki glanced at Ash, feeling that they couldn't do it in a short time, so he took Zyoging Misty and the others to the laboratory. When we came to the laboratory, Gary was sitting in front of the table eating instant noodles. Seeing Oki and the others, they greeted each other and continued eating. "What's your situation?" Oki couldn't help asking when he saw Gary's eating. "Oh, aren't you in a hurry to come back? You left without eating in the morning and you just arrived now, so you can't help it. By the way, the noodles are quite delicious." Gary took the time to say, "There's no need to be in such a hurry. Brother, you never take the initiative to call me. You suddenly called me and asked when I would come back. It must be something. Haha, isn't that because I don't know where you are while traveling? Don't eat, I'll help you cook something." Oki couldn't answer the question of not calling Gary, so he could only change the subject and go to the kitchen. After spending some time making some simple things for Gary to eat, Oki started to contact the family and asked them to send the spaceship over as soon as possible. When I got in touch with the family and returned to the living room, Ash had already returned and was fighting Gary. "Ukraine Tail, I heard that you were hanged and beaten by my brother just now," Gary said sarcastically, although he didn't know why, but Gary just liked Ash's distraught look. If it wasn't for him to have a girlfriend, Oki would definitely keep the two of them far away. "Why are you happy? Brother, you beat me because he was so powerful. What does it have to do with you? As his younger brother, my strength is not comparable to yours. Damn it, it's better to fight than to talk so much. Come on, who is afraid of whom?" Before they knew it, everyone came to the open space outside the laboratory. Ash and Gary were preparing for the battle, and Professor Oak came to the side to watch the show. "Come out, my sweetheart." Gary unleashed a Nidoqueen, the strength of which was at the elite intermediate level. "Pikachu, it's up to you." Ash still chose Pikachu, whom he trusted the most. "I'm going to strike first. Nidoqueen, go straight up and punch with a Megaton." Gary, who released the Pokémon first, started the attack. Pikachu dodge, Orberg tail. Facing Nidoqueen rushing aggressively, Pikachu used his speed advantage to dodge directly, and then jumped up to hit Nidoqueen on the head with Orberg tail, trying to do the most damage. Hee naive Nidoqueen, grab it, wahoo. As a powerful Pokémon, Nidoqueen may not be fast, but his strength is unquestionable. He directly grabbed the tail that Pikachu knocked down and then used it tile cut. Pikachu was knocked down and Ash started his own way of encouragement again. "Pikachu, are you okay?" Ash asked worriedly. Pikachu returned a look that he was okay and raised his little hand as a gesture of yes. "Okay, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt." Ash was Ash after all. Seeing that Pikachu could still fight, he immediately launched an attack. A yellow lightning strikes Nidoking directly. As a Pokémon with ground type, although it is not like in the animation that you will not be hurt by Thunder Shock if you keep your feet on the ground, the resistance to Thunder Shock is really strong. And Gary even hits the potential made Nidoqueen use the Orberg tail and insert it into the ground as a conductive existence, directly reducing Thunderbolt's damage to the point where it can be ignored. How is that possible? Ash couldn't believe what he saw. Ash, Nidoqueen is a Pokémon of poison plus ground type. Misty, who is a good helper, couldn't help but say, "Really? So that's the case then, Pikachu." Ash's current knowledge is indeed much more abundant than the animation after being influenced by Oki, but it still feels a little lacking. Just when Ash was about to let Pikachu attack again, there was an explosion sound from the laboratory, and an air balloon with the head of Meowth appeared in front of Oki and the others. "It's you again, Team Rocket." After the Rockets finished their lines, Ash said cooperatively. Sometimes Oki wondered if the three members of the Rockets followed him because of Ash's cooperation and their ability to speak lines happily. But no matter what, it is a fact that they destroyed the laboratory's house. Oki directly called Charizard to take action, but this time was different from before. They didn't fly out, but were caught by Charizard and brought to Oki. "It's you three again, how should I treat you this time?" Oki asked with a smile, but in the eyes of the Rockets, this was simply a devil's smile. Ha ha ha, actually we were joking, let's go now if there is nothing to do. As the think tank of the Rocket trio, Meowth was the first to react and wanted to slip away for any reason. Stop, do I let you go? Oki stopped, making the trio froze in place and did not dare to move. Ha ha ha, what else can you do, boss? The trio turned around and knelt down without any morals and asked. I want to go and fix our laboratory's house first. Shocked by the skillful movements of the trio, Oki replied in a daze. What? Let the elite of our dignified Rockets repair the house, have you? Jessie was directly gagged by James and Meowth because Oki's Pokémon had surrounded them, which made Oki suddenly feel there is a feeling of a black boss. Actually, I want to say that you are too discerning, and we promise to satisfy you. In line with the principle of a hero not to suffer immediate losses, Jessie simply admitted cowardly. Ash looks thoughtful on the side, feeling that he will also consider asking the Rockets to do similar things in the future. These three people are indeed the same existence as Big Big Wolf and Bald Kiang. Except for some specific things they can't do, they are really good at other things. It only took one afternoon to complete all the work. The trio went straight to repairing all the roofs they destroyed, and they looked exactly the same as before. Seeing how well crafted they are, Oak directly asked them to renovate the room they lived in. With Haunter watching at night, Oak directly went to the guest room to rest. When I got up the next day and looked at it, I was really satisfied. If these three started a decoration company, they would definitely make a lot of money. Seeing the result of the three people staying up all night, Oki decided to give them a little more wages. After all, this is another job. When Oki took the money and walked in front of the Rockets trio, the two of them, the Pokémon, stared at him with dark circles under their eyes. Excuse me, what kind of eyes are you looking at? Boss, it's almost there. We have done what we should do and what we should not do. Can you let us go? I'm sorry. Yesterday I saw that your craftsmanship is really good, so I asked you to do this. This is your salary. You can go back to rest. Oki took out the money and handed it to them. Is this really for us? Meowth asked in disbelief after taking the money. Well, that's right, you will get paid for your work. Thank you, then let's go first. Jessie was quick to respond at the critical moment. She put the money in her pocket and called the two of them to leave. Wait, come and sit down when you have time. Oki said the next sentence after startling the three of them with a wait. There's a chance, hahaha. After being taken aback, the trio said with a trill and then ran away. Looking at the Rockets trio going away, Oki felt that they should easily not come to the laboratory to make trouble again. Today is the day to go back to the family, and it happens that my room has just been decorated, so take advantage of the time to go back to the family to let it smell. After the Pokémon battle between Gary and Ash was interrupted by the Rockets yesterday, he did not continue. But the two deadly rivals began to compete in various ways. When Gary got up, the flying device sent by the family had already arrived, waiting for Gary to get ready to go. Fortunately, last night Gary knew that he was going back to the family, so he had already packed his things in advance. Sitting on the flying device, Oki looked at the scenery outside the window and couldn't help but lament the good luck of his reincarnation in this life. With such a strong backing, it is relatively more convenient to do things. After several hours of flying, we finally arrived at the family's location. As one of the big families, the Oak family's land is naturally extremely vast, and there is obviously no place in the city, so the Oak family has found a suitable place by itself, so as to better protect the safety of the family. When the flyer landed on the tarmac, Oki's Haunter suddenly appeared and sent a shadow ball directly in front of Oki. A Jengar appeared, and Salason hit the shadow ball directly with his hand, but it didn't explode or anything, it was simply bounced off. Stopping Haunter's next attack, Oki beckoned to Jengar. Jengar floated over directly. Oki introduced his predecessors to his Haunter, let him study hard, and let Jengar take him to I'm looking for my mother. Jengar, as his mother's personal bodyguard, would only leave her if she was absolutely safe, and that was clearly the case in the Oak family heartland. Under the leadership of Jengar, Oki and Gary walked directly to their mother's place. It is good to have a big family, but if it is really too big, it is difficult to leave, and it is not easy to release Pokémon in your own family to take you away. Oki and Gary can only slowly pass through one door after another. After more than 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the family's residence. Mom, we're back, Gary said happily when he saw his mother. Gary, are you back? Are you okay? Are you tired? It's okay, Moms. Why are you at home? Where's Dad? Oki stepped forward and said. Didn't you hear what your grandfather said? You're home, why don't we come back and have a look? Your father went to drink with your uncle. So early. That's enough for the two of you. Go ahead and talk slowly, Gary said impatiently. You kid, well you two go and put your luggage first and I'll cook for you. Mother Ariel patted Gary's head and said. It's truly magical to walk into a home I haven't been back to in years. Oki and Gary returned to their respective rooms with their luggage. Looking at the room they lived in when they were young, Oki couldn't help recalling various things at that time when thinking of his second childhood. After packing his luggage and going to the backyard, Oki released all the Pokémon. Fortunately, the yard of his home is big enough to not even hold his own Pokémon. After releasing Pokémon, Oak introduced them to his childhood nanny, Jengar, and my life here when I was a child. While talking, Gary also came down and released the 6 Pokémon he had with him. Blastoise, Arcanine, Dodrio, Nidoqueen, Elekid, and Charmander. Brother, are these all your Pokémon? It's quite a few, but they all seem to be pretty good. After releasing the Pokémon, Gary looked at Oki's Pokémon and said, "Of course, I'm not like you who plan to be a researcher in the future. I'm taking the elite route." Okay, you came back because of that Pokémon, Gary pointed at Bisharp. Who told you? Grandpa, Oki asked instead of the question. I asked, but Grandpa refused to say, just said that there is something wrong with your Pokémon and you need to go back to the family, so I rushed back like that. I wanted to go to Pallet Town and tease Ash again. Stupid. Okay, if you want to bully Ash, you have a lot of opportunities. It just so happens that Mom and the others are back this time, so let's spend time with them. It's for sure to accompany them, but what about you? Gary was very puzzled. Oki said that he wanted to spend more time with his mother and them. For me, let's read that ancient book first. What do you think your Blastoise and my Charizard are doing? In the distance, the old friends Charizard and Blastoise are wrestling there at the moment. It's probably because Blastoise saw that Charizard's strength is higher than it's unbalanced. Although I have trained them during this time, I also have time to spend on Pokémon data, so the training is not enough. It's still the same sentence, you don't need to be very strong, but you must be able to protect yourself. Oki said, looking into Gary's eyes. I know, don't you see that Blastoise already has the strength of an elite high level, and I still want the present prepared by Grandpa. Speaking of the present, Gary's enthusiasm was unprecedentedly high. Regardless of the Pokémon's communication with each other, Oak went back to help in the kitchen, and Gary went to find Jengar. It was already past 1 o'clock when the lunch preparations were finished. Because of my father's drinking, there were only Oki, Gary, and Ariel at the table. Although there is an old saying that you can't talk when you eat, you don't talk when you sleep, but the whole family can't eat. How embarrassing to chat. Mom, Grandpa already told the family about it. When can I read it? Oki still couldn't help asking about the ancient books. Don't worry, why do you think your dad didn't come back and went to drink? Well, I'm just worried about Bisharp's body. By the way, what do you think about Gary's girlfriends? Gary looked at Oki in a daze, not understanding why he was shot while lying down. Well, actually your dad and I are not worried about Gary, but you. Mother Ariel put down her chopsticks and said seriously when she heard this question. Haha, what do I have to worry about? I don't have that many girlfriends. Oki felt like he had dug a big hole for himself. When he asked Gary for help with his eyes, he was ignored by Gary who had just offended him. That's the problem, you're almost 16. You don't have a girlfriend yet, do you want us to find it for you? How about I go find it for you tomorrow? No, I can do it myself. You should help Gary to choose carefully, he is already picky. I am full, you can eat slowly. Oki decisively slipped away. There is a price to pay for doing something wrong, and Mother Ariel made Oki realize this truth well in the next few days. Although as a person who has experienced 2 worlds, Oki still felt a little confused when faced with his mother's pressure to find a girlfriend. He was only under 16. But what his mother said made him deeply feel that the cultural gap is huge. If you don't bring back a girlfriend when you are 16, I will help you find one. You are 16, you are not young. Do you want your parents to have grandchildren when they are old? Facing the mother's words, Oki felt that life was starting to be a little gloomy. Fortunately, thanks to the assistance of my father, I passed the matter of reading ancient books as quickly as possible. Although everyone agrees, I still have to go through the motions. This is the rule, and the rules are very strict in the big family. But it's all done. The things that have been decided can be resolved quickly, and the big family is quite fast in this respect. Oki was taken to the family treasury on the afternoon of the day when the resolution was passed. The scale here is not comparable to that of Professor Oak's laboratory. After all, it is the heritage of a big family. Led by the elders guarding the treasury, they walked to the depths of the treasury. Although the major families basically gave up the research on the mysterious ancient books, they are such precious things after all. But it will not let normal people get it. On the way to the treasure house, Oki looked at the things inside and really had a salivating feeling. Even the life orb that I needed for Bisharp was found here. Although some elders can exchange it with contribution points when they need it, few of them have the financial resources to exchange it directly. Accompanied by the elders, Oki finally saw the ancient book he had dreamed of. It would be best if he could get a solution to his Bisharp problem from above. After obtaining the consent of the elders, Oki took out the ancient book from the inside and read it slowly. It was okay at the beginning, but Oki couldn't help but want to call cheating when he saw the back. Did you also find out? The front and back are completely different characters. The front is okay, it is relatively simple and can be translated, but the latter is very troublesome for the big families. Seeing Oki's expression, the elder endured can't stop talking. Hee, I was just curious and wanted to read it, but I'm completely disappointed. Oki asked Ling to memorize all the words, then put the ancient book back and went out of the family treasure house with the elders. Until he walked out of the treasure house, Oki was thinking about one thing: is this senior just kidding? Isn't he afraid that the later traversers don't understand this? Writing Zaya Ajuan, you are really a fool. Although when I was in high school, I wanted to imitate an awesome senior in the college entrance examination for a while, go to college through some other means, and learned Zaya Ajuan for a while. But after learning for a while, I was caught by the rules of checking for gaps and making up for omissions. After writing Ancient Huxia, I gave up. Who made myself not the first person to eat crabs? Now I have forgotten a lot, what should I do now? Fortunately, good people are rewarded with good rewards, and Ling spoke out at this time. Master, I have a solution. Just like a person dying of thirst in the desert found an oasis, Oki felt that he had met a savior. After saying goodbye to the elder, Oki endured until he returned to the room. Ling, you won't tell me that your method is to read my memory. Oki has probably guessed Ling's method, but he can't believe it. Master, according to many studies on the earth, human memory is stored. You have forgotten many memories, but they are stored in your brains. Then will doing so damage my brain? Oki couldn't neglect matters concerning the brain. This is to excavate the memory deep in the brain. Unlike the previous reading of those memories, the time will be slower, and it will definitely be non-destructive to the master's brain. That's fine, how about task 2, stop it first. How long will it take to fully read the memory of Zaya Ajuan? Task 2 has been completed by 89.85%. It takes 10 days to stop full reading. Okay, from now on. Now that the matter has been resolved, Oki's heart fell to the ground. The only thing to do now is to wait. Oki decided to go out for a while. As soon as he walked to the door, he saw Gary rushing into the house in a hurry, then closed the door and ran upstairs. Before Oki could say anything, Gary's figure had disappeared at the end of the stairs. Just when Oki wanted to go upstairs to ask Gary, someone knocked on the door again. Sister Daisy. Opening the door, a tall beauty appeared in front of Oki. What's the matter? Are you unhappy to see me? Daisy said, but her voice was a little weird. Haha, how could it be? It's just that I just want to go out now. Now Oki finally understood why Gary ran away. This woman is Daisy Oak, the daughter of Uncle Oki's family, 4 years older than Gary and Oki. Basically, she is the eldest sister of the Oak family generation, and basically the younger generation calls her the devil. Originally, Oki, as a person who has lived all his life, didn't want to bother with her too much, but to be called the devil is sure to be weird, whether it's putting worms in the teacup, disgusting, or letting people drink it. Relying on her status as the eldest lady, she borrowed muck to make minimize stick to Oki and wanted Oki to smell bad. In short, only you can't think of it, there is nothing she can't do. Fortunately, Oki often reads books in the library, and it is difficult for her to find opportunities to play pranks. And as a person who has seen Master Xing Baby and Xingjun, the way to punish people is not as good as her. After being harassed by Oki several times, Daisy also began to restrain herself. Seeing that Oki would not affect her status as a big sister, she stopped bothering him later. But people like Gary will be miserable, they will be tortured to death by the female devil, and Gary will be able to assist Oak to hide for a while, and those people will be miserable. Where's Gary? I saw him come in, so why don't you want to see me? Daisy asked. You didn't know how you tormented them when you were young, Oki said leisurely. Were you cute when you were young? Don't you guys, I'm not like them. After Oki talked with Daisy for a while, Daisy left. Not long after Daisy left, Gary crept down from upstairs. Brother, is she gone yet? Gary looked around while talking. Don't look, it's already gone. When you were a child, you were afraid of her and forget it. Why are you still like this now? The shadow left by childhood doesn't disappear so quickly, Gary said carelessly, knowing that Daisy had already left. Seeing Gary's hopeless appearance, Oki could only shake his head helplessly and greet him and went out for a stroll. The family is so big and the scenery is not bad, it's a pity not to go shopping. The days in the family can't be wasted. Oki's Pokémon is still training, but there is no progress in a few days. The only one who has improved is Haunter. With the training of his mother's elite Jengar, his strength has improved a lot, basically breaking through the elite intermediate to advanced level. 10 days passed quickly, and when Oki had just passed 2 days, he asked Ling to display the countdown on his retina. As soon as the time returned to 0, Oki couldn't wait to have Ling translate it into modern simplified Huxia and send it directly to his mind. Many things immediately appeared in Oki's mind. At the beginning of the article, it was followed by the content of Professor Oak's laboratory. When you see this, you should have obtained our sex Genpai formula right. I don't know if you understand Zaya Ajuan, but you should be scolding me when you see the words behind it, right? We cultivators pay attention to the word fate. If you have fate, you should be able to understand it. If you don't understand it, it means you have no fate, but I will give you a chance. When I came here, I searched for a long time and found the location of Pallet Town in the future and found that it is really not easy. The specifics are not simple, you have the opportunity to discover it slowly. I imprisoned 3 things over there, all of which are some original spiritual power. After I get them, I can imprison them into your Pokémon so that they can improve their strength as soon as possible. The 3 original spiritual powers will automatically transform into Pokémon form. When I did this, I was actually very confused. It was a bit like when Ash met those 3 giant Pokémon, I can't remember. Regardless of whether you can get the inheritance of my Beast Gate, you can only get a cloud of spiritual energy. You must give people in this world a chance. By the way, let's talk about it. The attributes of the 3 groups of aura are Ghost, Super Energy, and Fairy. I hope there are Pokémon with these attributes, if not, go and conquer them. The Zaya Ajuan that came down was an article called Reeling Beast Jew, the chapter on refining chi. The name was simple and rude, and I don't know how effective it would be. It's not easy for Oki to start practicing immediately in broad daylight, so he can only talk about it at night. Until the evening, except for eating, the rest of the time was spent in the room to study beast control art. Fortunately, the knowledge of cultivation, this senior was really serious about teaching people in this world to practice. Yes, what a pity. In the evening, Oki carefully began to practice beast control art, and the spiritual power in his body began to circulate slowly according to the root of the chi refining chapter. At the beginning, the spiritual power in Oki's body gradually decreased. It was something wrong in the cultivation, and then I found that a pure spiritual force was slowly growing in the body, and then I slowly relaxed. One night I slowly cultivated according to the chi refining chapter. In the morning, Oki felt very tired. I don't know whether my current state is not high enough or the novel is a lie. It is said that meditation practice can replace sleep. Woolen cloth, but when I wake up in the morning I have gained a lot. Although the amount of spiritual power in my body has decreased, I can feel it is more pure. It is also more comfortable to use, and it feels that the spiritual power is the same as that mentioned in beast control art. And the effect of promoting the growth of Pokémon is much stronger than that of invoking spirit art. Oki carefully sensed his realm again, and it should have reached the advanced level of chi refining. The skills of Yushumen are different from ordinary self-cultivation skills. All the power lies in the cooperation with spirit beasts. Even if they have cultivated to a high level, they cannot practice spells or anything. At most, they can only enhance their physique. From top to bottom, the skills of Yushumen are relatively extreme. They are all related to spirit beasts. They can speed up the growth of spirit beasts, heal the injuries of spirit beasts, and if there is a chance to find spirit objects, they can also increase the concentration of blood vessels and so on. I don't know if there are any spiritual creatures in this world, but just speeding up the growth of Pokémon has already made Oki ahead of others. As for the function of treating Pokémon's injuries, I don't know if it will work for Bisharp, but you will know if you try this kind of thing. After breakfast, Oak called Bisharp to the room and asked Arbok Protect to enter the door. Although there should be nothing in the family, he just called Arbok to prevent others from disturbing him. It would be better for Haunter to do this kind of thing, but it is learning from Jengar now. After a whole morning seeing Oki and Bisharp finally came out of the room, Arbok immediately said in Oki's mind, "Boss, how is the situation? Does Bisharp's injury work? It's effective, but it's very slow. The time in the morning didn't improve much, but it's good that it's effective. In the future, the strengthening of strength should speed up the recovery speed." Oki touched Arbok and said. Bisharp stood behind Oki, his body trembling with excitement, who would want to die if he could survive. Now I have a chance to recover, and I can continue to fight with Oki in the future. Oki patted Bisharp on the shoulder. It is normal to be excited to survive from death. Oki is also very happy to find a cure for Bisharp so quickly. Now I have a chance to heal your injury. In order to recover as soon as possible, I will try my best to heal you for the rest of the time. You should stop training first and don't think about fighting. Bisharp finally said. I nodded and agreed. I used to have such a strong desire to fight because I knew I was going to die. Although I still like to fight now, in order to fight more in the future, I can still bear it. Now that the 2 things have been settled, Oki began to think about the 3 balls of spiritual energy again. I don't know if Ash went with that expedition, but this is a great opportunity not to be missed. It's time to go back. What? Are you going back, X3? Don't you need to be so surprised? Mom and Dad, the number of calls you have made has increased significantly during this time, so you should be leaving soon, right? Though, you're a pretty smart kid. If you're smart, you're smart. Don't you think Mom is annoying? Mom asked you to find a girlfriend. It's good for you. You don't want to wait for us to help you arrange a marriage, do you? Ariel said in disbelief. Don't. I just haven't found the right one now. But I have a goal, so you don't have to worry about it. Oak is not prevaricating Ariel. When I watched animation in my previous life, there were always a few enviable confidant around the protagonist. Ash has never lacked Stephanie, and the most enviable one is Serena from Kalos region, who is shy and beautiful. The worthy and virtuous son-in-law Stephanie has a secret crush on Ash because Ash saved her when she was a child, and she feels sorry for herself if she doesn't grab Oki. Don't lie to me, since you have a goal, don't waste time. Talk to her more when you have time. Okay, I have something to talk about. After I leave tomorrow, you should think more about Gary's problem and help him find a girlfriend to stabilize. Oki pointed at Gary, who had been gloating from the beginning. Gary, who was giggling, sprayed Rice directly. What's none of my business? Mom, you should be more worried about brother. I think what he said is false, just trying to lie to you. Gary was obviously not to be outdone. What are you talking about? It's wrong for Gary to slander his brother like this. Parents, take Gary with you when you leave and teach him well. I'll go, big brother. What do you want to be so foolish? Influenced by Oki since childhood, Gary's speech also has a modern habit. Why didn't you say this when you cheated on me just now? Parents were eating while watching the two brothers arguing. Oki actually enjoyed this kind of time. Maybe he didn't have it in his previous life, but he seems to have made up for it in this life. The meal didn't end until very late and everyone chatted together, saying all the things that I didn't usually have the chance to say and what was inconvenient to say. On the second day, Oki didn't call the family to send the flying device. After saying goodbye to his parents and Gary, he went all the way to the edge of the family, released Charizard, and flew directly to the place where the opportunity was. Among the 3 types of attributes, he now only has the Ghost-type Haunter. It seems that its time to bide has come. Ever since Haunter reached the level of Elite Advanced, evolution has been a matter of course, but Oki told him to restrain it, and then evolve when he got the original spiritual power. I believe that the effect will be much better by then, and he will evolve into Jengar at that time. I believe that through evolution, we can find the opportunity to break through to Quasi-Elite as soon as possible. Pokémon is not a machine. Although it is assisted by spiritual power, it took 2 rests before flying to Pallet Town. Instead of going back to the laboratory, Oki went directly to the location mentioned in the ancient book. It was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon and Oki finally found the place. But I have to say that Ash's luck is really strong. When Oki first arrived at the place, Ash brought Zio Gang and they had already got out the key to open him prison. Ash, Charizard fell directly from the sky. The people below were a little at a loss when they saw such a big Charizard, but they settled down when they heard someone call Ash's name. Brother Yi, why are you here? Although I have seen your Charizard several times, this figure is indeed a bit shocking. Ash ran over and said after seeing Oki, I came here because I learned that there seems to be an ultra-ancient civilization here. I wanted to see it and ran over here. What do you want to do here? Oh, Brother Yi, it's such a coincidence that you came here. We have already found it. Ash said everything when he knew it. Really? Then I'll go and have a look first. Oki felt that they probably didn't find all the things, so he thought of looking for it himself. As soon as he entered the cave, Oki's figure disappeared. Of course, it looked like this to the people outside. Oki felt his eyes dim, and when he woke up, he was already in another place. And in front of him, a phantom wearing modern clothes appeared. Hello, time traveler, I'm just an image, so don't ask me any questions. The mouth was amazing, and what Oki wanted to say was stillborn. My name is Liu Yang, I can be regarded as your senior. Only the spiritual power of beast control art will appear here. If you can come here, you should have obtained my inheritance. Here are 3 groups of spiritual energy from Imprison. You should already know, right? You can choose one yourself later, and the other 2 will naturally choose its suitable owner later. What I want to say now is that maybe it is influenced by the will of the world, so I made this one things you must be careful in the future. If you have a chance, go back and have a look. After a short time, the image disappeared, and Oki saw a thing like a dumbbell from inside, exuding a powerful aura from it. At this time, Haunter, who was secretly protecting Oki, appeared directly in front of Oki, looking at the dumbbell-shaped thing warily. Looking at the self-floating thing in front of him, Oki knew that after such a long time, it had developed a sense of wisdom. At first, it felt ridiculous, but after thinking about it, the things he traveled through happened, so what is impossible? The most important thing now is to solve this trouble. Oki can feel that this strange thing is constantly absorbing spiritual energy, and the last big figure in the animation should be related to absorbing enough spiritual energy. And it seems that it can also absorb the spiritual power of humans and Pokémon. In the animation, it constantly absorbs people and Pokémon into the body or the inner space of this thing. Taking advantage of your illness to kill you, Oki originally wanted to call Charizard to take action, but Haunter said that he would do it himself. Okay, then be careful yourself. Haunter smiled and turned his head and sent a shadow ball towards the floating thing. Perhaps because of being threatened, a Jengar-like phantom appeared directly. Judging by the transparent appearance of its body, it should be because it has not absorbed enough spiritual power. Jengar also sent a shadow ball hitting Haunter. Seeing that Haunter was not too difficult to fight, Oak decided to let them solve this problem by themselves. And by the way, he could see how he improved after being trained by his mother Jengar. The battle between Haunter and Jengar is really ghost-type tricks flying around, like Shadow Ball, Curse, Shadow Punch, Shadow Claw, etc. Haunter is okay, but Jengar's body shape becomes more and more transparent, probably because the spiritual power is not enough. Those original spiritual powers were imprisoned again, so under the blow of another Shadow Ball from Haunter, Jengar dissipated directly, and the dumbbell-shaped thing fell directly to the ground. Haunter picked up the thing and handed it to Oki. Oki patted its head and then put all his attention on that thing. Oki can feel that there is a very powerful force inside that thing, but it is all imprisoned by imprison. There is nothing about imprison in the part of the exercises that Oki got, but I just got in touch with what the senior said when I just came in. The spiritual energy cultivated by Beast Master should be useful for this, right? After trying to inject a little spiritual power into it, the imprison began to dissipate slowly. When the imprison completely dissipated, a powerful spiritual power burst out directly, and even the spiritual power in the cave began to become dense. Feeling this change, Oki quickly handed the thing in his hand to Haunter, and Haunter swallowed it directly. After the swallow thing, Haunter's body began to glow, as if about to evolve. Looking at the look in Haunter's eyes, Oki nodded directly. Now that the thing is in his hands, Oki has no reason not to let it evolve. With Oak's permission, Haunter's body glowed even more. It's not the first time to see Pokémon evolve, but every time Oki can't help but be shocked by this scene. Haunter's figure slowly began to change, his hands gradually merged with his body, and his feet began to grow. As the light faded, a pure black Jengar appeared in front of Oki. However, the evolved Jengar did not pounce on Oki as before, but directly stood on the spot to absorb the aura scattered in the cave. And Oki was not in a hurry, just stood there and waited for it. By the time Jengar stood up again, it was already 2 hours later. Oki stood aside and watched it, watching the coercion emanating from it grow stronger and stronger. Hee, Jengar let out a burst of laughter and rushed towards Oki. After the strength increased greatly, Jengar's speed became faster. Before Oki could react, Jengar floated in front of Oki and used his lickitung to lick Oki's face wet. Oki was glad that Jengar didn't just lick Oki like James Victorable did, but he didn't activate lick. Otherwise, even a small power lick can make Oak feel numb for a long time. Checking the time, it was almost night. Oki walked outside. As soon as he walked outside the cave, he saw a golden light flying over, passing directly through Oki's body and flying into the depths of the cave. Boom, the cave collapsed. Flying over there, follow up quickly. Before Oki could slow down, there was a burst of shouting from over there. Brother Yi, why did you come out? Did you just see a golden thing flying over? Ash ran over and asked. Ash. There was a golden thing flying over just now, but I couldn't see what it was. It collapsed as soon as it flew in. Oki looked at Ash and said, Ash, Oki, you came out too. Zio Gang and the others ran over at this time. That thing has already flown in, so you don't need to look at it. Seeing that there were still people running over, Oki probably walked towards the other side after finishing speaking. Now the original spiritual power of the ghost system is gone. According to the information left by that senior, when one original spiritual power is absorbed, the other 2 groups will have to wait a year before they will appear. Seeing that Ash and that team were digging in full swing, looking very busy, Oki could only release Charizard and go back to the laboratory first. It's not far from the laboratory here and will be there in a short while. When Oki arrived at the laboratory, he saw the bright lights in the laboratory, so he knew that Professor Oak hadn't slept yet. Grandpa, you haven't slept yet, have you eaten yet? Oak found him in Professor Oak's laboratory. Zioya is back, I haven't eaten yet, have you eaten yet? Seeing that it was Oki, Professor Oak stopped what he was doing. I arrived near Pallet Town at noon today and it's so late to do some errands. I haven't eaten yet, so I'm going to cook. Grandpa, you should come out soon. Oki replied and went. The kitchen is up. After eating, Oki packed up and went back to the room. Healing Bishop could not be delayed. Oki didn't know what to say about what he was doing, but Professor Oak didn't ask. Healed Bishop until midnight, Oki, who was about to take a good rest, was called up early in the morning. "So you think I took those things?" Oki asked with a sullen face. "That's right, we dug such a big hole over there, but we haven't found it yet. You are the only one who ran away ahead of time." "Who are you?" said the young female professor named White. "I'm not in the mood to talk to you about this. That thing flew into the cave. Believe it or not, please leave now." Oki begs to get up, but he can control his relatives and acquaintances, and he used to get up earlier, that's why he never erupted. Today, he was woken up by these people for no reason and said that he had taken something. Oki could hardly control his prehistoric power. "Professor White, I believe brother you said that there is no one, so let's go back and look for it carefully." Ash stood up and said at this time. To be honest, Oki wasn't in a bad mood when he was woken up by Ash just now. It was just that he ran into that unreasonable White when he got downstairs, so he couldn't help but feel a little angry. Seeing Ash stand up and talk about himself, Oki didn't want Ash to be in a dilemma. "I'll say it again, that golden light flew into the cave, and besides, you thought that thing was waiting there like those dead things waiting for you to find it," Oki said to Ash. "But when that thing flew over, you were alone there, and you let Pokémon drive you away when you saw us arriving, and now it's been one night, you can say whatever you want." That White didn't agree, said unforgivingly. "I'm going back to the room to wash up now. After I come down, you haven't persuaded her to leave, or if she is still like this, I will solve this matter in my own way." Oki didn't want to be pestered by her like this. Rest said something to the team leader, then went back to the room to wash up. When Oki finished washing and went downstairs, those people were still there, but that White didn't continue to mess around. Seeing Oki going downstairs, the team leader walked towards Oki directly. "Master Yi of the Oki family, I'm really sorry White has been spoiled by our patriarch. Please forgive me for any offense just now. It seems a bit excessive. Forget what happened just now, but take your people and get out of here." Since they apologized, Oki just let them go. Seeing a group of people leaving, Oki greeted Ash, who stayed behind and headed towards the back mountain. Some of his Pokémon were almost about to break through, and now he had to step up his training. In the back mountain, when Oki was training with his own Pokémon, a bird Pokémon that was not from the Kanto region suddenly appeared in the sky. That Pokémon suddenly flew down to capture Oki, but just when it flew down to attack, it was hit by a shadow ball from nowhere, and when it fell to the ground, it was set on fire by other Pokémon. Passed out directly. Oki quietly looked at the big fat leader who kept wiping sweat in front of him, and a Skarmory with a slightly dull color was stepping on his feet. Just now the Skarmory on the front foot was knocked out by his own Pokémon, and the man on the back foot came to the door. "This Skarmory belongs to the young lady of your family, right?" Oak asked blankly. Yes, that Master Yi, I'm really sorry Miss White is so self-willed, just now she didn't pay attention." The head of the group thought for a while and told the truth. "He, self-willed, she is the jewel in the palm of the patriarch of your family. Just a little earlier you came to trouble me for no reason. I didn't trouble you, so I already gave face, right?" Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Yi, for not remembering the mistakes of villains." The fat head wiped the sweat from his head and echoed. "Now, that wayward young lady of your family released Pokémon to trouble me again. Since you just moved out of your clan head and this Skarmory didn't have any killing intent just now, I will let you off again this time. Just take Skarmory back with you." "Okay, thank you, Master Yi." "Don't thank me in a hurry, let me clarify some things first. If you come here a third time, I won't let you off so easily. Please rest assured that there will never be a third time." Seeing that Oki had nothing to say, the team leader asked tentatively, "Then I will leave first." Seeing Oki nod his head, the group leader hurriedly left the place. After he walked away, Oak waved his hand, and Arbok and Bishop put away their murderous aura. Although Oki has lived for more than 30 years in the past and present, he is not the kind of person who has been in a high position for a long time and can exude that kind of aggressive aura. Although he was born in a big family in this life and his status is not low, he has only cultivated a bit of aristocratic temperament, and it is not enough to scare the smooth leader into that. Only the murderous intent of the assist Pokémon can calm down the leader and increase the persuasiveness of his words. Of course, Oki believed that if he didn't stop him, his Pokémon would tear up that Skarmory just by attacking him. After this episode, Oki and Pokémon started their own training again. As for the spoiled lady, I believe the team leader will be optimistic. Of course, if he didn't think well of her and that young lady came to trouble him again, he wouldn't mind helping to educate her. In addition to eating and training every day, and then going back to treat Bishop at night, after 2 days of such regularity, Oki basically forgot about the young lady of Johto region. But 2 days after that attack, the wayward young lady successfully gave Oki the first killing intent in his life. That night, Oki, who was still healing Bisharp, was awakened by an explosion. He ran to the window and saw that Charizard was fighting a Pokémon that was about the same height as him. If he looked carefully, it was from the Johto region Quasi-God Bangira. Soaring in the sky behind it has a Skarmory who is also a Johto region Pokémon, and on Skarmory's back is a Stephanie, isn't it White who made trouble 2 days ago? That Bangira should be her family's bodyguard for her. The elite-level Quasi-God Pokémon, Charizard was beaten back and forth, and his body was covered with wounds in a short while. Seeing all this, Oak was extremely angry. Arbok, come on, hold me back for a while, be safe, Jengar, go to Grandpa to get an elite Pokémon, I want her to pay the price. Oki asked the other Pokémon to help hold Jengar for a while, and then Charizard Mega Evolution. As Oki's voice fell, the key stone in Oki's hand and the Mega Stone on Charizard's chest both emitted two colored rays of light. When the two rays of light were linked together, Charizard started a Mega Evolution, and after a while Mega Charizard X appeared. Charizard, come on, Arbok, come back. Oki couldn't control his killing intent now, and the Pokémon who went to help resist just now had many scars to varying degrees. Like Ninetales, in order to help Dratini block the attack just now, the original Snow White fur has now been infected with blood. Arbok was directly grabbed by Bangira to cut off nearly half a meter of tail in order to entangle him. The other Pokémon were also injured to varying degrees, and now they are being treated by Chansey. Charizard Flamethrower. This Bangira has a lot of fighting experience. When the flames sprayed towards Bangira, a dust storm erupted directly in front of it, blocking the flamethrower directly. After watching the flames, those on the ground, the crystal melted by the flame knew that the flame was powerful, but it was still easily blocked by Bangira. But how could Oki, who knew the gap between Quasi-Elite and Elite, have no backup? Charizard flew over directly, and Dragon Claw kept grabbing Bangira. There was also a green light on Bangira's claws, and it used Dragon Claw and Charizard's Dragon Claw to confront each other head-on. Hand-to-hand combat is the wildest art. The reason why many people like hand-to-hand combat is nothing more than the feeling of punching to the flesh. Charizard and Bangira are currently engaged in the wildest hand-to-hand combat, using Dragon Claw to fight each other. Bangira, who has a layer of armor on his body, obviously has an advantage. Charizard is relatively at a disadvantage, but it is also Bangira did quite a bit of damage. Although it is troublesome to say, only a few minutes have passed, and Oki's team is almost crippled. Just when Oki watched Charizard's battle and felt distressed, a slightly wrinkled hand suddenly appeared on his shoulder, and it was Yinmu Professor who came. Just do what you want, people in my Oak family are not easy to bully. After Professor Oak handed Oki a Pokeball, he went towards Chansey. Oki's Pokémon were all injured, and Chansey had a Pokémon a little busy. Grandpa, thank you, Oki said, looking at Professor Oak's back. Come out, Golem, I'm going to trouble you again. You may need to use your full strength this time. Professor Oak handed Oki the Pokeball, which was the Golem who used to defend Oki. Long, Golem, who had a general understanding of the situation from the Pokeball, used Rollout as soon as the Pokeball came out and ran towards Bangira. Charizard, give Bangira to Golem, now go up and bring that guy down. Charizard is now covered in wounds and looks bloody, but he has no problem catching Skarmory, who is only an elite mid-level. Skarmory was hit to the ground by a Dragon Claw directly by Charizard, and he couldn't get up for a long time. Charizard held White in his hand and flew to Oki. I'll settle the score with you after I've settled the matter. After Oki said a word to White, he cancelled the Mega Evolution and let Charizard catch her and flew towards Chansey. Charizard is also covered with injuries and needs treatment. Golem can solve Bangira's matter. When Oki looked towards Golem, Golem was having a fist-to-claw duel with Bangira at this time. Without trainer's command, Pokémon Normal is fighting according to its own instinct. Golem, rock blocks, back off and use Rollout. After Golem heard Oki's instruction, rock block to block Bangira's action first, and then retreated a distance and used Rollout. As an elite-level Pokémon, when Golem used Rollout, its power should not be underestimated. Bangira, who had just used Dragon Claw to break the rock seal, was directly hit by Golem's Rollout and fell to the ground. Body Slam. Golem jumped up and used Body Slam on Bangira. Bangira's eyes almost protruded from the pressure and he passed out directly. Watching Bangira fall, Oki first ran to White to get Bangira's Pokeball and took Bangira into it. Then I started to help treat Pokémon's injuries. Just now there was not enough manpower. Chansey and Professor Oak both performed simple bandages first. Now that the matter is resolved, they can slowly bandage and treat. After almost healing the Pokémon, it was already past 2 o'clock in the morning. Under the Pokémon help of the laboratory, after all Oki's Pokémon were settled, Oki asked Professor Oak to go back to rest first and leave the rest to himself. When the sun shines through the windows to illuminate the room, Oki has prepared the Pokémon's food and served them sick beds. Oki stayed up all night last night taking care of Pokémon, but thanks to the help of two Pokémon, Jengar and Bisharp, Oki relaxed a lot. Of course, while taking care of the Pokémon, Oak also didn't forget to let Jengar have a nightmare about the culprit. After the Pokémon had finished eating, Oki sat down to rest for a while. Zio, let's eat breakfast and go to bed for 10, they will probably come later. Seeing that Mew Mui still wanted to steal, Professor Oak directly came up with a reason that Oki could not refute. Oki nodded helplessly. After eating, he would go to his room to rest. After a good night's sleep, those ghosts and monsters should come. Because so many things happened, Professor Oak directly gave those researchers 2 days off. People from the White family, who thought they would come to the door soon, never came. And Professor Oak continued to take care of and study the Pokémon as always, but Oki's Pokémon was injured, so he spent a little more energy. After sleeping until night, Oki woke up and went downstairs to check his Pokémon first, and then went to the research room to find Professor Oak. Zio, woke up. Your Pokémon are recovering well, let's go eat something first. Professor Oak saw Oki first. Grandpa, did those guys go home and call for rescuers? Dashui said, savoring the freshly cooked instant noodles. Well, it should be that such a big incident happened, those guys must ask the family for instructions. But after all, they are in the Johto region, it will take some time to come here, it should be tomorrow morning. Seeing Oki eating so much fragrant, I couldn't help but cook a bowl of Professor Oak and said, okay, then I'll wait until tomorrow and I'll see how they solve this matter. Oki, who had nothing to do after eating, found Bisharp and took it back to the room for treatment. But Bisharp, who is usually happy to treat his injuries, is not happy today. Oki had no choice but to take it and ran to the roof where he liked to stay and sat down. Okay, I know you're not happy. Seeing your friends fighting desperately, but you can't help, isn't it frustrating? Oki said, patting Bisharp on the shoulder. Bisharp nodded and looked at Oki without saying a word. Oki smiled and lay down, and after Bisharp lay down in a similar manner, Oki continued to speak. Jengar, come out too. Jengar flashed out from the side with a smile. I know it's hard to see your friends get hurt, but it's even harder to see yourself unscathed, right? But I want to say that you can't think like this. Everything needs to be done according to your ability. Bisharp, if you don't want it with your life, run away, go to fight with Bangira. If you lose and get injured, or with your current contest condition, you may die there. What do you make Charizard think? They can't even protect a partner who is so injured, they are not more uncomfortable. And you, Jengar, don't feel like you're doing nothing. It's so far there, you've done me a big favor by telling Grandpa to take the golem. We are partners, don't think so much. If you really feel embarrassed, then heal your injuries, train well, and protect them when there is danger in the future. Now, Jengar will go down to help, and don't let Chansey be busy there alone. Bisharp, go back to the room and continue healing. The sooner you get better, the sooner you can protect them. Seeing the figure of Jengar going straight down through the roof, Oki took Bisharp back to the room and continued to heal his wounds. On the second day, someone finally came, but it wasn't White's people who arrived first, but Ash and the others. Brother, are you okay? As soon as he saw Oki, Ash asked nervously. AI also watched. Well, don't worry, I'm fine. It was the young lady who injured my Pokémon with the Pokémon his family gave her for self-defense. Damn it, I didn't expect her to go too far. If I knew it, I wouldn't have brought her here. The team leader also left us there, Zhao Lihao, and refused to let us go, Ash said angrily. Oh, he imprisoned you? Oak asked with a cold look in his eyes. No, the leader originally wanted us to wait for someone over there with them. We didn't agree to leave first, but we were delayed when we met the rockets on the road. How are you, White? Zio Gang hastily said that he was very worried that the situation would deteriorate again. It's like this for the time being. If the people in her family don't give an explanation today, they won't know. You guys are tired from rushing back. Ash, you can take them back to rest first, it's fine here. Okay, Brother Yi, you have to inform me if something happens. Ash and the others were indeed exhausted, and their bodies were dirty enough to die. Ash agreed but couldn't help but said. Just an hour after Ash and the others went back, many flying devices appeared in the soaring in the sky outside the laboratory. And judging from the signs on them, they should be members of the White family. It's finally time for you, don't let me find a chance otherwise. Oki looked at those flying machines and thought silently.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.